Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to the finale of What If I Was Reincarnated into Fullmetal Alchemist and Became the Blue Flame Alchemist. Let the tale begin. Chapter 41, Bite of the Ant. Briggs. Explosions could be heard in the distance as Drachma and Briggs went to war. Actually, the Drachma soldiers never reached the fort, they were all defeated in the spot they stood. The leader of Drachma stood, a look of anger on his face as he shouted, "Kimberly! Kimberly, where are you?" The man looked around, finding bodies along with the blood-stained snow as he said, "This shouldn't be happening, you said the victory was ensured. What happened to those men of yours who would turn from the inside?" The man heard a noise and glanced up, only to go wide-eyed as he was hit. "Cease fire, men." The Briggs's men ceased as Miles looked through the binoculars. "That was too easy," Buccaneer commented. "Yeah." Miles agreed, taking a few steps forward, "But why?" Kimberly stepped onto the leader's fallen hat as a grin spread across his face. "The crest is carved. Opening song. Period/chemistry. You aren't listening. I told you alchemy history is all about reading the dragon's pulse." May shouted as Elle fought back, "I told you I have no idea what that even means. Clearly your mind and think with your sense, like this." She placed her 2 index fingers to her forehead and finished, "See? It's easy. You're just pointing." Al shouted as May defended, "No, I'm not. I was focusing. Can't you put it scientifically?" "They're rambunctious, huh?" an Ishvalan man asked Scar as they stood outside of the small house Al and May were currently shouting in. "Yeah, no kidding. Sorry to impose on you." "You're not imposing, you're actually helping us out." The man smiled, glancing over to Winry who was hanging clothes on the line. "No." Yoki shouted as a little boy jumped on top of him, pulling his hair. "Ow. Stop pulling my hair, you brats." The kids ignored him and continued to torture him. "If anything, you're a distraction for our kids." The little boy pulled some of Yoki's hair from his head as he cried out. "We're going to head out to find some firewood." Gerso spoke as Marco and he walked up to the 2. "Would you mind letting Zampano know for me?" Scar nodded as Yoki screamed again, "Damn it," he was finally able to break free, so he stood up quickly and said, "Evil little children. Where the hell is Zampano? Why does he get to wander off while I get tortured?" *3*. A good distance from the town Zampano ran till he reached his destination. "Hey," he waved as he ran up to the person wrapped with a hood covering his face. "They're close by, follow me." The person removed their hood to reveal an Ishvalan boy. "You lead the way, Zampano." The boy grinned, voice similar to Envy. Bite of the Ant. Central City. "So I hear you've discovered Salim's true identity." Bradley spoke as Riza froze, teapot in hand. "Yes, sir." "And you're also aware of who I am?" "Yes." She started to pour the tea as Bradley continued, "LT, I'm interested in hearing your opinion as a loyal citizen of this country. How do you feel about your leader being a homunculus?" She furrowed her brows a bit before gaining a calm demeanor and spoke, "I think it's sad the family I answer to isn't real, that you don't even have that much." Bradley kept his same expression as she continued, "You're just putting on an act, pretending to be the humans you sowed spies." Bradley stood as he walked over to the window saying, "It is true that Salim was appointed to be my son by my superior, everything from my power to my rank was appointed to me. Most of my life is just an act." Riza's eyes began to gloss over as Bradley continued, "But my wife at least was of my own choosing." Riza turned to look at Bradley, a little shock written on her features. Bradley turned to face Riza as he asked, "Are you finished with the tea?" Oh. "Yes, sir." She quickly grabbed the cup and brought it over to him. He took a sip as he said, "Delicious, thank you." Briggs Mountains. "Are you serious, doctor? You were one of the big scientists as the 5th laboratory?" Gerso asked as he tied a few branches together. "I wasn't that important." Marco stood, "I just had a few men working for me. It's been ages since I've spoken to any of them." Hey! Zampano shouted as he headed towards Marco and Gerso. Who is this man with you? Marco quickly asked. He's just a nice drifter I met. He was hoping you could dash. You can stop pretending, Zampano. No one is falling for your bad acting. The boy smirked. Red sparks appeared as the boy's appearance changed to envy. It's good to see you, Doctor. It's been too long. I like what you've done with your face. Envy began walking towards Marco as he said, Who do you think you are? Did you honestly think you could pull one over me, Dash? Envy took as ice spikes shot through his foot. What is this? The others ran a few feet back. Zampano. Ha! What were you saying about my acting? It's bad? Zampano spoke as Marco said, Thank you, Envy, you couldn't have made our plans to bring you here any easily. You did just as expected. You take such delight in your cruelty that I knew you'd come to capture me on your own. Well, you're right about that one, Doctor. Envy pulled his foot from the shard. Now that you got me here, you asked for it, Dash. As he took another step, a blue light shined, causing an ice fist to punch Envy into the air. What do you think, Envy? They're like landmines filled with alchemy. Marco spoke as Envy lifted his face from the snow. That kind of alchemy doesn't exist, Dash. He punched the ground, causing more blue to erupt and ice to encase him. He cut right through it as he shouted, Damn it. You say they're landmines, so all I have to do is follow your footsteps and avoid them, Dash. He took a step only to be punched with an ice fist again, this one pointing. Ah! What the hell? Envy exclaimed as he was airborne. They are set to ignite only to homunculi. This whole area is covered with them beneath the snow. Well, Envy, who does it feel to have the tables turned? Not as much fun on that side, is it? Marco stated. Not too far away. May chuckled as Al and she watched the show. It's working perfectly. She kept her hand placed onto her circle as she continued, He doesn't even know it's from Alki history. Back to the others, that's enough. Envy growled as red sparks appeared. You should have just done as you were told. He began to transform into his uglier half, letting out a roar. Envy slapped his tail down, trying to hit Marco but missed as Gerso had turned chimera and carried him off. That was a close one. Gerso stated as Marco muttered, Thank you. You're a fast one, Dash. Envy was cut off as he got shot in the eye by needles. He glanced to find Zampano in full chimera. You shouldn't underestimate us. Damn it. Envy took a step as May activated the circle, sending shards of ice upward. He swung his tail, breaking each one. Ash shouted, If you think you're going to win this, you're fools. Is that so? A voice asked, as the said person landed atop of Envy. Envy turned as Scar said, Now then, what do you think of this? Scar slammed his hand down, blue enveloping the area as Envy screamed out. Scar jumped off just as Envy fell to the ground. Is he dead? Marco asked. Before they could react, Envy's tongue shot out and grabbed Marco hostage. Ha! I gotcha. Doctor. Well, stay put unless you want him dead. Envy then glanced to Marco, who was struggling for air as he said, How should I punish you? What do you think, Doctor? How about I wipe out a village of innocent people? I'm not gonna let you do that. Marco struggled as Envy flicked him with his huge hand. Quit trying to resist, Marco, you look stupid. Envy then glanced over as he noticed Aspect nearby. That town should do good. Scar furrowed his brows as Marco said, Don't do it. It'd be a waste to kill them. I could always take them back to Central instead. We are low on ingredients. Monster. You're still using souls to make Philosopher's stones? I won't let you. Let me research team go, damn it. Oh, it's a bit late for that, now that they are Philosopher's stones. Envy grinned as Marco's eyes widened. You sacrificed my men? What? I forgot to tell you. Oh well, Doctor, there's no point now crying over spilled milk. It's not right for you to get upset after how many you've made. Marco's eyes widened once more. And all the lives you've put into them. Everyone angrily glanced to Gluttony as Marco began to speak. You may be right, I've sacrificed many lives to make your damn philosopher's stones. I know better than anyone how much pain goes into making them. Marco removed his glove from his right hand as he continued, and not only do I know how to create them. Envy's eyes widened as Marco shouted, I know how to destroy them as well. His hand lit blue as Hout stretched it towards Envy. Envy cried out in agony. Aspec. What is that? That's where the doctor and the others were headed. Winry's eyes widened as she began to get worried. Back to the others. Marco's body dropped to the ground as Envy began to break down. It hurts, so much. No. This can't happen. Envy was at this end as he said, how this could happen, can't be, I can never be defeated by pathetic creatures like you. He stretched his arm out as he continued, and you chimeras, no quit looking at me. His body began to disintegrate as he continued. How dare you look at me? Don't look down on me, you worms, he shouted as a green, small creature popped from his head. Don't look down on me. Scar picked the creature, now Envy, up as he said, how pathetic, this is the thing that caused somic damage. Scar looked over to Marco, who was breathing heavily as he said, we did it Marco, we won. Aspec. Hey look. Here they come. Yoki shouted as everyone glanced forward from the entrance. Dr. Marco, are you okay? What happened? Winry asked, worried as she saw Jerso carrying him. Yoki looked down to find a small green creature as he asked, what's that? *3*. I can't believe you guys would keep me in the dark about this. Yoki stated as he began to flick Envy. That's what you get for messing with us humans, you grotesque tadpole. Look at you, why would you do something so dangerous? Winry asked sadly. Because I had to, I've always done what I was told to do, I had to take a risk and think for myself this time, and put my fear aside to do what was right. I wanted to be like your parents. He looked to Winry as she looked shocked. She soon gave a small smile as she said, you were but, try not to be so reckless. Sure. Marco smiled as a cry of pain was heard. Ah. Yoki fell to the ground with Envy attached to his finger. Mr. Yoki? May asked. Envy soon reached his neck where he tacked himself. Help, get it off me. Yoki pleaded. Ha. I've hijacked this idiot's body. Envy began to make Yoki do weird things as Yoki just shouted. Now if you want him to live, do as I tell you. Nah. He's all yours, do what you want. Jerso State dos Zampano said, it's not like he's our friend or anything. What? Yoki exclaimed as May and Al asked like they were wiping a tear away. Poor Mr. Yoki, sorry we didn't get to know you better. May stated as Al said, we'll remember your sacrifice. Ah. Yoki quickly ran to Scar asking, you won't let this thing kill me, right Mr. Scar? Scar glanced to him for a moment before turning around. How could you turn your back on me? What is this? Doesn't anyone care about his guy? Envy asked as Marco said, you're wasting your time Envy, we've accepted the measures it'll take to defeat you. We'll destroy both you and this man if that's what it takes. Damn it. Envy let go as Al picked him up. Got him. I'm free? Yoki stated as Jerso said, nice acting doctor. Yoki quickly ran off as Marco stumbled a bit. I'm afraid I'm not used to bluffing like that. Damn all of you. None of you guys are my friends. How could you? You're dead to me. Yoki Anime cried. *3*. This sucks. Envy muttered as he was now trapped in a jar. Well, this seems like a good enough time to interrogate. Jersa stated as Envy turned away saying, I'm not talking. Zampano growled as he grabbed the jar and begun to shake it saying, spit it out. That's it. Let him have it Zampano. Gerso cheered as Yoki continued to pout in the corner. Zampano slammed the jar back onto its spot as Envy said, "Even if I do talk, you'll still kill me. What's the point?" "What?" Zampano stated as Envy looked to Al and said, "So what's the deal? Why isn't the Fullmetal and Blue Flame Pipsqueaks with you? Brother and ally?" "I'm pretty sure they're at Briggs right now," Al stated looking away from the papers he was studying. "Oh, last I heard, they were missing." "What?" Al exclaimed, running over to the jar, Winry right behind. "What did you say?" "They're missing. They disappeared after a mine shaft in Baskel collapsed. I wonder if they're still alive." "He's lying, he has to be," Winry muttered. *3*. Everyone stayed quiet, that is until Gerso broke it saying, "So, what now? Should we head back to Baskel to check?" "No. That's not what they would want. They'd trust that the rumor wasn't right and trust me, so we'll do the same." Marco Nadida's Al looked down to the map. "We can't give up hope yet. I'll go my separate way for now." Scar suddenly gasped and turned to face him. "I've realized something about my actions. I don't simply intend to punish this country for what it did to Ishval, I want to change." Scar then glanced to Marco. "I'll need your help. The two of us need to set things right." Marco stood as he said, "All right then, we'll travel together. In order to change this country." May muttered as Al said, "Actually, I've got some place I've been meaning to check out." The others nodded. "Where's that?" Gerso asked. "It's a town called Lior. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling the tunnel runs under it." May looked up only to see Envy's jar in front of her. She looked to see who it was, only to find Scar himself. "Here May, take this thing and return to your country." "Hold on," Yoki stated, coming from his corner as Scar said, "It's the remnants of a seemingly indestructible creature. It might appease your emperor enough to save your clan." "I can't. Who's going to teach you about alchemy if I leave? You need to think about your own country." Everyone stopped talking and turned to face Scar and May. "Isn't that why you came here in the first place? Your clan could lose its power struggle, and what explanation would you have when you returned home? Would you apologize and say you were too busy helping another country?" Scar placed the jar in her hands as he said, "Now go home. Forget this place and leave its problems to its people." May looked to everyone, seeing a smile on their faces. When she reached Al, he gave her a nod. Her eyes began to gloss over as she stood atop of the crate and bowed, saying, "Thank you for everything. *3*. You take care, May. Once I learn the basics of Alki history, I'll be sure to find you to learn more." "Oh Alphonse." She began to cry and hug Al. "I'll miss you. Good luck. I'll never forget any of you." May waved as they all went their separate ways. Central/night time. Bido walked the alleys of Central as he had a saddened look on his face. Poor Mr. Greed. He wiped his eyes as he walked and suddenly backed up. "No luck, it seems Ms. Azumi and her husband are on vacation and didn't say when they were returning." Is that so? We should report back to Führer Bradley." The two soldiers began to leave as Bido angrily thought, "Bradley? Now you stay put, I'll be right back. I might find Mr. Greed if I follow them," but the car started and headed off for Central with Bido holding on tight from under it. Central. Olivier tapped the hilt of her sword as Alex looked to her with a surprised look. Sis? Would you be kind as to move your foot, please?" Olivier did the opposite and pushed down harder, saying, "You are to address me as General." "Yes, General," hesitated through the pain. She sighed and removed her foot as she said, "You're just as gutless as I remember." "So, I heard your men completely annihilated the Drachma forces." "Of course they did. But won't that hasten the enemy's transmutation circle?" Alex whispered. "I don't give a damn. It was their duty to defend the border, and that's what they did. And Drachma won't think twice about attacking again. Now they know our country is not one to be meddled with. Oh my, you've only grown more ferocious. How will you ever find a husband if you continue to, ow. Olivier kicked him in the leg. That seno of your sniveling, you pansy. She then turned and walked off as she said, I need to get away from you before I catch your cowardice. Ah, I've been looking for you, General. Is this man your brother? Alex saluted as Olivier said, I don't consider him my after he deserted his country in Ishval. Hm. Follow me please. There's something I'd like for you to see. Olivier followed the man. *3*. Are you familiar with the 3 state tenets of alchemy? Of course, obey the military, do not create gold, do not create people, and that's it. You know them well. Obeying the military should go without saying, the restriction of gold is for financial disorder. So then, what about creating people? Why do you think the state would enforce this regulation? That's simply unethical, sir. It's even taboo amongst alchemists. From what I've heard, it a forbidden sacrilege against God. That's not why. The man stated, turning a key and raising a door. The state has no interest in ethics, they're too much to use as a variable for a guideline. Olivier's eyes widened at what she saw. The true reason is far less abstract. The third tenet is to keep someone from creating their own army, General. The man stated, standing in the middle of millions of pale, skinny beings with no faces but a mouth. Chapter 42, Revving at Full Throttle. Revving at Full Throttle. Lior. It's been a long time, huh, Al? Van spoke with a smile as Al said, yeah. So, I saw Pinako recently. She told me about your body. Silence filled the area until the townspeople broke it. Hey, there he is, the woman spoke. Mr. Ho, you think you could give us a hand for a bit? The man asked. Yeah, sure. Van spoke, then turned to Al saying, let's catch up later. Oh, okay. Van removed his bandana and walked off with the others, Al watching closely. You did a hell of a job fixing this radio. It works better than it used to, the owner smiled, pointing to the radio on his roof. It doesn't even pick up static. Al glanced to the radio, then the man saying, I'm really sorry, all this bad stuff happened because we stuck our noses in. Don't worry about that, you've got to look at all the good stuff it's brought. You guys exposed a corrupt fraud, people reacted badly at first but look now. Al looked around to find the townspeople working hard as the owner said, sounds good, right? The whole town is rebuilding what we lost, and you guys are the ones who brought us together. Al clenched his fist as he said, I'm going to help build. Rose, can you take care of Winry? Before she could answer, he ran off. Well, we might as well help too. Gerso spoke, headed off in the direction Al left, Zampano following. You heard him, Yoki. Yoki turned with fork and knife in hand saying, huh? I'm eating. He was then pulled by the hood with the others. The food'll taste better once you've worked up an appetite. Quit struggling. I'm hungry. *3*. Really? You mean that was your son back there? I'm sorry if we interrupted, it's been a while, right? Maybe you should head back and talk. Hohenheim stood as he gave a smile saying, I don't know, I left when he was just a boy and haven't seen him since. I doubt he thinks of me, his father much less trusts me. I'm not too sure on what to say to him. Hey Dad. Hohenheim turned, shocked as he found Al standing there. I'd like to work too. Hohenheim was speechless. Here, let me carry those. Al ran to the two people and picked up the wood they were carrying and brought it for them. Here you go. At the sight, Hohenheim gave a smile. *3*. Winry released a relieved sigh as she stretched in the tub. Are you okay in there? Rose asked. How does the water feel? Amazing, it feels like an eternity since I've had a bath. I'll leave some fresh clothes for you here. Thank you so much, Rose. Winry stated before covering half her face into the water. She's so nice to do all this for me, Winry thought, still in bliss. I'm really impressed with you, Winry, working as an automail engineer. You're so independent for your age. So, designed Aaliyah and its automail? That's right. It was back when we were little kids, really. That's amazing. You're the one who helped them back on their feet, so indirectly, you helped me get back on my feet as well. I owe you just as much as I do Ed, Ally, and Al. Winry looked to the curtain, speechless. 3*. I was desperate enough to believe Father Cornello. He claimed he could bring my boyfriend to life and I began to blindly follow him. But lucky for me, that's when Ed, Ally and Al showed up and exposed him. Everything I believed in suddenly disappeared. I lost all hope. Rose took a sip of her tea as Winry watched her, wanting to hear more. But then, Ed got furious with me and told me to stand on my own 2 feet. He said that? He can be a handful sometimes. Winry muttered. Ed and her alike. They helped open our eyes. We're leaning to stand on our own and we don't need a miracle to do it. It's all thanks to Ed, Ally and Al. Central/Underground. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to follow those guys. Bido muttered as he walked through a secret passage. I have no idea where the hell I am. Where are you, Mr. Greed? He jumped down from where he was, continuing forward as he pushed his way through the pipes. He sat up, only to find himself between 2 pale bodies hanging upside down with only a mouth for a face. He fell forward, looking back at the millions of bodies hanging. He covered his mouth as he began to shake on Lito. Hear a door open. He quickly hid as he heard voices. The state has no interest in ethics, they're too much to use as a variable for a guideline. The third tenet is to keep someone from creating their own army, General. Olivier tapped one of the body's heads as she asked, but they aren't human, are they? Correct, they're like humanoid reciprocals or powerful dummies we bond souls to. Not only are they immortal, they're mindlessly obedient. They are the world's most perfect soldier. Mind if I ask you a question, sir? Oliver asked. Go right ahead. You mentioned that souls would be bonded to them. Where do you plan on acquiring these souls? From rival lands, of course. Citizens we ravished over the course of war. For one reason, the battlefield serves as a hunting ground for the collection of souls. This place is evil. Pure evil. Why'd I come here? Mr. Greed would never be in an awful place like this. Bido shouted as Heron, trying to find an exit. He suddenly stopped running as he saw the silhouette of someone standing before him with a grin. Lior. An underground tunnel? Van asked. Yeah, and I've got a hunch it runs under Lior. If it does, hold on, let's find somewhere more private. Van spoke, cutting Al off. So it's a countrywide transmutation circle and you plan on destroying it? Yeah, so I was kind of shocked to find you here, Dad. Al stated. I must have some good luck after all. We encountered a man that's identical to you in Central. I don't know how you're connected to him, but I'm guessing you must know who he is at least, right? Van turned his glance away as he said, Are you sure you want to know, Al? Did it ever cross your mind I may be on their side? Al gasped. You've given away your entire plan. Aren't you the least worried I'll leak it to them? Al and Van looked to each other in silence until Van broke it, knocking against Al's armor, saying, I'm glad to know you still trust me. Thanks, Alphonse. Sure. Al nodded, still a little shocked. Even though I left them, this boy still sees me as his father and trusts me. Now then, I suppose I owe them the same trust they've given me. This won't be easy to explain, it'd be best for Edward and Aaliyah to hear as well. Actually, I hate to say it, but they've gone missing. Somewhere in the north. Next in line, please. A dark-skinned woman spoke. 2 state watches and 2 envelopes were placed in front of her, causing her to glance up at the tall man. I'd like to make a withdrawal from the accounts of State Alchemist Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin's research account. Are you one of the account holders? The woman asked. I'm their representatives, but Ehave brought a letter of attorney for each. After reading each letter, she handed him the money. He placed it into his coat. Ash said, "Thank you for your business, sir." As he disappeared, the woman looked back to the man, who was already on the phone with someone. "This is the Bank of Amestris, Northern Branch. We've just had 2 large withdrawals from Stady Alchemist Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin's research account. No, he claimed to be their representative. Well, he was very tall and brawny. 3 asterisk. Here, that should cover your medical bill," the tall man stated, placing the money onto the table. The doctor picked it up, counting it as he said, "Well, I could charge more, but this'll do." "It better." "You're already ripping us off, Doc." "How can you say that?" "It's reasonable once you consider the risks involved." The old lady spoke as she poured tea into 2 cups. "Sure, and if you guarantee to keep your mouths shut, I'm not complaining." Darius, the blonde, older man called from the 2 men, looked out the window as they watched the soldiers talk and looked towards their building. "I guess they found us." *3*. "Yes? Hello?" the male doctor asked as he opened the door. "Oh, you're soldiers, do you need a physical?" "We're looking for someone," the man stated, pushing his way through the door. "Is this man your only patient?" he asked, watching the woman bandage a man's hand. "There is one more resting." The man continued forwards towards the back room, as he found Amon in bed. "Are you the only patient back here?" "Yeah, why are you asking?" "What's wrong?" Darius spoke. "Were you at the bank this afternoon?" Darius's brows knitted as the soldier pulled out a gun, saying, "Don't move." A boy with a white coat walked up towards the door as the soldier stopped him, saying, "Hold it, do you work at this doctor's office?" "Slowly raise your hands above your head." "Have you seen anyone unusual around this clinic recently?" "One's described as, right now." "Show me your hands," the soldier shouted as Darius slowly began to slide the gun from under the blanket. A red coat, blonde hair worn in a braid and short. The boy's stick that was set between his teeth suddenly snapped. The sound of someone being hit was heard as the 2 soldiers turned. "Check it out," the other soldier started to walk off, only Takri out in pain. "Hey! What's going on out there?" "Answer me!" Suddenly a metal arm shot through the wall and grasped the guy around the neck. Darius stared in shock as the man struggled until he passed out. The man was released as Darius got out the bed, saying, "Damn, you just had to take him out on your own, right?" A girl with long red hair appeared in the door frame as right behind the girl. A boy with long blonde hair walked up behind her as Darius continued, "Your wounds haven't even fully recovered yet. Don't treat us like we're weak, besides." Ed and Ally smirked to each other, saying, "We're revving at full throttle." *3*. Heinkel and Darius thanked the couple as Ed checked on the Aaliyah. "Are you going to be okay?" Ed asked as Ally said, "Of course I will." "Are you trying to say I'm weak too?" "Of course not. I just know it's not fully healed yet, that and what the lady said. Your back is looking good, but your leg will take longer to heal. Don't put too much of a strain or it could give out. At least I'm able to walk now, but thanks for worrying about me." The 4 started to walk off as Ed picked up the small piece of paper that man had and looked over it. "That's all they're looking for? Someone with a red coat and a braid? Guess I'll havito make do with this look for a while." He then turned the page as his eyes twitched in anger. "Who the hell gave them descriptions? I'll kill them." "What's got you so worked up?" Ally stated as Ed said, "What do you mean?" "They've got people all over apparently looking at your chest." "Why wouldn't I be mad?" Aaliyah snatched the paper and read it over only to sigh. "A blue coat, red hair in ponytail and a huge chest." Ally self-consciously covered her chest as she said, "They make me feel like I'm some kind of freak." "Freeze! Drop your weapons," 2 soldiers shouted from the other end of the hall. Ed quickly munched on the rest of his bread, still angry as Heinkel said, "We took too long. Get your hands in the air. Do it now. Move it, kids. Those guys are dangerous." Darius and Heinkel nodded to each other and each grabbed either Ed or Ally in their grasp. Darius held a gun to Ed's head as Heinkel had an imaginary one pointed to Ally. Stay back or they're dead. Don't force us to blow their brains out, the two soldiers gasped as Darius and Heinkel ran off with the two still in their arms. This is so embarrassing. Ally thought as the two busted through the front doors that a group of soldiers looked their way, only to have Heinkel shoot a pile of snow down onto their heads. I'll hot wire some wheels for us. Darius spoke. Ed quickly placed his hair into a ponytail as he looked back saying, "Hey gorilla. Step on it. Don't call me that. Then drive faster." Ally shouted. These guys are from Northern Command. We'll never ditch them. A car suddenly pulled out in front of Darius as he panicked and quickly turned out of the way while in the back seat, Ally and Ed would take turns falling into each other. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Ally asked Ed, maybe if we weren't in this situation. That was a little too close, Heinkel muttered as Darius asked, how's it look behind us? Not good. They're right on us. Ed stated. Damn it. Ed and Ally suddenly thought of something and quickly said, turn that corner. What? Just shut up and turn, the two exclaimed. Make sure to park as soon as we turn. Ed stated as he clapped his hands. They turned, the soldiers quickly turned only to find the car gone. What? Where'd they go? They must have turned on that street over there. Move it. Ed clapped his hand and Ally sighed as Ed said, and you doubted me. Yeah, well, can you change it back into a normal car now? Heinkel asked. And why's that? Ed asked. I think this car looks cool as hell. Just change it back. Please, we're begging you. Darius stated as Ed said, you guys have a problem with my sense of style? You don't have any. Darius and Heinkel exclaimed as Ed pouted in the back. Ally sighed and rubbed Ed's head like a dog saying, it's okay. *3*. Darius went to take a leak as Heinkel said, so I guess this means we're drifters, huh? Yep. Darius stated from his tree as Ally sat down and sighed, I'm the only girl surrounded with these men, help me. I never should have dropped my guard around Kimberly, talk about a setback. Ed looked down to Aaliyah, to find her looking at the ground. Aaliyah felt the car shift down and a hand placed onto her leg. She looked up to find Ed giving her a gentle smile. She placed her head to his shoulder, placing her hand in his as Ed rested his hand against hers. If you two are done. Heinkel started as Ed and Carrie glanced to the two standing nearby. So what's our next plan of action? Darius asked. Well, the first thing we need to do is find Al. He should be with Dr. Marco by now. Ed stated. Well, where are they? Darius asked. You do know where to find them, right? Heinkel asked. If I were Al, where would I go? Ally and Ed each thought. Lior. Still awake? Hohenheim asked once he finished his story. Al jumped, shocked as he said, why yeah. Sorry, it's just a lot, you were a slave and now a philosopher's stone. Van nodded, yeah, right. There was silence for a moment for Van's side saying, I can't say I'd blame you if you don't believe me, I doubt I would, I know how far-fetched it sounds. You'd have Tobe crazy to believe it. Well. Al started, I guess I'm crazy then because I believe you. Do you really? That was fast. Van muttered, shocked that Al would believe him. To be honest, it kind of scares me. Besides, my situation is far-fetched as well, Van gave a smile as Al asked, so, what's it like not being able to die? Well, I'm not going to say it doesn't come in handy. But it's not worth watching everyone I love die before me. Like Mom. Al muttered. It got silent again until Al suddenly thought of something. Wait, if you're a philosopher's stone that means you don't have a normal human body, so does that mean Ed and I aren't exactly normal humans either? Van finished. Yeah. Al stated looking down. Van gave him a smile as he said, "You don't have to worry, Al. It's true I have a philosopher's stone fused to my soul, but not even that can change the fact that I am human. Although, unlike me, the man under Central is like a leather bag." "A leather bag?" Al asked, confused. "More or less, if we can destroy that leather bag, then we can defeat what's inside." "That makes sense." "Oh. I almost forgot." Al pulled out a folded piece of paper and handed it to Van as he said, "Look at this. They're going to do the same thing to Amestris like they did Xerxes, right? We've got to hurry and stop them. It's almost complete." Van looked over the papers as he said, "Oh, I'm impressed, you've really done your homework. This is a reverse transmutation circle, huh?" Al stood up saying, "Destroying the tunnels seems to be the best way to thwart them. Also, since it runs underly or dash, that's not a good idea." Van stated as Al gasped. "They have a powerful homunculus watching over the tunnels named Pride. But still, we have to try before it's too late." Al stated, not giving up. "For all we know, they could have already completed the circle by now." "Then why are you so relaxed?" Al exclaimed. Van stood as he said, "Because, it's not yet time." "Huh? How do you know?" "Look up, son, you're too busy looking down when you should be looking up." Van pointed Upus. Al followed his with his gaze. "If you want answers, that's where you'll find them." "Up? The sky? You mean the sun god Leto? The man in Central is waiting for the day of reckoning. Somewhere in Central." Bido ran as much as his legs could take him. He had blood falling from his wound located on his left shoulder. "Why is he doing this to me?" The man from before jumped down, bringing his stone-like covered hand down. Luckily Bido wasn't hit, but the force did send him to the ground. "Ha, ha. Well, this is fun. Most people tend to curl up and cry. It's about time someone fights back. I do appreciate the chance to kill my boredom." The man's hand now looked claw-like as he chuckled once more. "The ultimate shield? And your voice sounds like, what the hell? How dare you imitate Mr. Greed?" Bido shouted, tears forming in his so-called imposter walked forward, grin still on his face as he said, "Excuse me, I'm no imitation. My name is Greed. The Avaricious. You got it, I want everything you could possibly think of, money, power, woman, sex, status, glory dash. You want the finer things in life." Bido finished as Greed stared in shock. "You can't, how could you be?" "Alright, who are you?" Greed asked as a wave of pain hit his head. Bido stood as he said, "He has to be. You are Mr. Greed. But how can you look like someone else?" "I asked who you are, so tell me." Greed asked, getting irritated by the minute. Bido pointed to himself as he said, "It's me. I'm your friend, Bido. You haven't been away from Doublet that long to forget." Greed had a dumbfounded look on his face as he said, "Oh. You're from Doublet. Oh. Now it makes sense." Bido smiled as he said, "You remember me?" Suddenly a hand was stabbed through him as Greed said, "Afraid not. You must have been buddies with the previous Greed. But, I thought. Sorry, but you and I have never even met." "But, Mr. Greed." Bido muttered as he slowly drifted to darkness, sliding off of Greed's hand and to the floor. "Sorry, it's nothing personal. I'm just doing my job. I am sorry, honestly." Suddenly, Greed's hands began to shake as he said, "What the hell?" Then that same wave of pain hit again, only harder. An image of a blonde woman, short black-haired man and a huge white-haired man appeared. Greed fell to his hands and knees as he began gasping for air. "What have you done, Greed? Are you determined to prove you're a monster? What kind of sick creature would kill his own best friend?" Ling stated. "He wasn't my friend." Greed struggled to say as more images filled his head. Greed held his head as Ling continued. "Then why do you remember him? Are you just going to tell me Bido was making it all up?" Those are the last Greed's memories. They're not mine. Then why are you in so much pain? Pull yourself together, Greed, I'm warning you. I'll take my body back if you drop your guard. They aren't mine. Father purged the old Greed's memories. Those memories aren't a part of me anymore. No, you're wrong, Greed. It's not that easy. They'll always be a part of you. You can't just erase them from your soul, they were the only part of you that you chose. Look at them. Can you not hear their souls crying out? You abandoned them, your real family. You threw them away like trash. Fool, you turned your back on something you wanted, you don't deserve to call yourself Greed. Greed screamed in pain and agony as he held on to Bido. Chapter 43, The Promised Day. Führer's house/night. Greed slammed his shield-covered left hand against Bradley's sword that shielded him. The two were struggling against each other, trying not to give in. Darling. Mrs. Bradley called from her spot. You and Salim stay back. Bradley commanded. Well, maybe you can explain this, Wrath, what the hell is happening to me? Why am I seeing these things? They keep clawing at the insides of my head, and why are you there? Why are you there, Bradley? Tell me. Nearby, Pride glared at Greed, preparing his shadows. Emissive things, you're a pack rat clinging to garbage. Quit clinging to the past. Mrs. Bradley took a step back, knocking a cup of tea down to the floor. Greed glanced over, only to have Bradley use that as a chance to free his sword. As he went to swing, Greed dodged, flipping over him and landing on the fireplace. Before Greed could make another move, Bradley had already charged at him, attacking with a sword in hand. He continuously stabbed at him, Greed continuing to dodge. Greed got away, causing Bradley to resort to throwing his swords around. After grabbing his sword from the wall, he slashed at Greed once more, causing him to back into the wall near the stairs. Once again, Bradley tried to attack, only to have Greed kick the sword from his hand. Bradley simply grabbed him with his hands and threw him at the coffee table, grabbing his sword again and charging. Bradley stepped on both of Greed's hands as he swung at his neck. Before it could hit, Greed covered his neck with his ultimate shield, breaking Bradley's sword. Greed decided to take this chance and jumped out the window. Führer Bradley. Bradley looked from the window to the man in the door. Mrs. Bradley. Are you and Salim all right? Why yes, I'm terribly sorry, sir. He overpowered the security patrol. Bradley picked up the piece to his broken sword saying, I can see why, he came close to overpowering me. Oh my. The man stated. Salim furrowed his brows, calling his shadows back. Next day/Armstrong Manor. Father, I demand you retire. Olivier stated from the other side of the table. Oh Olivier, it's been years since we last seen each other and that's all you have to say to me? Olivier father asked. I'll head the family from now on. You should spend your final doddering years in comfort. I appreciate your concern but I plan to make Alex my successor. You mean that sniveling jellyfish? Leave the family affairs to me. Why not take a family vacation to a foreign land? Alex as the head, would you truly be able to relax? A knock brought everyone's gazes to the door as Alex stepped in. Olivier? I didn't know you planned to visit. Alex stated as his father stood and said, Alex. Perfect timing. Oh? Alex asked confused. Gauge your sister in combat. Alex's eyes widened. The victor shall earn my title as head of the family. Do you find this acceptable, Olivier? Olivier stood up as she said, yes, I'd have it no other way. She unsheathed her sword and glanced to Alex as their father continued. Olivier insisted I retire and take a vacation to a foreign land. She what? Alex then turned to face Olivier with a glare as he angrily stated, how could you treat father with such insolence? For shame. He then ripped his shirt off and threw it into the air. You've given me no choice. Armstrong pointed his gauntlets at Olivier as he said, know this, I'll use every ounce of my body and soul to fight you. Olivier readied her sword as she said, "Don't patronize me, Alex. Your bloated muscles are worthless without a spine." The two then began to fight. "So, are you two ready?" Mr. Armstrong asked his wife and daughter as the two nodded their heads. His wife walked over Toad's safe, taking all their savings as he asked, "So where shall we vacate to?" "Well, I'm intrigued to see what Xing is like. I've heard they have delicious cuisine," his wife stated. "Then Xing it is." He then turned to face his daughter and asked, "Fine with you, Catherine?" "Sure, sounds exciting," she stated with a nod. Time skip. Olivier placed her sword back into its sheath as she said, "That settles it, I'm the sole heir." She turned and began walking as Alex muttered, "Olive, why have you become so close with the senior staff?" "How can you? The senior staff is in league - I can determine their complexity with my own eyes." "And what have your eyes seen? Have you exiled them to a foreign land so they can't be taken hostage?" Alex asked. Olivier smirked as she headed out the room saying, "Get out, loser, you'll stink up my mansion with your cowardice." "You swell." May walked through the mining town with a downcast look as she carried the jar with Envy close to her. "And where are you headed, little lady?" an older man asked. May stopped and glanced to the group of people in front of her as the man continued. "You're walking straight towards the edge of town, and there's nothing but desert for hundreds of miles." "Well, I'm traveling back to my own country." May trailed off. "Oh yeah? Yeah, I'm from Xing." "Across the desert?" May nodded as a little boy asked, "Wait. You're going to cross the desert by yourself?" "Yeah." Everyone gasped. "All right everyone, let's help her out. Hand over any extra food." The man stated as May said, "You don't need to dash." The boy stopped Eros. He said, "Don't worry about it. How about you leave tomorrow? You should stay the night and rest." The older woman spoke. "You're more than welcome to use our bath." Another woman spoke as the man next to her said, "And we could cook you dinner." "What about you, Steve? You've got some empty rooms now, how about putting her up?" "Yeah, sure, be nice and comfy in Annie's old room." A woman then picked up Xiao Mei and said, "We'll also have to feed your adorable kitty, too." Mei lowered her head as tears formed in her eyes. "They sure are nice, huh? You don't even want to help them?" Envy asked as Mei gasped. "Well, that's probably for the best. That I do wonder, what's your emperor going to say when you hand over a half-dead homunculus? I doubt it'll do your clan much good." May stayed silent as she continued to listen to Envy. "But you could go to Central and find the true way to immortality. You could even help save all these people's lives. Oh well, why should you care if they live or die anyway? It's not like it's your country or anything." Envy plopped down as May's eyes widened. She glanced to everyone as Xiao Mei jumped back onto her shoulder. "I'm sorry. Thanks you so much for your kindness," May suddenly stated as she bowed and turned the other way. "Wait. Where are you going?" the woman asked as May ran off. "I've got to get back to Central. I have some unfinished business." "Heh, idiot, I'm going to shove you in a jar once we get to Central. I just need a philosopher's stone, after that, I'll be whole again." "Just wait till I get a stone," Envy thought as he sat patiently. Abandoned house/night. Aaliyah POV. Darius, Heinkel, Ed, and I headed towards the vacant house as Darius asked, "Where are we? We've used this place as a hideout before." "And you're positive your brother is here?" Heinkel asked. Ed smirked as he said, "Oh yeah, I know Al better than he knows himself. This is the only place he'd be." "Hey! There's nobody here," Darius stated as he hit Ed upside the head. "Yeah, you really know your brother. We busted our tails for hundreds of miles for nothing." Heinkel asked no one as I sighed. "I knew we should have just gone to Granny's." Heinkel suddenly sniffed the air and jumped back only to point his gun at the doorway. The others soon got the hint and hid next to the door, turning the lamp off. A pair of footsteps could be heard walking towards the building, causing everyone to be on edge. As the person reached the door, Ed's eyes widened as I gasped. The person then fell to their knees and to the ground with a thud. Ling. Ed trailed off as I said, or greed. A stomach growling was heard as Ed and I sweat dropped. Hungry, need, food. He muttered as Ed and I muttered, it's Ling. *3*. Yeah, that did the trick. Thanks a lot, Edward, Aaliyah. Ling stated happily as he finished off the last can of food. It's Amazingiri, not a fat ass. Ed stated as Darius turned the bag over saying, and he ate all our rations. Are you going to introduce him to your pals? Ling asked. Well, that's Mr. Gorilla Dash, the name's Darius. And I'm Heinkel. We're ex-military but somehow we get stuck with these two kids. Now, what's this guy's story? Darius asked pointing to Ling. I scratched the back of my head as I said, well, it's kind of complicated. I'm a homunculus. Ling simply stated as I looked to him dumbfounded. Can you try to be more discreet? I asked with a sigh. Seriously? Darius asked. It'll take too long to explain. Anyway, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be in Central. Ida sked. Well, to put it lightly, Greed had a falling out with the other homunculi. So I took advantage of his confusion and managed to gain control of my body. Ling then grunted as he continued, I needed to get out of Central, and came here to hide, so I. Ling then held a pained expression. What's wrong? I asked, worried as Ling said, it's Greed, he's trying to take over. Hey. No. Ed then began repeatedly beating Ling on the head as he repeated the word, no, over and over. Don't let him overpower you. Ling then grabbed Ed's hand and said, geez, listen, that guy beneath Central, the one they call Father, he's going to open the portal on the Day of Reckoning. I could be wrong about this, but I think Al and you two should jump in when he does. It's the best time to get your bodies back. Ed and I gave him shocked looks as Ed said, that sounds good and all but, there's a toll. But why would he want to pen the portal? I thought. This Day of Reckoning, when will he open it? I asked. It's happening. Ling then stopped as he held his face. Ling, come on. Ed exclaimed as Ling muttered, I can't hold him much longer. Ling then quickly looked to the two as he asked, the message. You got it to Lon Fan, right? You gave her the message, right? Message? Ed asked as he realized what Ling meant. Al gave it to her. She's doing all right. I don't know where she is, but she is safe. Ling sighed as he said, thanks you too, that's good to hear. He then held his face once more as he muttered, I'm sorry, that's all for me. The room then went quiet for a moment. Damn, pain in the ass Prince. Greed's voice stated as he looked up. He needs to keep his big mouth shut. Is that you, Greed? I asked. He glanced to the girl and with a smirk said, well, I guess it isn't all bad. Ed moved in front of him as he glared at Greed. Heinkel held his gun pointed at Greed's head as he sighed. Don't even bother. Greed stood up as he continued, you can't even scratch me with that thing. Greed then headed towards the door when Ed called out to him. Hey! Aren't you going to capture us? Ed exclaimed as he stood up. Huh? Greed glanced back towards him as he pointed to himself and continued, haven't you heard anything the prince told you? I'm working on my solo career now. Well, these memories sort of came back, and then I went crazy and attacked Bradley. Who knows what they'll do to me if I go back? That and I don't work well with others, so it's probably for the best, and that's that. Greed then proceeded to walk out the door. Then why don't you come with us? I asked suddenly, causing the homunculus to freeze in his steps. Heinkel and Darius glanced to me, shocked that I say such a thing. You do have nowhere to go, so you should come with us. I continued. Greed turned to face the me as images of his friends flashed through his mind. He then suddenly chuckled as he said, "Team up with you? Although that wouldn't be bad, I don't take orders from others. This world is my possession. Now it's a different story if you want to follow me. You're welcome to join my team." Everyone stayed silent as Greed chuckled and walked away. Ed and I glanced to each other, nodding. *3*. No POV. Team up with them, Greed thought as he walked through the forest. Do I look that desperate? It doesn't matter how many souls I have within me, I'll always be alone. If you're going to pout about it, then why now join them? Greed stopped mid-step as Ling continued. If you want more, I could always take my body back and take my place as Emperor of Xing. That should be enough to fill your emptiness. Greed looked over the town as he muttered, the ruler of a whole country. Not bad, huh? Get over it. You think too small. Greed stated as Ling listened to the homunculus shocked. That's just not enough, Greed smirked, raising his hand towards the moon. Now ruler of the world, that's more like it. The whole world. Hey Ling. Wait up. Ed shouted as Ally, Heinkel, and Darius ran behind him. How many times do I have to tell you, it's Greed not Ling? Greed stated turning towards the group. It's too difficult to keep track of. I'll just call you Greeling. Ed stated as Greed said, you will not. Ed ignored him and said, listen Greeling, we'll follow you. Greed looked to the group shocked. We thought about it and we'll join you. Since these two follow us around, you have two chimera as well. Darius and Heinkel glared at Ed as Ally stepped away. Who do you think you are? No one said you were our boss, Pipsqueak. Darius and Heinkel exclaimed as they attacked Ed, who was crying out. We've realized by becoming dogs of the military, we've lost our pride. So we're already used to rolling over on command. Aaliyah chuckled as the two chimera stopped attacking Ed. Ally helped him up as he smirked saying, besides, we can't let any information you have slip through the cracks. Ed then chuckled as he said, I really can't let my ego get in the way. That sounds too hard for you. Ally muttered as Ed said, hey. What a waste, keep on and you'll lose my information and your brother and girlfriend. Greed remembered what he had told Ed back in Dublith as he suddenly chuckled saying, all right kids but working for Mimians working in the shadows. I don't want to hear any regrets. Ed smirked as he said, give me a break. I already have 1,000,000 regrets. What's one more? Heinkel and Darius' sweat dropped as they both said, 1,000,001. Good then it's settled. You two are working for me as well? Greed walked up to the two chimera as they said, doesn't seem like we have much choice. I don't care who I follow, as long as they feed me. Ally glanced to the sky as her smile faltered a bit. I wonder, when will we see Al and Winry again? Greed placed his arm around Ally's shoulders as he said, well then, weary off. Hey! Get your arm off her. Dublith. I told you, you don't have to keep coming. I'll call you when Mrs. Izumi returns. I can't get any work done with you guys bugging me. Mason stated as he carried 2 trays of meat in hand. Suddenly the phone rang and Mason went to answer it. Hello, Curtis Butcher Shop. Oh yes, it's almost ready. 5 o'clock is fine. The 2 soldiers looked to each other before exiting the building. We'll be back. Well, maybe you could buy something next time. Mason called as he returned to his call. Sorry about that, the military is pretty desperate to find you, yeah, oh, and I have a message from Alphonse and some man named Hohenheim. North. I see, that sounds like it's pretty serious. Yeah, I'll pass it on. Sig stated as he placed the phone onto the hook. Briggs Mountains. A soldier continued to shoot at the person as they dodged. Report to headquarters. We're under attack, the soldier cried into the phone. What? Is it Drachma? The man asked from the other line. We're not sure. How many are there? Just one. Just one? Are you sure? Suddenly the attacker jumped into the small hideout as the man began to cower more. Hey! Are you still there? The woman grabbed the phone from the scared male. Point B, who is attacking? A housewife, the woman stated with a grin. Briggs Fort. This doesn't look good for the mountain control. Buccaneer stated as they walked into the room. General Armstrong is going to kill us when she returns. Major Miles, the soldier saluted as the two walked over to the cell. At ease. Izumi looked up to the two as she said with a smile, well look at this, an Ishvalan with dark skin and sideburns and a big guy with a mohawk. You look just like they said you would. That I was starting to wonder how long I'd have to wait for you guys. Why don't you tell us who you are? Miles asked with a stern look. I'm no one special, just a housewife passing through. Although, I do have a message for you two from Alphonse. Buccaneer and Miles glanced to each other as Izumi asked, where can we talk in private? North City. Yes sir, it's from Alphonse Elric. Fallman stated as Buccaneer stood watch near the phone booth. It's about that day, the promised day. East. Yes, your timing couldn't have been better. Grumman stated as he polished one of his many items. This is starting to get interesting. East/shooting grounds. Rebecca continued to practice her shooting as Grumman appeared. Hello Rebecca. Your aim is looking fine but not as good as your dash. Grumman touched her rear as she panicked and shot her gun. What do you think you're General Grumman? Ah. You've got to keep your guard up on the battlefield. But seriously, you're friends with Lieutenant Hawkeye, right? Rebecca looked to him confused. Central. Hey Riza. Over here. Rebecca happily waved as Riza gave a small wave with Black Hay-8 nearby. Long time no see, Rebecca. I hear they're postponing the North versus East training exercises. That border skirmish between Drachma and Briggs has thrown everything off. Rebecca stated. They've actually decided to hold them in the East instead. I heard that from the Führer himself. Riza stated as Rebecca sighed. It's not fair you have Colonel Mustang and now the Führer. She then pouted as she pointed to Riza saying, I think it's time you set me up with a nice guy from Central. Riza held Black Hay-8 out to her as she said, Here, this is the nicest guy I know. Rebecca grabbed hold of the dog crying, Oh Black Hay-8. How can your master be so cruel? *3*. Don't doubt me Riza. I'm going to find a nice guy and quit this job. Rebecca exclaimed as she pointed to Riza and then ran off to catch her train. If you say so. Good luck with that. Riza called out as Rebecca stopped. Make sure to tell Lieutenant Havoc I said hello. You got it. See ya. Rebecca then ran off once more as Riza waved. Hay-8 gave a small whimper as Riza looked down to him with a smile. She then noticed a piece of paper in his collar. Well now, she wants me to say hello to Havoc. She muttered as she grabbed the piece of paper, studying it. Hospital. I'm waiting for my condition to stabilize, but I'm thinking of transferring back east. Havoc stated as Riza said, Really? We'll miss you around here. She then dug into her purse and said, I wish I had a better going away gift but I'm sure you'll like this. She pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Here you go. Only one per day though. Oh thanks LT. And I was just about to run out. Havoc stated with a grin as Riza headed towards the door. I'll drop in again soon. Thank you. Riza then stopped and turned to say, Oh, Rebecca wanted me to say hello for her. Havoc kissed his pack of cigarettes as he said, Okay, great. She then opened the door and said, And tell the Colonel I said hello. Okay. She then closed the door. Havoc went to grab a cigarette as he then noticed something. He then turned to the curtain and said, You heard the lady, she says hey. Was it really necessary you hide? Roy sighed as he pulled the curtain back saying, She and I are both under constant surveillance, it'll also raise suspicion if we have private contact. Havoc lit a cigarette as he reclined back saying, "Ah, yeah." He then turned to Roy as he said, "You look like you could use one too, Colonel." "No thanks, I'd better take off." Roy stood as Havoc stopped him. "No, trust me, you can use this one." Havoc showed the carton, revealing a piece of paper. Song, Shunkan Sentimental Instrumental. Outside. Roy read the paper as he walked down the sidewalk. Be prepared for the upcoming spring. When the promised day arrives, the North and East will make their move. Chapter 44, Looming Shadows. As the faithful promised day loomed over the new year, those who refused to become victims to an unknown destiny begin preparations to alter the outcome. Their plans advanced with the passage of time as until spring was upon them. Ready or not, the promised day would soon arrive. Looming shadows. Resemble. That's a lot of sheep. Miles trailed off as he glanced across the platform to the group of sheep. "Oh yes sir, it's our annual Resemble Sheep Festival." The attendant spoke as Miles said, "Well, we're sorry to interrupt. We just need to replenish our water." "Of course, please help yourself." "All right, unload the tanks." A soldier called as the men began unloading. *3*. It doesn't look like anyone is home. "We're here now, Ms. Winry." The man lifted the top of the tank as Winry poked her head out. She opened the back door and stepped in as a smile crossed her features. "Still smells like home." "Winry?" A voice called her as she turned around and saw Aaliyah. "Ally? How are you doing? Good?" As Winry ran towards her and hugged her. "I'm doing good. You mind if I change in your room and borrow some clothes?" Ally asked her. "Sure." Aaliyah's POV. As I walked upstairs and towards Winry's room, I opened the door and closed it. Then opened Winry's closet and grabbed some clothes and put it on the bed. I started taking off my clothes. It's gotten so dusty in here. As I was pulling my shirt all the way up and my breasts were showing, I felt someone staring at me and mostly on my boobs. I turned and saw Ed gaping in shock, with wide eyes, and holding a sandwich. A scream sounded throughout the house. "How did he? How long? Do I say something? Do I continue? I don't know what to do." I exclaimed to myself mentally. Before any of the ideas in my mind could become reality, we both screamed in shock. As my shirt went back down, he saw me half naked. He saw me half naked. What will happen between us now? Aaliyah. As the soldiers from earlier came up towards the room and opened the door and pointed their guns. "Hey! What's the matter here?" Ed stuttered constantly. "When did Edward Elric get here?" As two other guns appeared behind them. A dog barking was heard. "Drop your guns." As Darius screamed in pain. As Greed was holding Den and said, "What the hell is going on up here?" As Winry was approaching and saw Ling. "Wait, you guys are Kimberly's men, aren't you?" As Darius paused and said, "Hey, I know you guys. You're from Briggs. You two have been following us this whole time?" As Den barking, "Everyone calm down. Lower your guns." As I scooted it over to Ed, "Okay, Ed. You wanna tell me what's going on here? Looks like a cautionary tale about gun." Ed replied. "Don't be a smartass, tell me why you're in Winry's room." I asked him, as he stated, "I just wanted someplace private to eat my sandwich." As everyone continued arguing and Winry got annoyed. "Get out of my room. I was worried about you." Yeah. I was worried about you too. I thought Al was with you." Ed said and Winry gasped. "He's at the train station right now, he's with Miles. The train's gonna leave soon. You might be able to make it if you hurry." Winry told him as Ed hurries then stop, as Winry asked was wrong and why he stop. "Well, technically Ally and I are fugitives right now. Yeah, we can't risk anyone see us," Ally stated. Resemble train station. The Spring Sheep Festival, that takes me back. Al stated as he peeked through the crack of the open door of the train. We'll be leaving in just a minute. Miles stated, walking up to the doors. Okay. Al stated. Miles glanced up towards the almost setting sky as he said, the next time you see your hometown, I hope it's with the eyes of your original body. Yeah. Al muttered as Miles closed the doors. Al sat there quietly as the train's whistle sounded. Rock bells. Winry. Winry, Ed and Aaliyah looked over to find Pinocchio standing there. Hey Granny. Winry smiled as Pinocchio said, welcome home. *3*. Who are these hooligans you brought with you? Pinocchio asked as everyone gathered downstairs. I'm sorry about all the chaos earlier. Liam and I are both soldiers from Fort Briggs. We've been acting as Ms. Winry's bodyguards. Winry then walked over to Greed and asked, Hey Ling, you remember me? What? Oh. I guess you mean this guy. Greed pointed to himself with a grin as Winry looked confused. The name's Greed, pleasure to meet you. *3*. The group sat around the table eating the meal Winry, Pinocchio, and Aaliyah prepared. And after all that, these guys signed up to work for me. Greed finished. Why'd you come to our house? Winry asked. We're trying to get prepared and these two need serious maintenance on their automail. Greed pointed to Aaliyah and Ed who were eating away in silence. Make sure to give them a look after dinner, okay? It's your work and I don't feel comfortable tinkering with it. Yeah, okay. Winry nodded. *3*. As the scene show a lamp and then proceeds to show Ed on a bed with his automail on a end table. You don't say. Lior's getting up and running again, good to hear. I was nervous they might not. As he stood up and clinched his automail arm. So, why is Al traveling with Major Miles anyway? Winry was putting some stuff in a box, I'm not sure on the details, but the northern troops are hatching some plan in the east. Al figured he could help out, so he volunteered to tag along. I see. We ran into your father in Lior. He should be on his way to Central now. I think he's headed for some slim named Kanema. You ought to go there and get the full story from him. As Winry explained while putting the box on a shelf and she looked at him. You know, it's almost the promised day. Ling and Greed told me and Ally all about it. It could give us the chance to get our bodies back, but it's most likely gonna result in catastrophe for Amestris. Ed said as Winry was doing something. Ed stated, listen. What is it? I want you to take Granny and Den, and leave the country for a while. As Ed said to her and she got mad. Then the scene changed to Aaliyah walking upstairs to go to Winry's room and heard shouting. As Winry hit Ed was a wench. I'm not running away. You can't just send us off like that. I know you want to protect us, but you need to try to save everyone. I'm gonna do everything I can to stop it but there's a chance not work. I don't want to hear any doubts from you. Please, Ed. You can't let them go through this. Just tell me you're gonna to stop them and save the country. I want to hear you say that you're going to protect the country, and then got your bodies back. Do whatever it takes to make that happen. Geez, Ed, why are you doubting yourself? Ally said as the two saw her at the door leaning on doorframe. Ally get your man, he have issues. Winry told her and walked out the room. Aaliyah stopped leaning on the doorframe and walked towards him. You know, sometimes I wonder why do doubts yourself, I know you can save the country. Aaliyah, you make it say like it's easy. Ed said to her, Ally said, because I know, we are going to win this fight with the homunculus. You silly man, my brainiac alchemist. As she hugged him and he hugged back. You got taller, you know. As she looked up at him. I did, huh? Yeah, you got that growth spurt. I like this new look you got. As Ally smiled lovingly at him and they kissed. *3*. You're leaving in the middle of the night? Winry asked as Pinako and she stood outside. We were planning on leaving earlier but then we ran into you. It was nice to see you and thanks for the tune-up. Aaliyah stated as Ed grabbed her hand and began walking down the steps. If you run into Hohenheim, give him the message. Pinako called. I will. Ed waved off as Winry ran up to the steps saying, Ed, did you dash? Just lay low until the promised day closes. We'll stop them and get our bodies back. Be sure to have an apple pie waiting. She nodded with a smile. As they walked off, Granny asked Winry, so did Dash? Yeah, he did. Leora/late afternoon. Man. That was a serious day of labor. Gerso stated as Zampano said, I can't help but think we're wasting time here. We should be preparing for the promised day. By doing what? We're still waiting on Marco and Scar. Zampano, Gerso and Yoki passed by the small dinner as Zampano said, what the hell is taking them so long? The two Chimera soon stopped as they turned to find the two very people they were waiting on. Doctor. The three ran up to Scar and Marco as he said, oh, it's you guys. Yeah, it's us. The guys you've kept here waiting. You want to tell us what took you so long? Gerso snapped. Marco set his cup down as he said, there's no time. He then stood from his seat and continued, we need to get to Central Woods. It's kind of funny when you think about it, we're former Amastrian soldiers and here we are working with an Ishvalan dissident. Gerso stated as Zampano said, yeah, we were born in Amestris so I see why we'd want to protect it, I mean our families are here. While Scar has every reason to hate this country, who'd think an Ishvalan like him would work alongside us to save it? Gerso trailed off as Scar glanced back toward them. You've got it all wrong, I'm not trying to save your country, I'm changing it. Scar glanced forward again as he continued, I want Amestris to realize what it did to my people, and I want to make sure it's incapable of doing so again. If you truly want to change the world, then you must be willing to change yourself. An older voice stated. The group looked up to find a group of Ishvalans. The ebb and flow, it's the rule of life. They're Ishvalan? Gerso stated, shocked as Zampano gasped, but how? What took us so long? As you can see, we've been busy these last few months. Scar faced the two Chimera and said, these men have chosen to join us as allies. East. Grumman rode his horse among the rows of soldiers until he reached Miles. I look forward to this every year. Miles saluted. I'm just happy we're holding drills on my turf for a change. It's much too cold for my men to have a fair fight. Grumman stated as he dismounted and walked forward, Miles trailing behind. Everything is set and ready to go. Grumman spoke low enough for only the two of them to hear. Everything is set on our end as well. Miles trailed as Grumman said, they've set one stumbling stone in our path though. What do you mean, General? Well, it seems Bradley himself has come to see the exercise. The promised day is right around the corner. I figured they'd send someone to keep watch of us, but I wasn't expecting this. Oh well, we'll just have to do something about it. Grumman stated as he fanned himself. Train stop. Al's fist clenched slightly as he grabbed his head. Not again. An image of himself at the gate filled his thoughts as his hands trembled. It's starting to happen more frequently, and it's lasting longer each time. We have to hurry, this bond won't hold much longer. There was a sudden bang as Al glanced up. He stepped out of his cargo room as he glanced around. Suddenly, something wet dripped onto his shoulder, causing him to glance up. I smell him. That's him all right. Gluttony spoke happily, as if he had a feast laid out in front of him. I smell the Fullmetal Alchemist brother in the armor. Al gasped as he tried to run. Want me to chase you? Gluttony then jumped off the beam and ran after Al. Not good. I can't fight him right now. Not in this condition. Al thought as he closed in on a lamp post. Before he could reach it, he was held back. He glanced to find the shadows holding him in place. He struggled his best to get away as the hands continued to fight back. What is this? What's happening? He exclaimed as he started to drift off. The shadows slammed him into the train, causing him to hold his head. No. Not now, not now. His grip on the side of the train slipped as his body hit the ground with a thud. The shadows raced toward his body as gluttony and pride stood behind with smirks on their faces. You take it nice and easy, Alphonse, get lots of rest. We'll wake you on the promised day. Pride then glanced to Gluttony. Armstrong Mansion. Olivia looked out her window, watching the two workers near the fire until a knock sounded at her door. Good evening, mind if I intrude? Roy asked. Olivier scowled as she said, just don't expect any tea. The two walked down the steps of the manor as Roy said, just to let you know, I'll be able to take you to dinner soon. So, you're going to follow through on your threat, after all, huh? Roy held a smug look as he looked over the grounds. You know, this place is pretty big, if you wanted to, you could hide a whole battalion in there. Olivier glanced to Roy as she said, you seem to be enamored by it, Colonel. She then glanced forward as she said, I'll leave it to you, that is if something happened to me. Not like it'd fit inside my casket. Roy glanced over to her and asked, you mean, you don't plan on leaving it to your brother? If I had to decide between the two of you, I'd rather you have it. Don't take that as a compliment. She growled the last part. Roy shrugged his shoulders with a grin and said, nonetheless, I'm honored. I know it's a bit late, but congratulations on heading the Armstrong family. Roy stated, handing Olivier the bouquet he had been holding. She grabbed the heart-shaped bouquet as she noticed, they're hyacinths. She then noticed a note card placed in between them. She raised her hand and removed it as she read, Salim Bradley is a homunculus. Roy began to walk off, but stopped suddenly with a grin and said, you know what they represent? Those hyacinths? Know what they mean? I don't. Olivier stated as she continued to look at the note card. She glanced back to her as he said, they represent ladylike charm. She gained the look of evil as she threw the flowers into the fire. Get off my property. Roy chuckled as he walked off saying, I thought you'd like them. So long. That little punk. Olivier spat. East. The soldiers were locked in combat with each other as Bradley watched them carefully. This is beyond frustrating. I feel so helpless. Grumman exclaimed as he fanned himself. Why don't we just accidentally blow up the building Bradley is in? Please don't do that, sir. Miles stated, looking over his papers. Major Miles, sir. So you haven't had any luck locating Alphonse Elric? No, sir, we're continuing to search the area, but, do you think they may have caught him? The soldier asked. Miles glanced toward the tower as he said, the promised day is tomorrow, so let's hope not. Sir? A soldier asked Bradley. Bradley glanced back. General Hakuro is here. Your Excellency, I've come to give you a warning. General Grumman plans to use the Eastern soldier to stage coup. I've anticipated the general's next move. Bradley stating, never looking from the window. Actually, the threat of the coup is a decoy. Their true plan was to take the bulk of the military and get them away from Central as Ishvalan terrorists are preparing to attack the city. Afterwards, Grumman will plan to sweep into Central and take care of the terrorists. He then plans to pair with Colonel Mustang and take control of Central Command. Everyone's faces held shock as Bradley kept his stoic look, facing the window once more. According to the latest report, a large amount of Ishvalans have been seen gathering around the slums, so we have evidence to state General Hakuro's information. Bradley glared at Grumman from his spot as he said, prepare the train for Central. I'm leaving you in command. Yes, sir. Train. We should have known, Mustang is traitorous. It wasn't enough taking his pawns, we should have put him down when wedded. Suddenly the train slowed to a stop across the ravine. We've stopped. What's going on here? Is that a herd of sheep? We don't have time for this. Suddenly a clank was heard and the front part of the train began moving, leaving their car behind. Hey! The engine just started moving without us. It did what? Bradley furrowed his brows as the soldiers continued to shout out the window. As the front car began driving off, an explosion occurred behind them, destroying the Führer's car. We've safely cleared the sheep from the tracks. We're now headed towards the rendezvous point I Central. The man removed the phone from his ear as he turned to his comrades and said, "Let's get moving." "Yes, sir." "East." Damn it, the man slammed the phone onto the hook as he turned to Hakuro. "You've been played for a fool, General. They set us up. They attacked the Führer's train, they blew it up over a ravine." Shunkan sentimental instrumental. Grumman closed his fan as he let out a chuckle. Central. Riza placed her coat on and cocked her gun with Black Hay-8 next to her. "This is it, everything goes down tomorrow. It's do or die now, and I'm glad the two of you have my back." Riza spoke as Breda said, "Anything for you, Riza. Even if it does mean deserting." Fury sighed as he said, "Oh man, there go our careers." Riza turned to face him as she said, "Once the dust has settled, we'll make sure the Colonel answers for us." Chapter 45, Emissary of Darkness. On the day before the long-awaited Promise Day, Alphonse Elric hid in a train yard outside the Eastern Training Grounds. However, the homunculi's gluttony and pride surprised him with an ambush. Defenseless against their attack, Alphonse is captured. "Alphonse, it's time to wake up, Alphonse." Al stirred a bit as he asked, "Who are you?" "It's too soon for you to die," the voice stated as it reached a hand and touched his helmet. "We aren't done you yet." The hands suddenly turned into a black mass. "There's so much work we have in store for you. Emissary of Darkness." "Kanema." "Excuse me, is this place called Kanema?" A man who was working looked up to find a group of people. *3*. Hohenheim sat by a fire roasting something until a voice said, "Mr. Ho, you've got some company." Hohenheim glanced over his shoulder as his eyes met with his son, Edward. Hohenheim placed his food down as he stood. "Edward, I didn't think dash," he was suddenly cut off by Ed punching him in the face. "That felt good," Ed stated as Aaliyah's sweat dropped, muttering, "Oh Edward. Ah, you could have at least warned me that you were about to slug me." Hohenheim exclaimed from his place on the ground. "And with your metal hand too?" "Humph." Ed turned away as Hohenheim stood. "I see you've made a new group of friends." After being in pain, Hohenheim got to talking to the group. "We're not, it's more like we'll be in the same sinking ship." Heinkel stated as Greeling pointed to himself, "That's right, and I guess you can say I'm the captain of that ship." "So you're the one in charge?" Hohenheim asked as he slouched a bit. "Then I'd like to thank you for looking over my son and Aaliyah." Ed's eyes widened at that as Ally rolled her eyes. "Sure, but you do know they can be a real pain in the asses." "Hey!" Ed exclaimed. "That's an interesting tattoo." Hohenheim pondered while looking at Greeling's hand. "Yeah, so you noticed." He lifted his hand with a grin and said, "I guess there's no point in hiding it, but let's make this honesty thing mutual, Pops." Hohenheim glanced over to Ed and Ally who were looking at him. "Look, we need to talk, the Promise Day is tomorrow." Ed stated. Hohenheim said, "Fair enough. I'll tell you everything." *3*. It was night time and the group was sitting around the fire. Hohenheim had just finished his story and everyone was silent. Ed clenched his fist and held onto his head as Hohenheim said, "I was worried this might be more difficult for me to accept than it was for Alphonse." "Wait, you told Al about this?" Ally asked. "I did, I'm sure he has his thoughts on the matter, but he accepted it nonetheless." Hohenheim then glanced at Ed and Ally as he said, "If you want to use me to get your bodies back you can." Ed quickly stood as he shouted, "Are you crazy? Maybe you are a living philosopher's stone, but I'm not going to sacrifice living souls. It's our fault we lost our bodies." Hohenheim's face turned into a smile as he said, "I'm proud my son feels that way." He then became serious. "There will be a solar eclipse tomorrow," he plans to harvest it for his scheme. So that's his plan? Ally asked. Listen Edward, Aaliyah, he must be stopped at all costs. I'll need you two to help me. Help you? Now look here. I'm going to stop that bearded bastard, but I'm not doing it to help you. Our best chance is to team up, and that's the only reason I'm talking to you right now. Everyone's faces held a smile as Ed stormed off. Edward. Aaliyah called as she then glanced at Hohenheim. That's fine with me, it doesn't matter what the reasoning is as long as you'll fight alongside me. Hohenheim's lips turned into a smile once more. Ed suddenly stopped as everyone continued on. Granny asked me to give you Mom's final words. Hohenheim looked to Edward with a questioning gaze as he continued, Sorry I couldn't keep my promise, but I'm dying first. Hohenheim's eyes widened as Aaliyah gasped. So there. I told you. Ed exclaimed as he turned around, only to find Hohenheim crying as he looked toward the sky. Edward. You see the poor man is in tears, sigh Ally said as she dragged Ed away. Ed, Ally, Darius, and Heinkel stood at a booth eating as Heinkel said, You know Ed, you should try being nicer to your father. You could have at least referred to him as Dad. Darius stated as Ed ignored them and continued eating. It sounds like you've had a rough past with him, but he doesn't strike me as the type to abandon his wife, you know? The guy must have had his reasons, so why don't you give him a chance to explain? Ed suddenly blew up. Shut up. Don't you ever think I've got my reasons? Oh yeah? What? Heinkel asked. You're just stubbornly holding a grudge. Darius confirmed. Such a whirlwind of emotions. Greeling stated as he leaned against the bar. I can see why though, the guy is a walking, talking philosopher's stone. To make matters worse, he's your father. There's more to it than that, it's just, not what I was expecting. *3*. Hohenheim sat by the fire as he remembered Trisha's words. Someday, I too, will be a wrinkled old monster. So today, we're going to take this picture so I can remember us all smiling. No matter what, we're always a family. Trisha, I'm going away. Will you wait for me? She stayed silent with a solemn look, causing Hohenheim to turn his head away, worried. Of course, I'll be right here waiting. She stated with a smile. Hohenheim glanced down at his family photo as he said, I'm sorry Trisha, I couldn't keep my promise. You passed away so early, you knew I was unable to die and grow old with you, but you always believed I would come back. I should have been beside you, my love. He then looked toward the sky as he said, Tomorrow, Trisha. *3*. Here you go. A woman stated as she handed over a blue and red fabric. Thank you ma'am. Ed and Aaliyah stated as they took the fabric and walked over toward a nearby barrel. And what exactly is that for? Greeling asked. The two set them down and glanced at each other before clapping their hands and touching the fabric. The fabric shifted into their old jackets. Whoa. Darius trailed off as Heinkel said, Come on, what's wrong with what you're wearing now? It doesn't seem flashy to you? Greeling asked. There's a pretty good chance this will be the last battle we fight. Ed trailed off as Aaliyah said, We decided we'd do it in style. *3*. The group began walking away from town and through the woods. Ed started, Listen, guys, you don't have to tag along with us, you know? I'm thinking it'd be better for you to go your way before things get too serious. Hey pal, that's not your call, I'm the one in charge. Greed smirked. I mean, if it's just to try and get your old bodies back. That's not it. Heinkel stated as Darius continued, These bodies do have their perks, to be honest, I wouldn't mind staying like this. Yeah, now that's the spirit. Greed chuckled. So why stick with us? Ally asked. Well, why wouldn't we? It's not like we have anything better to do. Heinkel stated, scratching his head. That and my animal instincts are saying something's going to happen. So we'll stick with you. Darius finished. Oh. Ed trailed off as he glanced at Greed. So, what's your excuse? You planning to get even with the other homunculi for what they did to your friends? Are you asking why I decided to return to Central? Greed grinned back at Ed and Ally as he said, I'm not telling you. Hey, what's the hold-up? Ed asked as Heinkel stopped. They soon heard metal-like footsteps and turned to find a familiar suit of armor walking from the trees. It's Al. Ally happily stated as Ed and she ran up to him. We haven't seen you in years. How you been, Al? Ed asked. I'm glad you're okay, Ally, brother. Al spoke. Ally suddenly realized something, raised an eyebrow and asked, Hey Al, I thought you were with Major Miles in the eastern area? Nothing bad happened, right? Greed's eyes widened as Al said, That's actually why I'm here, we need to talk. Sure. Al began to turn around and walk away as Ed asked, Are you sure you're feeling all right, Al? Al stopped as Greed couldn't shake the feeling he had. What do you mean? Al asked. Well, you seem a little Ed, Ally. The two turned to ask. Ally asked, Ling? Get away from him. Ling exclaimed. He began holding his face, as if in pain, as he continued, That's not, he's a. Al clenched his fist as black shadows started to flow out of him. Ed and Ally slowly turned, only to find black shadows shooting out. Everyone managed to not get hit as they retreated. What the hell was that? Ed exclaimed. I see that you're working with them now, huh, Greed? Al turned his helmet back as the black shadows began to flow once more. Ally's eyes widened as she thought, that voice, it's not Al's. Al turned around as he said, How pathetic, you share your consciousness with a human, your soul couldn't be any weaker. Millions of eyes appeared throughout Al's body. East. The Führer's remains haven't turned up yet? Miles questioned as they looked at the rubble of the train tracks. So far, they've only found one of his subordinates' bodies washed up downriver, Grumman replied. It would take some kind of miracle to live through that, Miles trailed off. I'd like the cooperation of the Northern forces, but I intend to oversee the rest of the search. Miles glanced at Grumman, You're gonna personally direct it? I won't be able to comfortably sleep at night until I see his corpse with my own eyes. He said as he still glanced at the crash. And what about the plan, sir? Aren't you going to proceed to Central? Miles asked. I don't seem to have much of a choice. I'll just have to let Colonel Mustang have the bigger slice of Central pie. As he stroked his beard. Bradley's current administration will still be properly functioning at this point in time. If Colonel Mustang or General Armstrong try to make their move now, every soldier in Central will be ordered to retrieve their treasonous heads. And once they're captured, I'll step in to restore order. They'll take the far as enemies of the state, while General Grumman will heroically come riding in on a white horse. I'll let the youngsters dive headfirst into danger and do all the dirty work, and then I'll take my rightful place as leader of this country without any risk. Grumman thought to himself. It wouldn't surprise me if that's what the sly old fox is plotting. As Miles was looking at the sky, then he looked down, We may have joined forces to prepare for the promised day, but I'll withdraw my trust until it's past. Amestris/outside Canema. As the group is cautiously looking at Pride possessing Alphonse's body. That's not. Ed trailed off as Greeling was covering his face. It's Pride. You don't mean that, Ed started as Greeling cut him off. Yeah, that's my brother, my oldest brother, I guess you'd say. As Ed gasped. A homunculus. As Aaliyah glared at Pride. So, you've made up your mind to betray us no matter what, Greed. Which makes you nothing more than an annoyance to us at this point. Damn it, how did you even know where I was here? Greed asked. How dare you disguise yourself as my brother? Ed exclaimed angrily. Who said this was a disguise? Pride spoke as he lifted up Al's helmet and showed a blood seal. This is, without a doubt, your brother's actual body. You bastard. Ed spat as Pride placed the helmet back down. First things first, I must take care of greed. But first, Blue Flame, Fullmetal, I'll need you to come with me. Heinkel, you guys should dash, Ed started as he turned only to go wide-eyed. Heinkel and Darius had already begun hiding. You sure don't waste any time. Ed angrily exclaimed as Darius spoke up. Our animal instincts say we should stay the hell away from that thing. It'd probably be smart for you two to run. Heinkel finished. Ally raised her clenched fist as she spoke with a grin, don't worry, we'll be fine. They do need us for their plans so they can't kill us. You're right, I must take you alive, but if I slice off a few of your limbs in the process. Pride aimed his shadows right at Ed and Ally, who quickly split up and dodged, then so be it. Ally continued running toward the left, dodging each shadow that was sent her way. We have to keep him away from the slums, she thought, only to find more shadows aimed right at her. She quickly rolled out of the way, only to watch the ground where she recently stood, torn to shreds. That was too close. Aaliyah panicked as she heard Pride speak up. I've got your friend, Fullmetal, Blue Flame, are you ready to give up? You won't make me threaten the lives of the slum dwellers as well, are you? Ally's eyes widened slightly. True to form, he always goes for the cheap shot to get what he wants. Greeling growled out as Pride called more shadows. Aaliyah slowly backed away as the hands began to close in on her. What do we do? You know, I think it's about time I started winning some of these fights. Ed shouted as he clapped his hands and touched the ground, causing a blue alchemic light to form. Soon, the lights from Caname died out, and so did the shadows. The area was filled with silence. Great job, Ed. Now we can't see a thing. Aaliyah mentally sighed. A few feet away. It won't be long before the slum's lights are back up. Pride thought as he heard something from behind. Before he could turn, something had slashed at his back. After the first swipe, Pride quickly jumped, only to be slashed across the back once more. You're not getting away. You've got some nerves to attack a small child without even flinches. Pride commented. Heinkel attacked him once more as he exclaimed, You're no child. I know what you really are, and my animal instincts are telling me to kill you before you kill me. Back to the group. Ed. Are you there? Aaliyah asked, taking careful steps with her arms outstretched, trying to feel around. Ally, I'm right here. Ally heard Ed say from nearby. She turned toward her left, only to feel something grope her chest. Ed trailed off as Ally's right eye twitched as she smacked Ed to the ground. Watch where that hand of yours goes. Ed, Ally. Darius's voice spoke up. Over, here. Ed muttered in pain. Where's your brother? Al. He's still in the same spot as earlier, you'd be able to hear his body's movements if he happened to move. Ally explained. Then we should use this time to get out of here. I'm not leaving him. Ed exclaimed. I know you're worried, but what if we got any closer and he attacked? Darius questioned. Ed clenched his fist as Darius continued, we must stick close until Heinkel finishes with Pride. The three had begun walking, as Ed asked, so those sounds are the lion guy fighting? It's best to leave this type of battling to the experts. Darius spoke. As they reached their destination, Darius's steps ceased. What is it? Ally asked as she suddenly felt something pull on her. Get down. Ally felt a rush of air pass right next to her as her body hit the ground. A few moments later, the sound of a tree crashing was heard as a familiar voice spoke. I smell you, Fullmetal and Blue Flame, oh and greed. It sounded as if he were chewing something. Of course, he'd bring gluttony. Greeling spoke as Ed asked, that slob? Yeah, it all makes sense. He used gluttony's sense of smell to track us. Gluttony smelt the air. I also smell someone I've never smelt before, and he smells tasty. He began walking toward the group. Greeling smirked as he rested a hand on Darius's shoulder. It's all you. Oh, and by the way, he's a homunculus. Darius's eyes widened slightly. You expect me to fight something like that? He is relying on his scene of smell for guidance, so you two should be evenly matched. As if proving his point, a loud thud was heard as the ground slightly shook. My animal instincts are calling me an idiot for listening to you, so I guess I'm an idiot. Darius quickly transformed as he charged forward. The first strike is mine. He had charged forward and managed to kick, headbutt, and throw Gluttony into the air. Now for the final blow. Darius swung his fist and landed a hit on Ed. Mr. Gorilla, weren't we sticking close, to avoid attacking each other? Ed cried through his pants as he held onto his stomach in pain. Sorry. Darius scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Aaliyah stood as she sighed. If this keeps up, we'll only manage to hurt each other. What is it, Ling? Ally heard Greeling mutter. Before she could question him, she felt something grab hold of her waist, pulling her into a firm hold. Before she could blink, the area was filled with red crackling lights. It was then Ally knew who had grabbed her. Greed? Instead of answering her, she was turned around as a thud was heard. Nope. It's me, a familiar voice sang. I don't know which I'd rather. Aaliyah's sweat dropped. Ling? Ed ran up to the two as Ling answered, that's right. He let go of Ally and took a fighting stance as Gluttony began to regenerate. You're making me mad, all I want to do is eat. Why won't you let me eat you? I'm only getting hungrier. Gluttony angrily exclaimed as his chest began opening up. I'm going to swallow everything. This is bad. Darius muttered as Ed asked, bad? How bad? It's coming this way. Ling muttered as Ed and Ally both began to panic. What's coming this way? I've felt this presence before. Will you freaks tell us what the hell is going on? Ed exclaimed as a rush of wind brushed right past them. There were the sounds of slicing and blood hitting the ground. Huh? What happened? Aaliyah asked as a hand was placed atop her head, pushing her down. Stay down, you two. The sound of blood pouring out continued to fill the area as Ed asked, is something else out there? I'm not sure, but I think. Ling trailed off as a grin spread across his lips. It is. Suddenly, Gluttony's body erupted in red sparks, revealing the person who attacked him. Ling took a step forward as he said, I'm glad to see you're okay, about time you found me, lawn fan. The person turned around only to reveal a mask covered by a hood. Chapter 46, The Oath in the Tunnel. I couldn't see what was occurring in the immense darkness encompassing us. The only thing I could hear were the hints of a battle, and the periodic cries of Gluttony trailed by red sparks. I unknowingly held Edward's shirt out of trepidation. I didn't care for not comprehending what was going on, particularly with pride. The ruler of Xing controls the qi known as the Dragon's Pulse. The knowledge permits him to govern the flow of our kingdom. A voice all of a sudden spoke up, making me cling to Edward. This is precisely why I despise the dark. I could feel Edward's body tremble while the voice proceeded. As the personal servants of our ruler, we too are trained to learn the flow of qi, not only that but we're also trained to act in the darkness. Wait, I recognize that voice. Edward spoke in recognition. Since he said it, the voice did sound familiar. Long time no see, huh kid? I felt Edward's body shift slightly as he pointed out. I still can't see you, Fu. Hold up, how were you able to find us? We've been hiding out in Central attempting to watch out for things for some time now. We distinguished a few substantial qi energies accumulated here and so we tailed them. Fu clarified. There are two enormous amounts of qi engaging close by. If Fu was sensing two presences nearby, then that could only be two people. That must be greed and gluttony you're sensing. I answered. Greed, huh? The one who swallowed the young lord? Fu questioned only to release a sigh. I could tell he was concerned for Ling, however, he wasn't one to show his shortcomings. And then, there's another substantial qi within the forest. Fu changed the subject. Our companion is battling pride out there, Darius explained. There's also one more in the settlement nearby, and something is unsettling about that one. It's as though the others pale in comparison. That's probably Ed's father. Since Fu could sense the homunculized chi, it was possible. It seemed well and good because the man was a living, breathing philosopher's stone. What? Are you saying that your father isn't human? A stunned Fu asked. Trust me, he's the least of our concerns right now. Edward sighed. We've got to figure out how to deal with these homunculi. You don't need to stress over gluttony. Lan Fan's managing him. Lan Fan is battling gluttony? Hold on, it hasn't even been a full 7 months since her automail was attached. That is insane, old man. She's not going to last without help. Edward exclaimed in irritation. I couldn't go against Edward's words because I felt the same way. I know the pain of automail and it wasn't a good feeling. Edward. I beckoned as he released himself from my clutches and stepped forward. It wasn't long after when a blast sounded, along with Edward's cries. I said not to stress. We have assets other than hand-to-hand combat. Give us some warning next time. Edward shouted just to have another blast erupt. Once it cleared away, I heard Ed stand. All right, that eases my mind a little. Hearing his voice made me want to run toward him, but I feared what might stand between us. Not only that, but I didn't need another grope session happening. So tell me something, old man, what all do you have other than explosives? Edward inquired. A wide range of things, tear gas bombs, flash bombs, flares. Fu trailed off as he listed a variety of weapons they carry in person. With those flash bombs, we could really stand a chance against Pride. Before I could voice my opinion, I noticed faint lights in the distance. Guys, the lights are beginning to return, which means Pride can utilize the shadows again. We have to get over there and help Heinkel. Darius shouted as Edward nodded in agreement. Will you help me, Fu? I need you to identify Pride's chi and lead me to him. I could really use your help, old man. Fu appeared to be reluctant for a moment before agreeing. Let's go, Aaliyah. Edward expressed while effectively snatching my arm. Ed, ally. Darius trailed off, making us stop. Watch yourselves. Keep in mind what Pride is, alright? *3*. As we pursued Fu through the forest, Edward abruptly spoke up. Aaliyah, while we're fighting Pride, I want you to stay hidden. My eyes enlarged at his statement. What? Why would it be a good idea for me to? We need all the help we can get against Pride, so why are you telling me to hide? I asked, confounded. Because I'm concerned. He simply expressed. I couldn't take him seriously since he's generally stressed over me. Before I could talk, he proceeded. Since we figured out Pride's been keeping a close eye on you, I can tell your guards have been raised. He brought up. I couldn't answer Edward's statement because it's true. I wasn't apprehensive about the dark before Pride started his antics. Now, every time I turned a corner, I became aware of my surroundings. I know how headstrong you are, but please do this one thing for me. Edward pleaded. Listening to the sincerity in his voice, I nodded. Okay, but make sure to be careful. It was going to take all I had to keep myself from joining their fight, especially if Edward was injured. And so, for most of the battle, I was put on the sidelines far from Pride's sight. I had plenty of impulses screaming at me to simply charge in and help, however, I wasn't going to break my promise to Edward, like usual. What's the matter? Not giving up, are you? Edward provoked with a grin. In some cases, he has a bit too much confidence in himself. A sigh passed my lips just as the sounds of armor reverberated from behind. You brought this upon yourself. Salim's voice spoke confidently. I pivoted just to discover Alphonse strolling towards me. Alphonse? I asked while he proceeded onward, unaware of my presence. If his body was moving on its own, then that meant Pride had gained control yet again. I figured this might give me the advantage unless you want to destroy your brother. Instead of Edward panicking about Alphonse's situation, he wore a grin. It appeared he had arranged ahead for something like this. Now, old man. In a matter of seconds, Fu jumped out of the forest and into the clearing with a flash bomb. A flash bomb? No. Salim shouted as a bright light consumed the area. Mr. Gorilla. I'm on it. Darius shouted while dashing from his hiding spot to catch Alphonse's fallen body. When the lights blurred, Salim's shadows began to shape. You're not escaping. Before he could utilize his shadows to gain control of Alphonse once more, Edward tossed something into the air. Have another. With that said, another flash of light blinded the area. Did you see that bright light, Pride? Ah! Gluttony's voice cried out. As the lights blurred once more, a glare crossed Salim's features. You're pushing your luck. He looked over toward Gluttony. They've really roughed you up. He pointed out. Yeah, but only because of greed, and that girl wasn't playing fair. They were both doing something so they could see me in the dark. Gluttony cried. Is that so? How pathetic. Salim muttered, his gaze traveling toward Lan Fan and Ling, who had arrived only moments ago. He seemed to be in thought before turning back toward Gluttony while licking his lips. Gluttony, how many times have they killed you now? Gluttony set a finger to his jaw in thought. I lost count, but I know it was a lot. Salim's grin remained. They've beaten me up pretty badly as well. The way things are going, there's a great chance they could annihilate us. A smile crossed Gluttony's lips. Yeah, but that's okay. Father will fix us, right, Pride? Noticing the look in Pride's eyes, Gluttony's smile wavered. Pride, huh? No, Pride. Don't eat me. Salim sent his shadows after Gluttony, effectively snapping him down the middle. It hurts. Please help me. For once, I felt sympathy for Homunculus. Black hands shot out toward Gluttony's fallen body and assaulted his Philosopher's stone. My eyes widened with shock. He devoured him, one of his own kind. At that point, I felt genuine terror crawl down my spine. Cannibalism, I exclaimed. Yeah, 100%. This makes things much easier. I can practically smell each move you make. Salim cheerfully expressed once he finished devouring Gluttony. I could do without the ravenous hunger, but I'll manage. All of a sudden his gaze traveled toward my hiding spot behind a tree. If he attained the ability of scent like Gluttony, did that mean he knew I was here? Oh, I recognize that scent. You're someplace close by, aren't you, Blue Flame? Edward's golden irises widened while he turned toward my direction. Aaliyah, get out of here now. I unmistakably heard his voice, however for reasons unknown, I couldn't move my body. Before I knew it, I felt something frigid touch my skin. It wrapped around my body firmly, lifting me into the air. Pride joyfully sniffed the air yet again. I knew that scent belonged to you. The dark hands around me drew me closer to him. Tell me something, Aaliyah. Do you think Edward would step in to save you if I chopped off one of your limbs? Release her, Pride. Edward shouted while taking a battling stance. Pride's grin soon transformed into a scowl as he turned to confront Edward. I'm afraid I can't do that. With that said, he sent his shadows after Edward, Ling, and Lan Fan. The group managed to avoid them skillfully through the thicket of trees. There's not much point in trying to hide from me. I can smell each move you make. While Price decimated more forestry, I attempted to struggle out of the dark hands that bound me. Every move I'd make would bring about a sharp pain to shoot up my body. Pride turned his gaze toward me, his grin returning. Struggle all you want, Aaliyah, but you won't break free. In fact, the more you fight it, the more awful the agony will be. And the more I want to punch your ugly face and annoying voice. I told him off. Damn it, are you still breathing over there? Greeling asked while panting. Does wheezing count? Edward choked while flashing Greeling a thumbs up. This isn't really the time to worry about others now, is it, Greed? As soft as you've become, I wonder how much longer you can survive. Shut up, you beast. Greed spat. Pride went about as though he were harmed by Greed's remark. What a horrendous thing to say to your brother, Greed. Honestly, I might have to eat you up. A grin crossed Greeling's lips. I promise I won't go down easy, brother. Pride all of a sudden sniffed the air. Oh, so you've chosen to show yourself, Hohenheim? The hero always waits until the last second to make his move. Hohenheim spoke while exiting from the shadows. Hero? Interesting, you must think you can defeat me. No, I'd never think that. I'm not dumb enough to try and fight you. I could tell from the minute Hohenheim arrived, that Pride had been anxious. The dark hands surrounding us had drawn near in anticipation for the blonde male's next move. In fact, my body that had once been lifted into the air was presently resting on the ground, the hands around me becoming less. Hohenheim stepped forward, just to have somebody assault Pride from behind. It didn't take long for the small boy to catch the assailant. Are you joking? This was your pathetic plan? You should have run when you had the chance. Al, no. Edward shouted, dashing forward, just to be halted by his father. It seems your son enjoys being held hostage. It's either that or he's supremely stupid. Pride chuckled once more, causing a frown to cross Hohenheim's features. That's crossing the line, Pride. Don't ever mock my son. With that said, red sparks engulfed the clearing. Hurry, Aaliyah. Now's your chance to escape. Alphonse shouted. I looked down only to notice the black hands had disappeared from my body. Wait, what about you, Alphonse? I asked. I'll be right behind you. He assured me as I nodded and took off. The ground started to ascend around us, and I began to think I would be trapped within the large mass it creates. Just before the end could fully close, I managed to break free. My breathing came out in struggled sighs as I looked behind me. There was a large dome-like structure sitting where I once was. If I hadn't escaped when I did, I'd be caught inside. Aaliyah! Edward shouted while running toward me. I didn't even get a chance to catch a glimpse of his brilliant hair before he embraced me. I'm so glad you're safe. I pitifully wrapped my arms around him, returning the embrace. My body felt as though it were made of lead, and all I wanted to do was rest. However, before that, I realized something. I pulled a bit away from Edward as I asked, Alphonse, where is he? Edward's golden irises looked from mine and toward the gigantic dome behind us. I'll be right behind you. My irises moved in the direction of Edward's as Alphonse's words resounded. He told me those very words so I would get away. He knew if I had known his true motive, I would have stayed behind. After helping me stand, with his arms securely around me, Edward ventured toward his father. I could practically feel the annoyance radiating from his warmed body, and I couldn't blame him. His own father had detained his only brother in a huge arch-like structure with a homunculus. What the hell were you thinking? Al's trapped in there with that monster. How could you do something like that? Edward snarled, his fist clenching firmly. Without turning to face us, Hohenheim murmured under his breath. It wasn't my idea. Al was the one who suggested this. Hearing his statement, Edward and I's eyes widened. How could an innocent boy like Alphonse propose something so dangerous? It would have been nearly impossible to defeat Pride. Hohenheim proceeded. It was only a matter of time until the fight would spread into the slums. Since we knew we couldn't defeat him, I acted as a decoy and imprisoned him. We've bought ourselves enough time to figure out how to destroy him. You still could have told us what you were. Edward was interrupted by Hohenheim. Your brother told me not to. He said you'd be against it. I couldn't argue with him there. Al came up with this plan because it was the only way to make sure that everyone survived. Try to understand. It was quiet between us for a minute before Hohenheim started walking. Now, let's get to work putting these fires out. When Hohenheim was gone, Edward ventured toward the dome with me close behind. Al! He called out, his automail hand pressed against the stone surface. Brother! Alphonse's muffled voice called out from the other side. It almost seemed like he was distances away from us between this bit of earth. Is Ally with you? A faint smile crossed my lips. Yes, Alphonse, I'm here. I replied. I'm sorry, guys. This isn't much of a reunion, huh? Alphonse spoke, attempting to lift the melancholic mood. But this was all my fault and I had to do something. Hearing Al's speech, I could feel Edward's shoulder tremble. I set my left hand on of his right, and despite the fact that he couldn't feel the warmth of my hand, he demonstrated his appreciation. And besides, I only have to stay in here for one day. I promise I'll be okay, brother, Ally. I knew he was trying to brighten our moods, us in his own particular way. We'd simply need to have faith in him. *3*. After leaving Alphonse, we joined the rest of our group just to discover Dr. Marco and the others here too. We talked things over and concluded that it'd be easier to send Fu into Central for recon since his identity hadn't been found yet. I was currently leaning against the trunk of a tree. My body still felt exhausted over the things that occurred just minutes back. How are you holding up? Edward's voice inquired. I looked over to find him strolling towards me, a grin laced with worry over his features. I've been worse. I pointed out, causing him to laugh. In any case, after a bit of rest, I should be ready to go. Edward nodded his head, sitting down adjacent to me. He laced his right hand through my left, the cool temperature of his metal conflicting with the warmth of my skin. Sorry. I was really useless out there, wasn't I? My light blue irises looked toward Edward's gold amber ones as I shook my head. No, I disagree. You were plenty of help. Stop flattering me. Edward blushed slightly. I couldn't protect you at all. In the end, it was Alphonse and that bastard who saved you. I couldn't help but smile at Edward's statement. Even at times like this, he was able to show his jealousy. I rested my head on his shoulder as I spoke up. It doesn't make a difference. We're together right now, isn't that enough? Yeah, you're right. Edward agreed, resting his head against mine. In our comfortable silence, I felt myself drifting off to slumber. It wouldn't hurt to take a quick nap, right? We have a long day ahead of us, so I should rest up while I can. Amidst my sleep, I felt the sensation of something cool placed upon my ring finger. *3*. It was at long last time for the promised day. Edward and I each placed our respective coats on as we looked toward the skyline to watch the sunrise. Your younger brother sure has some serious guts. Heinkel pointed out while glancing toward the large mass behind him. Trapped in total darkness with that monster? I think I'd lose my mind if I were in his place. Yeah. AL's doing everything possible to keep us safe. The rest of it, that's up to us. Edward spoke while grasping my hand. I turned my irises toward him, giving a nod in agreement. The sun had finally risen, that meant the promised day was upon us. From this moment on, we'll be fighting for our lives, as well as everybody in Amestris. Chapter 47, Upheaval in Central. The only one we need alive is Mustang, kill the rest. The man demanded. A gunshot was heard and some more gunshots. The soldiers grunted in pain as the head soldier looked up at some people above him who had guns in their hands, and a gun appeared behind him. You told him to kill everyone except Mustang, so that was a direct order to kill the Führer's wife then? As the Führer's wife shuddered. I hate that my suspicion was correct. Mustang thought. Bradley's wife asked, does this mean, has my husband? Has our country betrayed him? Or is it that my husband has chosen to abandon me? Mustang looked at her, he walked over to her and knelt down to her level. I don't know. But no matter which one, I promise we will protect your life. Once the dust has settled, you can be the one to tell our country that we were always on their side. The woman looked down, now getting even closer to breaking down into tears. As the scene changed and showed that more men were coming after us. Here comes their backup, let's move. Everyone ran out as the man was left with Charlie. We're sparing your lives, soldier. Be glad that we're not from Briggs. This would be a kill shot. He muttered before shooting his foot. As he screamed in pain, the room cleared and we walked down the halls. Colonel, it's been a while. He greeted. Yeah, good work, I expected Grumman. Mustang to him, as Charlie said, he's sorting out the wreckage. He bent over a little, and while we're already on that topic, has been informed yet? No. It'll slow us down too much if she passes out. Then a mirror appeared, a soldier showing them walking and alerting the other. They sent in a whole battalion. You sure are popular, Colonel. After the electrical blast, one of the soldiers blacked out to have one of the others drag him away to safety. So this flame alchemist was up against. I thought he was supposed to be a war hero of Ishval. One of the men muttered, covering his mouth so he didn't inhale any smoke. He doesn't seem to live up to his legend, does he? Another asked. Good point, all those explosions that he made with his sister are pretty calm. Right on cue, another spark flew over them, making flames blast over their heads. They fell to the ground to shield themselves and covered their heads. Damn, that blew my eardrum. What's the toll? 5 wounded, but not dead. One of them stated after setting an injured man against a nearby wall. One of the men gasped in shock and was taken aback by this news. His jaw dropped slightly as well. It's a miracle no one is dead yet. He stared at one of the men being taken away for recovery, but suddenly his eyes shot open in dead shock. They have the flame alchemist, and the Hawkeye by his side. They should be having corpses piling high. Unless. He was then stopped by a bullet darting into his foot. The man yelled in pain, now falling over and holding his wound. There's my answer, no doubt about it. Central Command. Why the hell aren't they dead yet? It can't be that hard, they've only got 5 men. Brigadier General Clement exclaimed in outrage and slammed his fist onto the table. The man was browned, with broad shoulders, and dark black eyes. The officer before him fumbled slightly and lifted a white paper to his sight. We have a high number of wounded, but no casualties. None of those injuries were even critical. Clement glared at the man and gritted his teeth onto his cigar firmly. He then pulled out his cigar and grunted in response. They're mocking us. He hissed lowly and glared at everything in his sight. Send in the squad. I want their dead bodies stacked in front of me, and I want it done now. He demanded loudly, pointing his finger and cigar at the soldier. Senior staff. Lieutenant General Gardner and another man in command stood in the meeting room with General Armstrong. They still haven't caught Mustang? What are they doing over there? The man yelled to himself, now having his hands placed on his hips. They're slowing down our forces, and they not even killing them to do so, Gardner muttered, his hands holding up his chin. There's no way they can hold off our numbers keeping this up. Armstrong just had her head low with her eyes closed. It looked as if she was deep in thought. She waited for a little bit before speaking. Mustang must have gotten soft. Both of the men agreed firmly with Oliver's statement. The blonde woman lifted the corners of her mouth into a smirk and continued to speak. If there's one thing softer than Mustang, then it's the men under your command. You might as well send in children. She scoffed. The man turned to her with a dark scowl on his face. What was that? He asked in a sneering tone. Oliver remained motionless as if she were a talking stone. Central Command was nearly iced over by a single decedent. That doesn't inspire too much confidence in your troops. Central was never endured a full-scale assault, at least not by a strong organized force. She looked up and finally opened her eyes. So your men lack proper experience. Making their defense a joke, simply laughable. How about this? Why don't you let me step in and take over? The brown-haired man slammed his palm onto the table right in front of her. Do you forget why you're here? Your leadership skills have no reason why you're in this office. He leaned closer to her while his tone became dark and full of hate. You're being held here as a detainee and nothing more. I'm aware of your troops' undying loyalty as their commanding officer. Holding you here as our prisoner helps to ensure that Briggs won't take it upon themselves to stage an attack. Oliver threw her head back and busted out laughing at the threat that was thrown at her. You don't understand a thing about my troops. Your plan is useless. The only law that the men of Briggs know is survival of the fittest. They know to abandon me if confronted with a crisis. Even if you were to kill me in cold blood, my troops would simply read me off as weak. They don't need me. Those men can act as their own force. That's the strength of the Briggs army. Don't even assume you know of the soldiers I've trained. Then an alarm screeched around the command center as Briggs's men came into Central and caused hell for the soldiers they were against. She smirked and stuck her nose in pride. And there they come. Every single one of my men is capable of killing a grizzly bear in combat. I wonder if your dogs are as strong as my men. What do you think? Gardner rewrote his whole face so it held a scowl and frown that seemed to fall to his feet. That, and he was twitching in nothing but anger. Central. More troops. One of the soldiers exclaimed in shock. But how? That's impossible. They just came from nowhere. Another man added. Well, are they using sorcery or something? Find out what's going on. One of the men in command ordered. He then turned to another on the phone with a sturdy expression. What's the count? The man removed the phone from his ear and turned to him. We're not sure, although, going by their gear. It seems they're from the north. They're from Briggs? The man gasped. Before any other words could come out, a man from Briggs appeared, now holding the man's mouth shut. His face became twisted with shock at the moment ahead. Then he stabbed him straight in the neck with no fight whatsoever. *3*. Back to the gang. As sirens wailing heard in a distance. Aaliyah's POV. There is smoke rising from the city and I can faintly hear a siren as well. Lawnfan said on top of a tree. I think it's safe to say the colonel and the Briggs troops have made their move. The city's gotta be complete chaos by now. As I looked at the sky and said, I guess we should get going. Yeah, I do have a countermeasure for his transmutation circle, but I'd rather prevent him from activating it in the first place. He might have gotten too big for his old one, but he's still inside a flask, and if we destroy his container. Hohenheim said as he looked at Central, we might be able to kill him, and not only that, we might be able to free all of the souls that he has trapped inside of him. Well, how do we find the bastard then? Zampano asked, as Scar replied, we can use the same tunnel that May and I discovered. It's guarded by a pack of vicious chimeras, but we should be able to handle them. Can you watch things here, Heinkel? Darius asked him, and he responded, of course. I own you one. I ignored the conversation that they were having, and thought for a second. As I show Ed walking towards the dome that Al and Pride were in and follow. Hey, Al. What is it, brother? A faint voice asked. We're heading out now, and we're gonna kick that bearded bastard's ass. Ed muttered with determination. The last part made me giggle slightly and smile brightly. Be careful when we gone, okay? Okay, I will. Ed and Al gave a fist bump through the wall. No POV. Central. May ran through the city and building sites quickly while also keeping envy in the jar in mind. Soldiers were passing her by almost every second, which made her eyes dance with uneasiness. She looked down at Envy with a serious expression. The city is in complete mayhem right now. She whispered firmly to him. All the more reason we should hurry. Envy stated, looking up to May and smiling. He knew his plan was working, so that's why his face was the way it was. Father is about to reveal the secret of immortality. And we don't to be late for that. We won't be. She muttered, now continuing her mad dash. She ran into the alleyway that she went down before she saw the gate leading into the underground passage. Her tiny hands opened up the gate, now making her head whip around to see if anyone saw her. The coast was clear and then she ran inside. However, this lasted for 5 seconds until guards blocked the path. Senior staff. A gun was now pointed at Oliver with a glare and recklessness. Call off your soldiers right now, he demanded in an ordering tone. Armstrong had her eyes shut, but they were open, then they contained the icy glare that she usually has on. Her closed gaze didn't even waver in the slightest as she spoke. You stripped me of my command of the brig's soldiers, remember? Why you think you can get away with this? He exclaimed, not even lowering his gun at her. Her arms were kept crossed over her chest and her head was still lowered down. This was a normal position and it wasn't going to move until she decided to strike. I would like to ask you that. This father guy must have told you his plans. All that he tends to sacrifice and what he gets from it. His glare became darker and the grip on the gun got tighter. Of course. The selected few of us will extend to even greater heights. All of the sacrifices made are an unavoidable part of it. Why don't you understand that? She sighed in annoyance and attached that sound to her statement. You bastards are beyond hopeless. The man who had the gun pointed at her was thrown off guard and lightened his grip. This was a huge mistake on his part. She pulled out her sword and stabbed straight into his wrist. The man screamed in pain at the sight of the sterling blade pointing right out of the skin. He dropped the gun, of course, making Oliver grab it and point it at Gardner. You scum, sit back and safely watch the battlefield as if it were some kind of spectator sport. You don't know anything about sacrifice, yet you're the first to talk about it. You are betraying your country. Gardner yelled, glaring at the gun pointing to his face. Maybe he didn't fully understand how close he was to the danger of getting grabbed by death. Oliver finally stood up, not even looking back to the man who she stabbed. You would think so, but our country could very well regard me as a hero once this is over, however. I'm not merciless as our hero Fiscal. She finished before shooting him right between the eyes. He then tumbled out of the room limp and dead, now taking in his final breath. 2 other men came in and saw the scene and gasped in shock. The woman didn't even flinch, she just stared at them darkly in the eyes. Aaliyah's POV. I peeked out from the box I was in to see soldiers guarding the alleyway that we were going to go down to get to the father. Well, that idea was a bust, that's for damn sure. Looks like we're not getting there. Ed muttered, looking at the crowd of men. The military has it completely blocked off, so much for that. It was a good try, I reassured, looking over at him. Gerso and Darius were peeking over a fence and glared at the group darkly. And we don't have enough men to force our way, though. The man looked as if he was losing himself in thought. With him everything seemed like a maze. Isn't there another way inside? He asked, turning to Ed and me. I was already looking down in thought along with Ed. He jolted quickly in realization, now getting an idea. I stopped what I was thinking about and turned to him. There's another way we can get in. The 3rd laboratory. That's how the Colonel and Al snuck underground to fight Lust. I was about to say that, but okay, I said and shrugged my shoulders. 3 RD laboratory. Scar, Lon Fan, Hohenheim, Gerso, Zampano, Darius, Ed, and I all hid in the bushes in front of the lab we are planning to get into. 3 soldiers. There are a few ways this could go down. First option, one of us decides to step up and beat them up. And the last option is that Ed makes a total fool out of himself and somehow manages me to look like even the bigger fool. Why does he do such things to me? Oh yeah, I let him. Oh well. They only have 3 soldiers out on guard, Zampano pointed out. Darius stood up and started to pop his knuckles. That's a number I'm okay with. Ed turned to him and smirked. No, that'll be a good time to use my title, he stated, now running off. I sighed and realized what he was about to do. He pulled out his state alchemist watch and threw his hands in the air. Help me, please. My name is Edward Elric, I'm a state alchemist. What? You said you're a state alchemist? One of the men gasped. I need your help. Scar is trying to kill me, he exclaimed. Scar's eyes went wide in shock at that statement. The three men started to run forward, now readying their guns. Ed was right behind them, however. Huge mistake on their part. Because next I knew he was leaping up in the air and knocking all of them out. Of course. I did it with a ridiculous face which made me lose my poker face. We all walked past the knocked-out men at the front of the gate. Hohenheim just looked down on them with a kicked puppy face. That wasn't a nice thing to do. I sighed and slouched my shoulders slightly. I don't think we have time to be polite. Inside Laboratory 3RD. The small group that we had pushed through the hallways made all the doctors gain confused expressions on their faces. As we went through the doctors, my eyes wandered around to see if I could find the wall that had transmutation marks on it. Soon enough I found it, which made me stop in front of it. Here you are, I exclaimed, now clapping my hands together and setting them on the wall. This made white sparks appear and create a fancy door before us. I couldn't help but smile at my work and open the doors wide. There were two paths, one to the left, and the other to the right. Obviously, we would have to split up for this portion. I say split. Sounds good to me, Aaliyah. Hohenheim answered. Hohenheim will go this way. As he spoke he turned to his right. And you, Aaliyah, and Scar can lead a team the other way. Hohenheim finished. Ed and I screamed in outrage. We both pointed to the scared Ishvalan with an angry expression. Why do we have to go with him? The both of us demanded, glaring at our father. It's best to split up people based on their skill and alchemy. Father turned off your alchemy, but he still worked and you two were helpless. Ed had a look of horror on his face as I kept my head held low. It was the only thing I could think to do. This man might be the end of me someday. Gerso stepped towards us with a motionless expression. Okay, I guess those three are together. So who are you two taking? Our alchemy is unique, so we'll be fine on our own. Hohenheim stated, having an even more motionless face. How lifeless on the face can you get? His eyes narrowed onto Lanfan, now adding on. On second thought, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a bodyguard, so we'll take the young lady with us. Hohenheim and Lanfan then started to walk off down their path as I asked if they were going to be okay. Hohenheim turned back to us and smiled. Of course. I prefer it this way. I'd rather have the young lady's company than share it with the likes of you. He reassured. No POV. The path between the man and teenager was a silent and awkward one. The darkness was overwhelming yet peaceful. Hohenheim sighed and looked over to Lanfan. So, you want to look for the Zenji's prince, eh? He hinted, giving her a smart-looking smirk. Her head shot upwards and her eyes widened, and silence returned again, but it became more overwhelming thanks to the lack of footsteps. Go find him, Hohenheim ordered. Lanfan's eyes widened and she looked up to the two men. But I dash. Don't worry about me, Hohenheim reassured softly. You care deeply for him, don't you? She looked down for a few seconds before zipping up the wall and into the vents. She looked down on the man with thankful eyes. Be careful and thank you. Somewhere else. A officer opened a large door while ignoring the doctor's pleas of how to not do that. What a pathetic excuse for an army. They can't even handle those Briggs mountain monkeys. He screamed outrage and stormed into the room with the white and lifeless soldiers. We still haven't finished the soul-bounding test, the doctor exclaimed, running with him. Shut up, he demanded, pulling a bunch of levers that will bring the creatures to life. As each lever was pulled on, red water was shown off with Philosopher stones inside. This is the exact situation that worked so hard to make them for. Go now and teach those rebels a lesson. Philosopher stone-soaked water was absorbed into the lifeless creatures, making eyes and mouth. All of them shrieked loudly. Loud enough for Lanfan to hear from the vents, May going through the maze of chimeras, Hohenheim's path, and Ed and Ally's trail. The red-haired girl's eyes narrowed slightly, now tensing up ready for the next move. Chapter 48, the Immortal Legion. The Immortal Legion / Combined Strength. The mannequins fell off their pedestal and wandered to life. Now on all fours, they were moaning and groaning tiredly. The man and the doctor stared in shock. The doctor was just shocked, nothing more or less. As the man, he had an ear-to-ear grin on his face. They all stood up and looked at the two with their only eye on their forehead. The soldier laughed and turned his head back to the doctor. So you said that the tests aren't done yet? Look at this. I say it's a success. Undying, obedient, and unstoppable soldiers. They will fight whoever we order them to. We have our Immortal Legion. Papa? One of them stuttered helplessly. The soldier laughed and extended his arms as if he was going to hug these creatures. Indeed. Yes. I am your father. Now, I want you to listen close. He ordered as one of the mannequins walked forward slowly. There are rebels, and they want to take us over. You men have a job to do. The man was stopped and the one that walked towards him was a bit into his neck. He fell over, making the rest of the alive and blind soldiers jump up and start to chomp on him. Blood was caked from their chin to the tip of the nose and the doctor backed up and watched in horror. They ate and ate endlessly, until the creatures stopped and looked up at him. He pulled out a gun and started to shoot at them, forgetting that guns did not affect them. These bullets just stuck into them and more came until he ran out. The doctor was crying as they crept closer and closer to him. Then finally they started to feast again. Aaliyah's POV. We found the white room where we saw an alchemy-made wall in the center of the room, burnt seeds nearby, human bones, and pieces of armor in a pile. Above all, there was a large door towering across the room. My eyes narrowed and my chin lowered slightly with my eyes turning into a glare. That's quite a doorway. Darius sighed looking up to this massive door. The air here seems foul. You two are sure this is it? I nodded and walked to the door feeling it under my fingers. Yeah, it matches the description Al gave me perfectly. Gerso looked down at the armor and the pile of bones. Who was this? Number 66, Barry the Chopper. Ed answered looking down at the armor. He was one of the guardians of the 5th laboratory. I swept my fingertips along the creak of the door with intensity. Then I tried my best to dig my fingers between the doors and pull on them. Not even a single movement. Ed turned to me and rose an eyebrow. Ally? Do you need any help? I shook my head and continued to pull. Nah, I got this. Sadly, it was harder than it looked. Before anyone could speak, I hushed them loudly. No. I don't need any help whatsoever. Stand back. Scar ordered, walking forward. Luckily, I finally managed to get the door open. I sighed with pride and smirked. Yeah. I got it. I cheered. My accomplishment soon died off as I saw a sea of white. And it was moving. White human-like creatures ran past the open door, making my eyes widen. Aaliyah. Look out. Ed called out, now pulling me back to him by my hood. The white soldiers kept on charging at me, making my fist instantly rise to its face. This process continued countless amount of times. I threw my head to see another walking towards me. It shrieked and lunged at me. Before it could hit me, it was punched in the cheek, sending it flying to the other side. I turned my head in that direction and saw Ed glaring at the creatures surrounding us. You okay, Aaliyah? I'm doing pretty well, thanks for asking. I'm not hurt. I answered with a firm nod. A soldier started to sneak up behind Ed, making me snap out of my conservation and punched the creature away. Sorry about that. We slowly gathered up and Ed and I stood back to back glaring at the monsters. So they don't die? Scar pointed out harshly. All the voices jumbled into my head, not even wanting to stop at all. But there was one that made me feel a sense of closure. One in front of me stood up tall and had a smile. Daughter. My eyes widened and my breath stabbed into my throat. There's no way. I'm hearing things, right? I thought back to the time when we saw Envy and his form where grotesque souls were stuck onto him forever. My eyes widened again, knowing that my thoughts were unfortunately correct. They used humans. Human souls. I called out, turning to my group. They just keep coming. Zampano yelled out over the moaning and groaning. What are these things? You expect me to know? And why aren't they dying? Darius demanded. The more they came, the more I became nervous and claustrophobic. I gritted my teeth and glared at the crowd. This is bad. Scar muttered lowly. If these things get outside. I looked around with a quizzical expression and my eyes whipped around endlessly. Then I noticed that 4 of these things walking towards the open door. If someone doesn't stop them, then Central might be going into further chaos. Apparently, I wasn't the first to notice. Oh no. They're starting to get out. Jerso pointed out in a yell. Ed quickly clapped his hands and set them on the floor. Doing this made the wall morph over the door, blocking their path. He stood up and didn't even bother to turn back to us. Sorry, I guess we just cut off our exit. It's okay, Ed. If you didn't do it, then I would have. I muttered, getting into a stance. Now we can really take these guys on. Zampano boasted about getting into a stance as well. Jerso slammed his fist into his hand and grinned widely. You said it, Zampano. Now that we're stuck with these guys, we can show our stuff. This'll be good. He yelled, now turning into his chimera form along with Zampano and Darius. Why would they even make these things? We have to plow through them to get to that man. I turned to Ed and smirked slightly while transmuting his automail arm into a blade. Well, honey? Do you think you can handle this many? I asked in a teasing tone at the first part. I dunno, honey. He replied, mimicking my tone. There's a lot of these guys. As long as you okay, then I'll be fine. How sweet. I whispered under my breath and softly looked down. Everyone charged with their weapons in hand. We were now ready for this damn fight. My fist was bursting in flames and fire at the weird white creatures. Let's take these things down. Ed and I both exclaimed after our starting battle cry. No POV. May sprinted down the hallway screaming bloody murder as mannequin soldiers chased her down. She had the jar with Envy inside on top of her head and continued to run while keeping her balance. What's going on, Envy? It looks like you tricked me. Envy was hitting the wall, ceiling, floor, all of them at different times, trying his best to speak. No. I didn't. Your search for immortality is further inside. Keep going. He cried out. With tears in her eyes, May turned back and fought through the crowd. Every time a new soldier appeared, she'd throw the jar up so it wouldn't get injured. However, Envy had the chance to get injured. You little brat. A soldier jumped up and took the bottle into his mouth, making May scream in shock. When landing pressure was applied to the jar, it started to crack and then shatter. Envy was then chewed up and swallowed. Everything for a minute as the creature twitched and fell over in pain. I'm back. Envy exclaimed, now latching onto the immortal being from the inside. The soldier that was held hostage by the homunculus jumped on another and bit into his shoulder. Seconds passed and the two turned into some morphed blob of flesh. It led to the others in the room and took them in as well. A large monstrous hand grabbed a handful of more and devoured them in seconds. May watched in horror and disbelief at the scene before her. After a little bit of time, the white became green and Envy's true form was alive yet again. A soul jumped off his head and gained a human shape, now sucking in the rest of the form with him. His dreadlock, human-looking self also returned. I'm alive again. He screamed out, now laughing in pleasure and happiness. May gained a disgusted look and backed away by one step. He stopped his laughter and looked over to the little girl. Thanks for getting me this far, Squirt. How kind of you. Very kind. Aaliyah's POV. I punched a soldier smack in the face and then shot a small flame burst for one that started to weakly gnaw on Darius's shoulder. The monster fell back and he gave me a thankful look. It's a good thing I'm so leafy. Thanks, Aaliyah, he stated, turning to me as Ed landed on the other side of me. I nodded, still glaring at these disgusting and saddening creatures. These things, they just kept on coming. I don't know if I can handle it now. I guess this goes to show what a Philosopher's Stone can do for you. Scar ran forward and transmuted a pair of legs clean off the soldiers' bodies. They fell to the ground but still tried to grab at him weakly. The legs. Go for the legs, Scar ordered. I nodded and walked to a section of this clearing. Everyone had already gone to work as far as I knew. My eyes were glued onto the legless soldiers and the more that piled up on the floor. The sight was a horrifying tome. A human-like creature getting hurt, but not even that was the scariest part of it all. I think it was the fact that they're like the souls on Envy. They don't remember anything, all they know is to fight and die. All they want to do is die. I took a step back with a saddened look on my face. Looking all around, I saw Ed nearby. He was staring at soldiers who were held down to the ground by spit from Jerso. Our eyes met for a second and it seemed that we both connected again. Aaliyah, you can do this, he called out in a reassuring tone. However, it sounded like he was trying to reassure himself as well. I walked up to him, pressing my lips on his for at least half a minute before pulling away. We both can. We live together, Ed started as he clapped his hands. We die together. I finished doing the same thing as him. But one thing is for sure, if we do die, then we died for the safety and protection of one another. And that. Our hands were on the floor as we transmuted a spear for our task. Is our promise. We both finished running into the crowd working on our task. No matter how devastating it might be. Legs were falling everywhere I turned, which made my face curl in disgust. I tried to think of other topics to hide myself from the gut-punching reality I was forced to be upon. The worst part is that more is flooding in and I'm running out of water. I've kept 2 bottles just saved for the fight with that bearded creep, so I don't want to use them here and now. Everyone is also getting tired. We need our energy, damn it. I gritted my teeth and ran forward to attack, only to be grabbed by my ankle. I gasped and turned to this and saw a white soldier latching onto me. Hey! Let go! I shrieked, trying to kick him off but with little success. More crowded over me as I looked over my shoulder and saw Ed in the same issue as me. I know I might be pulling an idiot move right now, but I threw my spear at a soldier jumping up to Ed. It landed straight in the head and shot him off course. Ed saw this and looked over to the soldiers climbing on me. Aaliyah. Soldiers were pulling me down to my knees with strong weights that I had to work even harder to beat. I looked up now, seeing one of these things jumping up, now set for an attack. I closed my eyes and turned away, ready for the next attack, only to hear a blast but with no pain. The whole room went silent as I looked over to the door with my eyes going wide. Things always seem to get into a mess with you 2 around. Maybe I can lend you 2 a hand. Fullmetal, Blue Flame. Roy greeted Riza behind him. Chapter 49, Flame of Vigilance. Flame of Vigilance / Beyond the Inferno. Aaliyah's POV. Maybe I can lend you a hand, Fullmetal, Blue Flame. Roy greeted in a cocky tone. Riza stood behind him with his gun pointed at nowhere in particular. My eyes widened slightly and my head rose. Colonel. Lieutenant? I gasped slightly. Then, snapping back to my senses for a few seconds, I broke away from the mannequins and back to Ed. What can I say? We're like our own tiny protectors. What's Scar doing here? I can't help but think that you were crying over me the last time we were here. Roy reminded, looking over to Riza. Shame I don't get to see that softer side of you 2 more often. Riza rolled her eyes slightly and raised the gun upwards. The last thing we're gonna do is cry over you. Water makes you useless, remember? Riza recalled, now turning away from him. I chuckled and then turned my head to Ed. A mannequin was leaping towards him, making my head jump up slightly. Without a second thought grabbing onto me, I jumped up and punched it right in the jaw. I then became serious again as I turned to the Mustang and Riza with a demanding look. Save the arguments for a different date. Just work on getting rid of these guys. Roy shot me a glare and pointed at me. You don't get to order me around. We just need to work on shooting these white guys. Ed then grabbed the spear I threw and tossed it back over to me. I caught it as the golden-haired alchemist turned back to the two. Save your ammo. Guns don't work on them. Riza's eyes widened in shock as she lowered her gun down to the floor. Oh no, not again. How else do we kill them? As Colonel transmuted his flames and its circle around everybody as the dummies scream in agony. They were the enemy. It had to done. Colonel told Ed. No POV. May was being chased down the piped halls by Envy and his speed. However, he wasn't fast enough to catch the little Zinji's girl. Stop scampering around, damn it. Envy ordered, trying his best to at least reach a speed where he could grab her. She didn't do as she was told, of course, and continued down the path. The only thing she did was glance back at him while continuing to run a steady path. Obviously, he doesn't want me to go down this path. The chi is stronger down here. I knew it. She thought to herself while continuing to sprint away. Envy then turned his arm into a large green one in hopes of reaching her. She gasped but quickly dodged the attacks coming ahead of her. Pulling out a few of her kunai, she threw them to the ground where they now stood tall. She landed in the circle that it made, making the circumference of it glow. Envy noticed and tried to stop running so he wouldn't fall victim to what traps it carried. However, he wasn't so lucky. The ground under him collapsed, making him scream as he fell down and under. He then turned his arm back to the green it used to be and that started to charge towards the little girl. May pulled out some more of her kunai and started to block the attack, only to fall under the weight on the floor. Aaliyah's POV. My head quickly perked upwards to the ceiling as rumbles were heard above us. Luckily, I wasn't the only one who noticed the racket. Suddenly, a part of the ceiling fell in front of us, making me gasp and back up to a safe distance. Gray metal pipes hit the ground and white dust lingered in the air. Then I noticed a color that popped into my sight. It was pink. The dreaded color. I squinted, now knowing who it was now. Is that May? Jerso gasped. Envy then stood up and coughed while waving the smoke away from him so he could breathe easier. My eyes narrowed at him with a glare. The homunculus lifted his head and glared at us. Not you guys. He groaned. Looking over at me, he made another annoyed sigh. Great, it's the pipsqueaks. I rolled my eyes at him. Whatever, palm tree. I thought to myself. May then slid off the door and ran past Envy and to Scar. To be honest, I could see a guardian with him when he was with May. I dunno, maybe it's just me. The image stayed until Scar yelled at her, "You damn fool. Why didn't you go back to Xing?" She gasped and turned to him with hurt eyes. But I thought. I didn't. She whimpered, now holding her cheek as if she'd been slapped. A hum came from me as I shook my head softly. Don't worry about it right now, just don't cry over it, I reassured with a sweet smile directed towards her. May and her black and white companion turned to me and nodded tearfully. Typical whiny humans, you're making my stomach turn. Envy grunted, throwing his head aside from the sight before him. I rolled my eyes and got myself ready for any attack I would have to make now. I have to admit, you guys sure did make a mess in here. So we got the Fullmetal Alchemist, the Blue Flame Alchemist, and the Flame Alchemist. There's even Scar. And I have a filthy grudge against you chimeras. So who gets the pleasure of being the first to die? You're Envy, right? Roy recalled, not even moving an inch. I froze on the inside and out, knowing that whatever was coming wouldn't be good at all. You're the homunculus who can change shapes, am I correct? Envy smiled slightly and held his hands to his hips proudly. Wow. So you've heard of me. I'm flattered. Nice to meet you, Colonel. He introduced. His eyes then shot to Scar and a look of confusion hit him. You're teaming up with him, Scar? He did help reduce Ishval to hell on earth. The facial expression on Scar's face was unchanging and the tone was no different. I'm aware of that. What? You're friends now? You guys are no fun at all. Envy whined slightly, turning away from us. What happened to trying to crush each other's windpipes? Look at the two of you. You want to kill each other, so do it. Roy's face was about the same as Scar's. Cold, hard, emotionless, and serious. He just sighed in frustration and looked down. We're not going to be the pawns of your sick little game anymore. He muttered. Envy leaned forward with intensity. Oh really? What about your sick games? He reminded with a sly smirk on his poker face. Don't kid yourself, Mustang. You know humans love to watch each other suffer while making fools of themselves. I mean, why would you be constantly at war with each other? His tone came out as cheerful and carefree voice. I shuddered and glared at him. The homunculus just shot a glare at her with his smirk lowering into a growled frown. We've humored you long enough. Roy answered. How about you answer a question of mine? I want you to tell me who killed Maze Hughes. He stated. My eyes went wide in horror and shot straight toward him. All eyes were on the two. And I want the truth, homunculus. Envy pursed his lips and leaned back slightly. Maria Ross did. Isn't that why you burned her to death? Shut up. Roy grunted in annoyance, making Envy stop what he was saying. I know she didn't kill him. The monster let out a cheered gasp and leaned forward. So you mean to tell me you scorched an innocent girl to a pile of ashes? Nicely done, you monster. It must have been fun when you told her parents. Did you cry when you told them? Or did you just sit back and endure their outrage? He asked with a disgusting smile on his face. Roy glared at Envy and then opened his mouth. Quit running your mouth, you idiot. He demanded. The laughter Envy contained went silent and replaced with a fierce stare-off. I'm sick of you homunculi giving me the runaround when I ask you this question. Tell me the truth or I'll burn it out of you. You worthless scum. I sighed at Envy. Just what was he trying to do? Tell me who's responsible for his death. Congratulations, Colonel Mustang. You finally hunted down your culprit. He then started to giggle like a child and hold his mouth closed. Roy gained a quizzical look on his face and his eyebrow rose. You're telling me you killed Maze Hughes? I doubt a moron like you could pull that off. Moron! He exclaimed. Red sparks started to climb around his body, starting to change his appearance. Tell me who the real moron is. Because I don't think it's me. I use that term for someone who falls for a cheap trick like this. Envy now had the body of. My eyes widened in realization and I gasped, now knowing what he did. He killed him using the body of his wife. His wife. You should see your face. That was the same look on Hughes's face when I shot him. You could feel the look on his face when his wife shot him. It was great. He yelled happily. That's enough. You were stupid to confess, and even more stupid to boast. Everything you said is fuel on your funeral pyre. Roy snarled lowly and raised his gloved hand. So I think I'll begin. By burning out your tongue. Roy stepped forward, glaring at Envy darkly. Stand down, all of you. I'm dealing with him on my own. This one is mine and mine alone. Jerso looked over and raised his hand. Well. You heard him, let's move forward and find this father guy. He started to walk forward only to have a massive green hand blocking the path ahead. I don't remember giving you any permission to leave. Envy exclaimed with a smirk. I still owe you pain and misery from Dash. The creature then coughed up smoke and yelled in pain. Roy must have set his tongue on fire. Keep your eyes on me. Our conversation is the only one that concerns you. It's kinda interesting how quickly a tongue can be rendered to boiling grease. He replied as envy returned to his original form. It's surprising how easy it burns, isn't it? Ed picked me up and put me on his shoulder and looked over to Riza. Lieutenant Dash, just go. Riza whispered, not even looking up at us. She said, go, Martin. Roy hissed lowly. I looked at him with a concerned look. You have more important matters to deal with. Darius grabbed the top of Ed's head and started to drag us away from the scene. He's right, come on you two. I almost fell out of Ed's grip, making my eyes go wide like a kitten's, and I grabbed onto him tightly to make sure I'd be safe from impact. Naturally, I felt safer in his arms. We walked past Envy as he glared at us all, watching us leave. The Colonel is gonna be fine. You saw that back there, this won't even be a challenge. Ed's grip tightened on me as he looked down at me. That's not what I'm worried about, he whispered. Darius gave Ed and me a weird look at the comment. Then what's the problem? The two of us looked up and stared at the back of Scar's head. If Roy does this, then he's gonna end up like Scar, drowning in blinding vengeance. Ed then stopped in his tracks and set me back down to my feet. His eyes were soft on me and his cool automail hand onto my cheek. Are you okay? He asked in a soft voice while stroking my cheek. I nodded and looked down. The whole way I just followed the chimeras, Ed, and Scar. There is no way in hell I'm losing myself in this goddamn maze. But the deeper we got, my hair went on its end. I had that gut feeling in my chest, and most of all that feeling like you being watched was lurking over my shoulder. Scar then started to follow Jerso up a pile of stringy pipes until Ed's voice stopped him. Scar, we need to talk to you. Scar stood in front of the pile and looked over to the both of us. Is it about the Flame Alchemist? He questioned. We only answered with a nod and a steady stare at him. It wasn't that long ago that I was a monster. I understand the burning desire for revenge better than anyone else. The way he's headed, he will destroy himself in the flames of hatred. It's doubtful he'll ever recover. I looked over to Ed with a serious look. Suddenly I heard a burst of flames in the distance behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw an orange light glowing in the hallway. My eyes narrowed and I clenched my fists. No POV. A clap then echoed in the air and the ground under Roy threw Envy in a new direction. The homunculus screamed but then stopped after a few seconds. There was Ed, Scar, and Aaliyah with Envy in her hand. Aaliyah's POV. I have no idea what happened here, but I know what I have to do. Doing the right thing is far more important than vengeance. Roy looked up and continued to hold the nasty glare. Oh, blue flame. He greeted me in a sick tone while extending his hand to me. I'll be taking that. My eyes widened slightly at him as Ed gripped my hand just in case Roy was crazy enough to throw fire at me. Instead of what I was told, I remained still. That's an order, Martin. Give him to me right now. The amount of willpower I had to contain and the bravery I had to hold was endless. No. Roy's eyes were dark on me as blue sparks of alchemy were on his fingertips. My glare was a mixture of calm and determination. That thing deserves the worst death possible. You have your reasons as well. That may be true. But still, I'm giving you the same answer. No. I said with a soft tone. He readied his hand as if he was ready to snap and set my hand on fire. Give him to me or I'll burn your hand off with him. That was the last straw for Ed. He pulled me behind him and stood protectively in front of me. Don't you dare threaten her. If it's a fight you want, then fight me and leave Aaliyah out of it. He yelled with his glare almost matching Roy's in intensity. Ed then raised his finger and pointed it straight at Roy. But first you should take a good look at your face. Is that the face you plan to wear when you're leading this country? Is it? Is that what you want to become? Another monster. You're becoming a monster? Giving into its passion? Scar questioned, not even moving from his crossed arms position. I won't stop you from giving in revenge. I whipped my head to him with a slight glare on him. Hey! You were brought here so you can help us. Scar was glaring straight at Roy with disappointment. What right do I have to take away someone's vengeance? He asked. But still, I shudder to think what kind of world a man held captive by his hate would create, once it becomes its ruler. Roy's eyes widened like plates at Scar's words and scenario. Colonel, Riza muttered, keeping her gun pointed at Roy. We can't let you kill him. That being said, I have no intention on letting him live. I will dispose of him. But I finally hunted him down. Roy stated. I know that. But still, you are about to do something reckless. This will not help this country or your friends. Riza lectured with her grip on the gun shaking slightly. This is pure hatred. And I will not let it take you. You better than this. I know you are. Roy had his fist clenched with his head held up and his eyes squeezed shut. His shoulders lowered and then became broad again. If you're going to shoot me, shoot me. Roy ordered. Riza's eyes softened in horror. But then, after you've done that, what will you do? Riza turned her head away and a look of sorrow was on her face. After that, I wouldn't know how to live. This fight will be our last. After all of this, I will be taking my life. With the secrets of flame alchemy. Its secrets I'll carry to the grave. Roy's eyes shot open and his body shook with a gasp. The snap he was holding back then unleashed flames in the hallway next door as Roy let out a yell. Riza looked over to this with a soft and saddened gaze. That can't happen. I can't lose you. What kind of madness is this? Scolded by children? Lectured by a man who used to be my enemy? And you? He whispered, turning to her. I've done it again, I've hurt you. How foolish can one man be? His hand was set on the gun, now lowering the pointed weapon. Please forgive me. As Roy drops down and Riza as well. My gaze softened on them, softened until a close voice killed the moment. Are you a moron? I heard Envy ask in annoyance. Some nice flowery words? You make me sick to my stomach. Are you humans always such sympathetic worms? Why couldn't you listen to your gut and do what you want to? Colonel Mustang, have you forgotten? Your pal Scar here was going to kill you. And wasn't he the one responsible for the death of the parents' Fullmetal Pipsqueak's friend? Mustang also threatened to set Blue Flame Pipsqueak's hand on fire just now. Oh yeah. What about the little girl who turned into a chimera? Scar was responsible for her death too. And as for you, have you completely forgotten your hatred for what they did to your Ishvalan countrymen? And then there are these two. They shot your buddies left and right. You'll never get another chance. This is a perfect time. Hate or weak. Kill or be killed. Fight each other. He ordered, now looking up at me with his huge purple eye. You way far from kissing and making up. Right, Pipsqueaks, right, Hawkeye? Mustangs? Scar? The silence was stiff as I started to gather all of the pieces together. It was so quiet that my ears stung slightly and my mind traveled until Envy's voice was found again. There's no way. No, you can't. Never. Never. It's impossible. How could this happen? Wow. My gaze was full of saddened and sympathetic emotion directed towards Envy. I see. You're jealous of humans. I whispered as everyone stared at me. Even Envy took an eye towards me. Us humans, according to you, we're nothing compared to the homunculi. Yet, when we're beaten down, when we stray or fall, we face the challenge again and again. Our loved ones are there to pick us up all over again, and you're jealous, you envy us because of that. There was another ear-teasing silence in the room. Envy was silent until he growled and glared at me. He started to crawl out of my hand, making my eyes widen slightly. Where do you think you're going? Hold on. I called out as he started to crawl out. You idiot. I grabbed him with my other hand only to have him bite into my fingers. My voice came out quickly and same tone as before. Ed pulled me back into him and held my bitten finger. Riza raised her shotgun to Envy with a glare dark in her eyes. Wait. Scar ordered, making her eyes wide softly and her actions go still. He won't last long. Envy started to crawl away from Ed, Scar, and me weakly. The Ishvalan man was correct. There's no way he'll survive in the position he's in. Humiliation. Trampled on by humans. Weak and useless people. What's worse? Out of all of them, you had to be the one, didn't you, Pipsqueak? He asked, now breathing heavily and looking up at me. His heavy heaving was cut off as he looked down with tears coming up in his eyes. He then started to sob and wail, making my eyes widen and stare in shock. Ed and Riza had the same expression as me, and Scar and Roy had a cold and hard expression. Envy lay down on his side with tears covering his tiny face. Damn it. I've been humiliated. Humiliated. Me. Envy. Jealous of you humans. He shrieked, now getting up and looking up at Ed and me. I'm a homunculus. How can this pipsqueak kid see through me? It's the ultimate humiliation. He sat down on his rear with a defeated look on his face. His sad eyes looked at us all aimlessly. My eyes were soft on him as he started to laugh slightly. My head rose in confusion at this as my eyes widened again. I guess we'll see how long this alliance can hold up. Best of luck with that. He then dug his hands into his mouth and down his throat. Tears streamed down his whole body as he started to pull out a red stone. A philosopher stone. His core. He squeezed on the stone until it gave away and shattered in his hands. Envy started to fall over into ashes as we all stood and watched. Goodbye. Edward Elric. And Aaliyah Martin. The ashes floated away as he spoke with the last of his breath and died. I stared at this until I heard a sound next to me. Looking over, I saw Ed with his teeth clenched and his eyes narrowed on the resting spot of the homunculus. His fingers started to lace with mine tightly as the black ashes flew out of the air. He took the easy way out and killed himself. Roy muttered, not even looking. Cowardly bastard. Chapter 50, Sacrifices. We were traveling down the tunnels to get to the destination. This must be a sixth sense. All of them stopped and I lowered my head to a door in front of us. We're getting close. Scar muttered. So you can feel it too? Ed countered, revealing that all three of us had the same feeling in our guts. Riza blinked and looked over at the three of us. So you can sense their presence? I nodded slightly but kept my gaze on the door and nothing more. Let's leave it at I'm getting an odd feeling. My old scars are starting to get sore, if that's easier to understand. Without a second thought in my mind, I walked into the room walking right next to me. The room was a big clearing, there was barely any light to make the room seeable, and there was an old man in the center of the room hunched over drawing something. From what I can guess, he's drawing a transmutation circle. He stood and looked up at us, showing off his glasses and the crazed look on his features. I didn't expect an audience. I'll get performance anxiety. He grinned, showing off a big and obvious golden tooth. Every one of us got into a battle stance and Ed transmuted his automail blade as I cracked my knuckles, preparing to battle. Who are you? Ed questioned darkly. The man placed his hands in his pockets and his insane-filled eyes looked downward. Now, how should I say this? I'm the man who created King Bradley. He stated. My eyes went wide, but I refused an intake of air at the statement. Every person we encounter nowadays has something stupid that they did. That one is the stupidest act in the world. That was my most proud accomplishment. Roy glared at the man darkly. So you're the owner who created the Führer? He then pulled his gloves farther on his hands, which would most likely cause even more damage when he shot flames. I guess it's safe to say you with them. He leaned forward, which showed off his crossed eyes. I didn't realize it was you. I thought you were at the radio station, but you've come here to meet me in person. You have no idea how much trouble you saved me, Colonel Mustang. Suddenly soldiers jumped out of the ceiling and they held swords that Bradley used. They sprinted over to us and threw attacks straight at us. I jumped back from the men and blocked another attack from the others coming for me. 1 against 2 of these guys. That's just playing dirty. Damn you. I screamed, punched and kicked them. What are these guys? Are they dummies? No. They're too fast, it can't be just on instinct. Scar answered in a yell. The man went back to drawing on his circle and answered our obvious questions. They were once the other options to become King Bradley. He answered. My eyes widened as I ducked from an attack and kicked one of their ankles. I looked all over to count these men and found only 11 of these sword-wielding bastards. There must have been 11 attempts before it was the Führer I've come to hate was created. You can call them leftovers, I guess. But one thing is for sure, after years of training, they're warriors of their own. A soldier grabbed my arm and flung me to the side. I recovered before I could even hit the ground and landed perfectly on my feet. They may not be as strong as King Bradley, but they sure are strong. I scoffed slightly and stood up, raising my blade. Yeah, I noticed. Then I charged at the men and threw an attack only to get another dodge and a counterattack. Seeing the coming, I skillfully dodged. I suppose this is another mannequin scenario, only this time worse. This fight will be hell if I don't have people helping me out. I have to manage to fight 2 of these guys on my own, I guess. I was finishing off my fight with one of these damn soldiers and swiped the sweat and final blood off my forehead. Then another showed up, making me glare, and blocked the by moving my arm. Suddenly the room went quiet as the golden-toothed doctor spoke. He was standing now, making Sam and Riza turn to him and shoot at him. Doing this only made a soldier jump in the way and take the 4 bullets. Number 16, number 17, number 21, number 23, and number 26. Join me. The doctor called out, making these men circle him. My eyes went wide and glared at the man. What's he doing? He was standing over a completed transmutation circle with that toothy grin on his face. This took me a few seconds to process before my eyes widened and I gasped quickly. Now hear it, Guis. The doctor exclaimed, now slamming his palm onto the circle. A blue light glowed and danced around the room, now sending huge rods of blue sparks around the room. What have you done? Ed called out, now shielding his eyes from the light. The doctor laughed madly and gestured to the circle. This is just the beginning. Tell me, you seem like a smart boy, can you tell me how many military-controlled alchemy labs there are? Last time I heard there are 4 labs left in the city. Ed answered. My eyes widened as images of the 5th lab filled my brain quickly. 5 labs, 5 sacrifices, it all makes sense. These labs, they're surrounding the city like a transmutation circle. Central is a transmutation circle. I gasped in shock and then glared at the golden-toothed doctor. The 5th laboratory. They have 5. The labs are making a transmutation circle. I called over the sounds of alchemy. Are you sure? It's connecting all the labs into a circle. No POV. A light around Central appeared from the labs in the city. This light made a transmutation circle in Central, and then the light around the circle's source became a dark and deadly purple. Hands appeared and deconstructed the 5 men into nothing. As this happened, the doctor laughed madly and remained crouched over the circle. Aaliyah started to breathe heavily as she looked around nervously. Ed. She whispered under her breath, now looking down at his feet. Then she saw an eye under his feet, making her gasp. Ed. She now called out, taking a step forward. Her gaze then shot down to her feet and she saw the same eye under her feet. Then an eye appeared under Aal's feet and came to a quick halt. The same eye then appeared under Izumi, which made everyone's eyes widen, including hers. What? Ed, Aaliyah, Al, and Izumi gasped all at once. Izumi was slowly being broken down by the black hands wrapping around her tightly. She let out pain noises as the hand that was in Oliver's started to disappear. Izumi. Sig called out, trying to reach for her. Now trying to go grab Izumi, only for nothing. Then she finally disappeared along with the eye as her husband called out for her. Al was crying out, then he shortly disappeared with the eye leaving with him as everyone called out for Al. Aaliyah cried out in pain as her body also started to fall apart physically thanks to the touch of the hands. Ed was no different. Everyone watched in horror as the two cried out. Ed. Ally. The red-haired girl reached for Ed only to have her hand disappear. His eyes softened on her as she finally disappeared. Ed then looked to the golden-toothed doctor who just sat there watching with a grin. He growled and extended his hand to him along with a glare. Why, you bastard! Was the last thing Ed could get out before he too was gone. Aaliyah's POV. My head feels like it's gonna split. What happened? Why is the feeling so familiar? It feels like an image of the gate, truth, and the hands dragging me inside flashed in my mind one by one, making my heart skip a beat. My eyes then shot open and I saw everything. I do mean everything when I say it now. Spindles of information flooded past my mind as my eyes darted all around the area. Like when I opened the portal. I squeezed my eyes shut and let out an ear-splitting scream the whole way through. Chapter 51, Eye of Heaven, Gateway of Earth. There were blue sparks and I heard a male voice yell. The body was reconstructed into the form of Ed. He then fell to the ground, making me run to him. Ed rubbed the back of his neck in pain and then we heard a loud goof. Before he could get an answer he turned to the noise. There was a woman with black braided hair, fair skin, a tattoo on her shoulder/chest area, and dark eyes. She groaned and rubbed the back of her head. Teacher. She looked over and saw the confusion sweep onto her features. Ed? Are you all right? What are you doing here? I'd like to know the same thing. She muttered, rubbing the back of her neck in pain. Suddenly more sparks appeared and then a loud thud echoed across the room. All three of us turned to this and saw the silver-haired girl. Ed's eyes went wide and then ran over to her. Athena. He gasped, now holding her in his arms. The red-haired girl of mine just lay there, not even opening her eyes. Ed's eyes went wide and he felt for a pulse. She's still alive. He called out to himself, now stroking her cheek. Come on, Aaliyah. Wake up. He whispered, resting his head against her forehead and kissing her lips every once in a while. Now, can you tell me what this place is? She asked with slight annoyance in her voice. We're in that beard bastard's hideout. Ed answered. The sound of sparks appeared again, making my head perk upwards. An armor started to fall out of the sky and land right behind Ed and Aaliyah. The boy's face paled and he snapped his eyes to his brother. He called out for him. Al. Al snapped out of it. Izumi stared from behind in shock. Al too? Are the sacrifices being gathered together? Suddenly a loud boom was heard. Izumi and Ed looked over and gasped. There was the flask in a black form, with Hohenheim's face, leg, and arms sticking out. Now, this was a sight to see. 1, 2, 3. 4 of you are here. That still leaves us with one short. The twisted creature muttered. Of course, it makes Izumi, Ed, Al, and Ally. With Ed and Ally counting as one full sacrifice. He could use Aaliyah as a sacrifice right now, but he'll use those two together to make the transmutation stronger. I wonder. Maybe the fifth one is being made as we speak. The woman took a step back and glared at the creature in disgust. What the hell is that thing? It's a monster. Hohenheim. Ed exclaimed, now standing up and still holding Aaliyah. Hohenheim cringed and then finally opened up his golden eyes. Edward, and it would seem he has Aaliyah and Alphonse. Ah, and Izumi Curtis. Please excuse my sorry appearance. Izumi gave the man a serious look without even moving an inch away from her spot. What's going on here? From what was sticking out of the creature it started to twitch in pain. However, Hohenheim's unspoken words were cut off by the abomination of God. Now be mindful of your place. I plan to take your philosopher Stenito my favor, but I'll do it sooner if you prefer to do it that way. He tautened. Hohenheim. What's that hideous thing? Ed questioned while glaring at the beast. Well. He's a clone of me. You might know him better as the homunculi known as Father. Ed gasped, now remembering the first time he was him. Yeah, now that was the last time I saw Athena for a while. You saying that this is that bearded bastard? Yes, that's right. I destroyed the leather bag he was in, but he was then cut off, sinking into the black skin, his golden hair being the last of him we saw. Quiet, I warned you about keeping your mouth closed. Now, greetings to the four of you. My pretty sacrifices. Welcome to my castle and make yourself at home. The thing greeted me in a friendly tone. Ed grabbed onto Aaliyah and held her close to him with a glare on his face. Ed glared at Father darkly. Al, it's time to get up. Things aren't looking too good for us. He muttered but got no response. His shoulders relaxed and then he turned back to him in shock. Hey, Al. Al? Get up. Alphonse. A blast was then heard from above. Then in the rubble that started to fall, there was Mei Chong with her panda show mai. She shot her gaze over to the father. There he is. She called out. Now my home has a hole in it. He sighed, looking up at that huge hole where Mei came from. How dare you, little girl? Mei kept her glare on the creature and stayed in a stance. He may look different, but there's no mistaking it. He's the one behind this. Mei looked behind her and saw Al. Oh no, Alphonse, what happened? She gasped, now running to him. Ed turned to Mei and Al, then turned to Aaliyah, who was still unconscious. I don't know, I can't get Aaliyah and him to wake up. Then Mei started to scream and plead for Al. Aaliyah's POV. My eyes shot open and a gasp escaped from me. As I coughed and took small breaths. Aaliyah. I heard Ed exclaims as he ran over to me. I felt someone lift my chin. I looked up to the person who lifted my head and my eyes met with warm honey-colored ones. The gaze that was given instantly made me want to melt as I jumped on him into a hug. Ed then pulled me closer to him, now stroking my hair while doing so. Are you okay, Aaliyah? He asked softly. I nodded and looked over at him. Yeah. I am. He nodded and smirked slightly. Good. Then he pulled me into a breathtaking kiss. My eyes widened for a second but quickly closed and I allowed myself to kiss back. The kiss was sweet and passionate as he pulled me closer to him. After what felt like ages he pulled away with his breath mixing with mine. I'm just glad you're okay. Yeah. No POV. The boy in the armor was standing in front of his weak and bone-like body. They just sat there and stared at each other. Al walked over to his previous body in shock while letting out tiny gasps. My body. He gasped, raising his arms for the frail person. That's my body. Then he fell onto his knees right in front of the blonde teen. He stood up weakly and looked up at Al. I've waited a long time. Al's body whispered, now holding his hand out to Al. Without even thinking, the armor grabbed his hand, which made a smile come to his face. Welcome home, Al. Al's red light in his eye holes disappeared for a few seconds as he grew closer to the weak boy. He then came back along the light and grabbed his body's wrist. Your arms. You've grown so thin. Nothing but skin and bones. All you can do is stand up. I can't. He whispered, letting go of the body. He looked hurt and heartbroken. Al slammed his hands onto the ground. I can't fight in a body like this. But everyone else is fighting. You don't want to become one with me again? The body asked weakly. It's not that. Al answered. For a long time. All I thought about was getting my body back. But, I can't come back to you. I just can't right now. It's not strong enough. The boy just looked down at him with an injured gaze. However, it brought itself to soften on Al. So you want to go back? You want to go back in that body? He asked in a whisper. Al just looked up at him while the body just looked down sadly. His gaze ripped away after the silence. Fine, then I won't stop you. Al looked over to the opening gate and then back to his body. Then he started to run into the thin and shadowy hands which crawled off the gate. I'm sorry. I'll be back, just wait a while longer. I swear I'll be back. I promise. I promise. Reality Al's red light eyes glowed back to life, making May let out a tiny squeal of happiness. Ed and Ally gasped and looked up to Al, who was now sitting up from the truth. Al. Are you okay? Ed asked. Izumi then ran away from the still traumatized Roy to see if Al was doing okay. Marcus then walked over to check up on him as well. Al looked over to everyone in slight shock and relief. Teacher. Brother, Ally, May. Where he started only to see the creature that the father was. He gasped at the grotesque form. He left the body that he had been searching for so long. My valued and noble soul, as your vessel I'm very proud of you. But with your selfless return, the world may be plunged into darkness and despair. My Alphonse. And now. All five are here. FF. Aaliyah's POV. Alright, let's recap what happened when I was knocked out, shall we? Hohenheim is in whatever that black thing is, and to top it all off we have the fact that Roy has been forced into human transmutation. Yeah, join that club, Colonel. Now he has my sympathy. So, you mean to tell me that you're just going to reject the truth? The thing questioned. Okay, I missed this part. This is what happens when I leave it to Ed to tell me what's happened and stuff. Yeah. Ed called out, hiding me behind him. Listen here. Don't think that you won just 'cause you got us all here. We're not gonna sit back and let you sacrifice us. Your words will do nothing to change your fate. The thing, which I guess is the father stated. Izumi was trying to calm Roy down after the trauma. I've been in that boat, it's hell. People crying everywhere you look. Well, in his case, hearing it. He gets half the package, but I get the whole thing. I don't know which one is worse. Hearing people wail over you, or seeing it for your own eyes. Let's get out of here. Izumi ushered softly. Can you stand? No, none of you will be leaving. Father sang, making all glares at him. Escaping is futile, you're already deep in my stomach. May then stepped in front of us and held a determined yet scary look on her face. I haven't seen May's poker face. What are you doing? I called out only to have Ed hold me back. The little girl raised her shoulders. I've come a long way to talk to him, she exclaimed in her high-pitched voice. Envy told me that you were immortal. There was silence in the air but was soon broken by May's voice again. So you're not denying it? That's all I needed. I'll handle this one, Alphonse. She snarled, lowering her head. Al jolted in shock with a gasp. Wadash. Not on your own. He's too powerful. I'll be fine. May reassured loudly. He can't control my alchemy. Al shook his helmet in rejection of the idea. Even if he binds with our alchemy, you shouldn't fight him on your own, we can help. I'll be a light. May yelled. Just keep the smaller homunculus out of my way. Well, gee, thanks May, you make it sound like he's the easy one to fight. I sarcastically remarked, glaring at Pride. However, I did notice he was holding his cheek. Did something happen to him that's making this so? But something is in my mind now. How would they force the Colonel and me to open our own portal? But what about Roy? What happened to him? Then Roy's weak voice summoned my attention along with Ed's. Our heads perked up and we snapped our heads to him. Shortly before I was deconstructed, Salim said that it was their last resort and they had no other options. I looked down and rubbed my chin thoughtfully. That must mean it holds a threat to them as well. I whispered. Then we might have a shot. Ed whispered, glaring at Pride. It was a stare that he returned emotionless. There was a gaping hole in his cheek which got bigger only by a little. Ed and I remained still for a few seconds before we clapped our hands and set them on the ground. Well, look at that. We can use our alchemy. Waves of the floor started to rush to Pride, but he ran away. This was a comforting sight. Ed, Al, and I sprinted for him as the child continued to run off. He's running off, he didn't bother to use his shadows. Al pointed out. Now that is a nice sign. No POV. Father just stared at chunks of ground flying in the air in annoyance and glared darkly at it. He also sighed and kept his eyes totally off of May. Why must you rude children ruin my home? Why don't you behave like proper guests? He grunted. As a kunai was thrown at him, he turned to look over to May and glared with his multiple eyes on her. This blade sunk into his skin, making me shudder mentally. Enough talk. May yelled, now charging at him. Now give me your stone. As he smirked, red sparks emerged from his forehead and a large knife that resembled hers but bigger, and she dodged it. The thing pointed at her and glared darkly. I did not request your presence and do not need it. Leave now. May used her alkahestry to bind him down. She had spikes stabbed into his arms while I made stone vines that held him down by his feet. Now was my chance. May stood up and started to charge on him. Hohenheim's head then popped out. No. Young lady. He's not actually trapped. He warned. May's foot hit the top of his head. Red sparks appeared and threw her back, making her scream in pain and get thrown back. May cried in pain, and Al's voice called for May. Aaliyah's POV. A scream echoed in my ears which made my eyes widen and be taken away from the fight. I saw May being flung back by red sparks and tossed aside. May landed safely. May. Al gasped, tearing himself from the battle. Al. Go help her. I called out to him. But what about Pride? Ed smirked and nodded at me. I returned the smirk and nodded in response. Ally and I can take care of him. All right, if you say so. Al sighed. Shadows then started to dart towards us, making me dodge or block all the attacks that were coming each time for me. After the shadows stopped coming for Ed and me. What's wrong, Pride? Your attacks are half-ass. I yelled, cocking my head to brush out some of my bangs from my face. His eyes were still glaring as they narrowed at me. Try not to get too cocky. You haven't fulfilled your purpose yet, so you can't kill us quite yet. I reminded him to run forward and charge for him. That means that I can still beat you until you're nothing but shadows. The attack I dodged made my eyes widen slightly. Time seemed to slow down as I was passing Pride. Is that your plan? Pride asked in a low tone. You and Edward Elric are used to fighting ones who are bigger than you. So you don't have much experience fighting ones who are smaller than you. I then recovered and looked over only to have shadows grab my wrists to hold me down. My eyes went wide until an avalanche of black blade-like shadows charged right at me. Cuts crowded around me and one shadow dug into my cheek and another barely cut into my shoulder. Aaliyah. Ed called out, but I could barely hear a signal thing. The shadows then disappeared, making me jump back and touch my bleeding right cheek. Ed then ran forward to attack Pride quickly. Damn brat. He yelled, now grabbing him by his tiny shoulder. You overlooked one simple fact, Aaliyah and I have always been small. We know exactly how a runt is going to win. With that simple statement, Ed rammed his forehead into Pride's, making his entire cheek crumble into many pieces. No POV. All of a sudden a huge arrow appeared and shot right through Father Izumi, standing at the handle of a huge crossbow with Roy behind her. His hands-free alchemy doesn't make this a fair fight, Izumi stated, now throwing another arrow at him. This arrow did that same thing and went straight through him. There was a huge purple eye right over him. It appears that bedtime is upon us. Hands then went all over the room grabbing Al. There was a huge bam and a dust cloud appeared along with 2 yells. Out of the cloud Ed and Ally were yanked out and they were both tied together. I'm done with indulging your frivolity. Father started. It's time to put you to work, my sacrifices. The eclipse was now starting, which made the moon cross paths with the sun, which made an almost pleasant silver lining. Gracia and Alicia Hughes looked up to the sky while looking through a darkened shade. Father then gained a happy look and traveled his head upwards. It's finally upon us, he stated in an excited tone. All of Amestris pounded, which made birds fly into the air fleeing from this scene. This planet of ours, have you ever considered the possibility that it might in fact be a life form? Actually, it would be more accurate to refer to it as a vast nervous system. One that retained its every memory since its first inception, and has witnessed the universe unfold. Just think of the massive quantity of information that such a system would hold. But an even better question, how much power would one gain if they opened the system's gateway? Have you ever considered that? Think about it. Ed and Ally gasped in shock, now realizing what he gaining from all of this. Now that I have you gathered, I shall use you as sacrifices to open the planet's gateway. All of Central shook again, but one person was sneaking behind him. It was Greed. That's a good plan, Pops. Greed replied with a smirk in her voice. Pride gasped in shock while holding the missing part of his face. Where'd he come from? Greed struck at his creator with a wide grin on his face. Hope you don't mind me using it for myself. Greed started with a maddened look on his face. The world will finally belong to me. Ed and Ally stared at this, jaw dropped. They glanced at each other and then back to the homunculi. He got him. The two gasped in unison. I was expecting you two to make an appearance. A voice appeared from the black pool at their feet. Greed's eyes widened in shock, now staring at the pool underneath them. I know you two too well, my son. Eyes then appeared around them. Greed glared at them with hatred in her eyes. Did you forget that you were born from my avarice? Anything that you might desire. I can assure you that I desired it first. Greed stared in shock. Ed and Ally stared at the crawling shadows in devastation. The pool then started to move away, dragging all the sacrifices along with them. Roy gasped at the sudden movement. Greed watched Ed, Al, and Athena being dragged off, and her eyes went wide in saddened disgust. Ed. Ally. He called off. All he wanted to do was help, but he didn't dare to move. The sacrifices were set in the circle again, but this Hohenheim was placed within the circle as well. He coughed from the new return of air. The rest of the pool morphed over to the chair where his usual book and placement was. Hohenheim glared at him, which made an explosion hit the creature dead on. However, that did no damage to him. Father just transformed back into the figure of a human and laughed evilly. The very center of this world is right here, he stated, referring to the circle on his side table with all the pieces on it. Then he slammed his hand onto it, making red sparks gush out of the surface of it. He gasped at the power and also mixed in laughter at the end. An eye then appeared in Hohenheim's stomach, then Izumi's stomach, Roy's stomach, Al's chest piece, and finally Ed and Ally's chest. A black liquid started to pour out of the whole scar made, engulfing Gerso, Zampano, Darius, and Riza first. Then Scar and Bradley. Central Command soon fell under the dark pool, with the streets and homes following not too shortly behind. Screamed echoed in the air as the black thick liquid filled the streets. Ed yelled out as black hands came out of his eye on his stomach, with allies doing the same. In fact, they all did the same, and these eyes climbed onto the father, making him laugh evilly. Fight for me. Let your gateways fight for my soul. Shed your energy for me. What truly magnificent energy. Its immensity is indescribable. I can barely contain it. Now that I've obtained enough power, I will open this planet's gateway. Now in red the human transmutation circle that could have been found as the fifth lab was now covering Central. Red sparks traveled down the tunnels that Sloth made and flowed right under the land to south, east to west. Soon the circle just didn't go over just Central, but over the whole country. Everything within this circle became purple. A deadly and toxic-looking purple. Hands climbed out of the ground which made the people on Centra Street scream in horror and confusion. They questioned this until all the breath they held within was stripped away. People of young and old fell over gasping for air, soon growing limp. The Amestrians were all dying. Everyone in Amestris was dying. People inside buildings perished, and the last to go in Central Command was Brigadier General Clemen. People in Leor died as well. Rush Valley, the people in Radio Capital, in the east where the train accident happened, and yes, even dear Rizumble. Wrenches fell off the table with Winry, and Pinako soon following in the collapse. The older woman reached for Winry weakly while holding her neck with her other hand. Winry. She called out in a breathy tone. Why can't I move? The two Briggs men got the door open and held their chests. What's happening? One of the men asked. Hohenheim. The next time I see you, I'm gonna slug you. Pinako swore to herself before letting silence wash over her. Winry held her neck, gasping for air helplessly. Save us, Ed. Please. She whispered before collapsing and dying as well. Central. A white line then appeared across the sky and made the circle's diameter. Over the circle appeared a huge glass door. Seconds passed and that door opened wide, which made shadows climb over the fragile opening. Then a black creature appeared using the door's edges to help him up his feet. This thing was so big that he could touch the sky without standing on his tippy toes. This thing was the father of the homunculi. He let out a loud yell and reached out for the solar eclipse. Hear me, God. I demand you answer the cry of my soul. Come to me, he exclaimed. Then a light appeared and a gray covered the solar eclipse. It opened and there appeared the Truth's eye. Hands flooded from both Father's side and the Truth's side and mingled. Grabbed and tied onto each other. Join me. Yes. Father ordered while trying to pull the gateway closer to his monster-sized body. I will no longer be bound by you or your consequences. I'll force you down to this earth and into my bowels. You have no choice but to be absorbed. He then let out a loud yell as the two doors collided and bright light burst through the darkened skies. Father. Dwarf in a flask. He had finally gained his ultimate and greedy wish. Chapter 52, He Who Would Swallow God. Rizumble. The Elric brothers and allies sat in their father's office reading a huge and thick book on the wooden desk inside. The sun is male, representing masculinity. Ed read off the page. The moon is female, representing femininity. Al continued while sitting right beside his older brother. Ed then continued the reading. When both cross, then the two genders become one. Ally sat up with her head lifted up. So that means that union means perfect being. So what does that mean? Do they mean immortality? The older brother leaned back in his chair and hummed in thought. His golden eyes opened up with slight curiosity. Or maybe something greater. But what's greater than that? Al asked, still looking at the book. Ed shrugged in response. I dunno. Maybe God or something. Reality. Central. Hands flooded from both Father's side and the Truth's side and mingled. Grabbed and tied onto each other. Join me. Father ordered while trying to pull the gateway closer to his monster-sized body. Yes. I will no longer be bound by you or your consequences. I will pull you into this earth and into my bowels. You have no choice but to be absorbed. He then let out a loud yell as the two doors collided and bright light burst through the darkened skies. Father. Dwarf in a flask. He had finally gained his ultimate and greedy wish. Everyone who even stood in Amestris was no more. Their souls had left their bodies and all that remained was nothing. Absolutely nothing. The dark skies the eclipse gave off made everything look darker. Bodies of people and animals were littering the streets of Central, Rush Valley, and Lior, everywhere. And another odd thing about this, there was no sound. Just dead silence. Aaliyah's POV. I stirred and slowly started to come to after the transmutation I was forced into. Well, all of us were forced into it. A loud and deadly cough escaped from my throat and I surely expected some blood. To my joyful surprise that wasn't the case. A hand was pulled into my sight which made me follow this. My eyes met with Ed's and I gladly took his hand in mine and allowed him to help me up on my feet. Is everyone all right? I heard Roy ask from another side of the room. What happened? You have done well, my faithful sacrifices. A new voice stated. My whole body jolted and froze at the sound. I led my eyes over to the throne and saw a very weird sight. The blue orbs I held widened at everything sitting before me. The father looked young, with blonde hair, a well-built body, and only wearing a towel. I glared at him and stood forward. So you did it? I questioned darkly. His expression was unchanging as he rested his cheek onto his hoisted hand. Yes, I had done what I have set out to do. He spoke. Another thing, his voice was thick now. Acquire God. Ed stepped forward with a glare in his eyes. Acquire God. That's impossible. Unfortunately, it is. Hohenheim stated while giving father the same expression Ed had given him. Given a great enough energy. I looked down softly and took a deep breath. A great deal of energy. I whispered to myself. My eyes then went wide in shock. A Philosopher's Stone? Al had finally sat upwards and stared at the new god. If he made a stone using all of Amestris, then that means... Oh no. All those people. The people that I care for that are outside of this very room, in that stone, in that bastard. It can't be. Does this mean that everyone has been turned into a Philosopher's Stone? Al gasped. May finally walked forward from her shield from the harsh winds while holding her shoulder. How many lives were sacrificed for this? May asked past her sore body. The colonel kept his blind glare at where he thought the father was. Amestris is a large country. At least 50 million people. He who would swallow God. Bastard. Ed screamed. Before Ed could even do a thing, the god tapped his finger on the armrest, turning off our alchemy. Damn you. Your alchemy will do you no good. Farewell, gentlemen and young lady. He stated, opening out his hand. Doing this created a ball of fire that hurt my eyes just looking at it. Much like the sun. The father just held the same expression on his face that made me want to punch him in his face and then his stomach. However, I will not do that because that is a form of suicide. A power of God is now in my control, with that I can do anything. For instance, I can create a sun right in the palm of my hand. He stated simply. Well, that explains why my eyes hurt. Shall I turn its flames loose in here? What do you think? His eyes then widened quickly and then turned over to the burning sun in his hands. It was Hohenheim's turn to talk now. Your plans for binding God to this was a flawed one. We've plotted against you since the moment you put it into motion. His eyes widened again and I could notice he was shaking weirdly. Hohenheim and the father had an unbreakable stare-off. Over the many long years, I have performed calculation after calculation. I have arranged my philosopher's stones and the friends who have long resided within me to prepare for this very day. No POV. The time has come. An older voice stated. He is guilty of committing regret, the ultimate transgression. We no longer have bodies to return to, but the people of Amestris still have their chance to resume their physical forms. Yes, we know what we must do. Let us return their souls to their bodies. It's what Hohenheim asks of us. The childish voice yelled as a red light appeared from under a boulder in the middle of nowhere. Father shook again, making his eyes widen yet again. He glared at the group of people that he gathered darkly. So you've planted your philosopher stones, what of it? The man yelled while leaning forward. They're merely points. They will not activate, without a circle. That is a basic rule of alchemy. Hohenheim nodded. We do have a circle. It's one of enormous power, and it can be self-activated. Even if something happened to incapacitate me. As the scene changed to show the eclipse. The moon's shadow cast over the earth by the eclipse. We're starting now, Hohenheim. The voice called out as the red light in the boulder glowed brightly, starting the activation. 5 points made a circle, sparked red, and was on the circumference of the shadow shaped like a circle. Father held his pulsing and beating heart while glaring daggers at Hohenheim. Even now you think you can stop me? You're a fool, Hohenheim. He yelled with his voice booming and echoing around him. That's the reason why I came back. Hohenheim stated in a venomous tone. It's time you remembered your place, dwarf in a flask. The red light zapped over to central while the designs of this complicated circle came to the human eye. Father gritted his teeth as the spark struck at him. He closed his fist on the sun he had made while grunting in pain. Red sparks jumped off of him as the groans and grunts became louder in volume. Ed and Ally's expression was in shock and a mixture of awe, but was then turned into a glare set on the man. Then souls erupted from his body and swarmed out into the open. Each one of them returned to their original bodies. The screaming and whines of souls were flying in the air like a tornado before each one parted its ways and zoomed right into the empty human shells. Everything remained silent for only a few seconds until one thing brought it all up again. The crying of a baby in Central. Rain/Sid. Risambull. Everyone in the household recovered by waking up last. Winry, are you all right? Pinocchio asked her. What was that? Winry questioned as she coughed. The Briggs men stood up with one of them holding his chest for breathing support. Is it just me or did we all pass out at the same time? Pinocchio recovered and tried her very best to stand. So it would seem. What the hell happened? One of the men questioned. The other man looked down at the floor grimly. I don't know how to describe it. It was like. Winry looked up. It was like being trapped, imprisoned in a vortex of anguish. Underneath Central Command. Father was clutching his armrest again while groaning in pain and sparks flying off of his quaking body. Ed and Ally turned to Hohenheim. Did it work? Ed asked quickly. The original golden-haired man nodded, now tearing his gaze away from the father. Yes. The people of Amestris have had their souls returned to their bodies. And with nothing more than the souls from Zerzesians he already had, I doubt he can continue to control the powers that which he calls God. His grip on the armrest became so tight that it shattered from the contact. Father's breathing became heavy and deep with weight. I can always create another stone. He argued tiredly. I'm not through. There are more. 1 billion humans that I can draw energy from. A ball of light dark purple shot right at the group of humans. Hohenheim grabbed this light and pushed it upwards. Father yelled again, sending a dangerous wave of light shooting towards the group. Before it could hit them, May activated a transmutation circle. Al gasped at her, but the girl continued her new goal. Detecting and using the power that flows within the ground is what we alchestrists do. May reminded. What's more, the greater the power the other side has, the greater the power I can use becomes. May gasped. Look out. Behind you. She screamed. Hohenheim then turned around to see a wave of harsh and burning air firing towards them quickly. In the nick of time, he held this power back while grunting at the force. Damn. I don't have enough power to fight off his energy. He yelled. One of the kunis that was poking out of the ground made the younger girls gasp. Try as hard as you can, sir. She yelled over the harsh wind. I can't hold on much longer. The man's huge hand started to burn off and the skin started to peel away only for the red flesh. It's no use. He groaned slowly, starting to give in to the energy. Ed, an ally came up and held him up by pushing his back upwards. Come on, Dad. Hang on. Al called out. Stay focused. Ed ordered. You can do this. Ally loudly reassured, closing her eyes tightly. Hohenheim's eyes widen at the sight of these three teens holding him nice and tall. Soon a grin reached his lips and looked forward. I can only do so much, I'm just an old man. I'll give out all these old bones can do. Other than what he said to the three, they knew it had to end. End now and quickly. Because if not, the stone within Hohenheim would burn out. This needs to stop or Dad's philosopher's stone will die out. Al pointed out. Ally nodded and looked up to Ed. What do you suppose we do? She asked. Ed shook his head. We can't do a thing right now. Are you done yet, Scar? No POV. The reverse transmutation circle wrapped around Amestris in blue comforting light with each of the tiny dots connecting into place. It's coming. Hohenheim called out to the alchemists within the protected barrier. Ed, Al, Ally, and Izumi clapped their hands and set them onto the circle they stood upon with great force. Spikes from the floor shot all around with no control, making Father jump out of his throne and Pride jump away from another. Pride and Father stood in rubble with their eyes on the group in a dark glare. How do you like them apples? Ally questioned in a cocky tone as she removed her jacket and tossed it aside. Your throne is nothing but rubble now. I think it's about time someone puts an end to your damn posturing. Ed exclaimed, also removing his red coat in the same way while tossing that aside as well. He smirked and raised his fist proudly. So I'm gonna take you down and the truth along with you. Allies POV. Ed fired cannons at Father and Pride madly, making me only smile in that response. How do you like this, huh? He called out over the booms and pounds of cannons hitting the force field that Father put around him. I couldn't help but shake my head at him. As I started my fire burst by throwing my blue flames at him and then form my lightning and strike him. No POV. The burns on Hohenheim's hands and wrists healed in an instant. So is it true? You made a circle that could return everyone's souls? May asked, looking up at the tall man. He rubbed his fingertips together while giving us a nice response. Yes, and it worked perfectly. After that, Scar made a reverse circle to correct the corrupt alchemy of this country. He answered simply. It was Scar's brother. Through tireless research, he found a secret that was long kept. The existence of the nationwide transmutation circle. Using that as a base, he applied his knowledge of alchemy and developed what is known as a reverse transmutation circle. This circle would render the Philosopher's Stone within Amestris to be ineffective, thus enabling the alchemists here to once again harness tectonic energy to its fullest extent. Allies POV. Al transmuted a long blade from the ground and fired it straight at the father of the homunculi while letting out a battle cry. They're godlike. The red sparks from the touch of the blade made the endless pillars around him and Ed's large cannons burst. I was surrounded by sparks as I raised my head, revealing a deadly glare. Then I heard Hohenheim's voice nearby, making me snap in its direction. He was shielding Ed from a blast as he spoke. Keep it coming with all you've got. Make him use his Philosopher's Stone. He'll run out of energy. I gave him a firm nod and turned back to our enemy. Yeah, and when will that be? I'm not sure, but we have to keep on trying. I looked over to Izumi as she started to make a pipe on the ground become like jelly and fling itself at Father. That attack was reflected, making it smack into the wall. A sound of chains entered my ears as I whipped my head over to the sound. We all met our gazes at a pool of a steaming substance which, from what I can guess, is lava. Greed ran up with poles in hand and grinned like mad men. The sweet memories. Greed started. This was the tub I took a bath in. Greed slammed the pole he held right into the back of his dad's neck. Now it's your turn, Dad. This pole was melted right in half, sending her staggering backwards. Ed clapped his hands and started a transmutation. Get out of the way, you greed. He ordered as blue sparks traveled to the tub of lava. Now a huge stone hand appeared and tipped over the tub, sending the red and orange substance onto the father. Another smirk came onto my face at this. He might have actually fixed this. If so, that would be a nice weight off my shoulders. Silence filled the air as we waited for the next move. Did Ed finally end this madness or not? It was up to him. Then father popped out of the lava and shot right into the sky. My face heated up in anger as I watched this bastard fly up. I stared up at the sky with a slight twitch as the flames started to fade away from sight. At this point, I swear to whatever I'm supposed to believe in now that I'm going to kill him. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if everyone else was thinking the same thing. Damn. Hohenheim hissed, staring at his path. He's going to try and make another Philosopher stone. He then clapped his hands and made a pillar that lifted him up to the sky above. Greed and hate then started to climb up the walls, making look up with a sigh. Izumi turned to Al and continued to help Roy in his recovery. Go after him. Right. Al responded with a nod. The woman turned back to Roy and gave him a serious look. Seeing Roy like this made me feel sorry for him and what had happened to him. Knowing what he went through, I think that now we can actually talk about stuff like that and we can all support him. Let's get you somewhere safe. Roy had his hands on the bridge of his nose still while holding a pitiful look on his facial features. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so useless. Suddenly something slithered onto my wrist and yanked me forward with full force. I gritted my teeth and pulled back while looking at the person who was doing such an act on me. Pride. Of course. Why am I not surprised? I whipped my head around now, looking for Ed or Dad. Ed was in the same boat as I was turning around. Edward. Aaliyah. He gasped loudly, now gaining an evil expression when seeing Pride. You. Let go of them. We'll be fine. Ed reassured me while doing the same as me. You guys go on ahead. Seems our friend wants us to stick around. Like Ed said. We'll be fine. The two of us against him, we can be unstoppable if we want. Just leave it to us and we'll meet you there. I instructed, feeling him tug on me a little more. When I felt that, I gritted my teeth tighter together and pulled my hand back closer to my body. Her look was pleading and tears might fall from her eyes. Izumi looked over to us and nodded firmly. Let's move. She called out before turning to the both of us. Don't let that thing beat you, Ed, ally. Right. Both of us answered as the group left us behind. But to be honest, I wanted at least one of them to be with us just in case went wrong and Ed and I had to leave. No more of that now. It's up to us and only us now. Pride continued to hold his injured face while still managing to give us a freaky-looking death stare. Damn you, Greed. Have you forgotten that you're our homunculi? Where's your honor? The kid cursed. I scoffed and tried to pull my wrist closer to my body again. As much as I hate to admit it, he's starting to overpower me. So he should just be a good boy like you and do everything their father tells him, is that it? My voice came out as low and threatening. Suddenly a swift and unexpected tug threw me aside and the shadow on my wrist slammed me into the same wall twice. Each time the wind was kicked right out of me. A pained sound came out of my throat as I was laid down, so I could either lay there until I died or until I dared to stand again. Do you need to ask such ridiculous questions? It's only natural that we should obey our father no matter the orders. He taunted devilishly. I snapped my head to him with a glare and now standing up. You're the one who sounds ridiculous. Only natural, huh? So is it natural to be a brainwashed punk who doesn't try to think for himself? Ed interrogated as I started to get onto my own feet again. Just as this happened and I finally caught my breath, I saw Ed get tossed around like a rag doll by his hand. Before I could make another move, I was yanked back and slammed into the wall. My hands were tied behind my back with another pair of shadows tugging on my hair, which made my scalp burn at the touch. I winced and tried my best to look at the scene. Explain something to us? Why are you so eager to be his willing lapdog? He wearing you ragged and breaking you down and he doesn't even care. His eyes widened for a second before becoming filled with hate and anger at this comment. It must have hit him hard because I was scared for our safety now more than ever. Why should I care if father doesn't? I am not a weak human like you two. I am one of the homunculi. What do you two humans know? He screamed. His hand uncovered the hole in his face which made shadows with eyes and teeth pop out. When seeing this I knew we were in trouble now. Which one is he going to go for? Ed or me? For my sanity, not him. I would like him to do whatever to me but not Ed. Not ever. Shadows gathered around Ed and he let out a gut-wrenching scream. My instincts started to kick in at this current moment. I started to struggle and throw my head forward, which only made the top of my head burn even more. Ed, no. I screamed, trying to break out. Don't you dare hurt him. I will break out of here and kill you. I don't care what I have to do, I will dash. My threat was cut off short as the shadow that took my hair yanked it farther down, making me let out a small scream. Silence, if you continue to talk I'll make it worse for you and him. Pride threatened in a low growl. If I don't get out of here then Ed could get killed. No. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if that were to happen. We've given each other so much and that is one of the many reasons why I just can't quit now. This container won't last long. But like father, you are of Hohenheim's bloodlines, so we're technically brothers. This means Edward Elric, I can use your container, after that I'll get rid of this pathetic girl slowly and painfully. Your body belongs to me. My eyes widen at the statement. I have to get to work now. When realizing what needed to be done I started to try and weasel my way out of these shadowy chains. Pride gasped as those shadows sucked right back into the hole in his face. Perfect, now I need to come up with something to get out while he's distracted. Trying to squeeze my hands out is a no-go, so I have to cut my way out. I looked over to Ed, who was just holding himself in pain. Ed. I whispered softly as I tried to find a way to cut myself free without Pride seeing. As I sent lightning sparks towards him to shock him to lose a little control. I stood up now, breaking Ed out quickly. You rest here. I'll take care of him. I yelled, now charging to Pride. I threw an attack at him which he barely dodged and he kicked at my ankle. Nice try, but that's not happening. I countered, now raising my hand to try and hit him. The only thing I got was a shadow wrapping around me and tossing me aside. When I landed against the wall a loud crack came from my head and I hit the ground. I started to weakly sit up when I saw Pride walking to me. You just won't stay still, will you? I guess I have no choice but to kill you now then. My hands were then pinned and shadows wrapped around my neck and head. The placement made my eyes widen in shock. Goodbye, Aaliyah Martin. His hand started to slowly push my head to the side, making me realize what was in store for me now. If he moves any faster or harder then I'm gonna die. He'll snap my neck like a twig. Then a battle cry I didn't expect to hear echoed into my head. My eyes snapped open as I looked up to blue sparks slamming into Pride's face. What brought the blue to Pride was an arm made out of metal. No POV. He'll kill me. Pride gasped to himself mentally. If you think that, you still don't understand Edward Elric. Ed let out his loud battle cry as his body left and entered the body of Pride. Pride then yelled, now holding his head in fear and shock. Celium. He screamed loudly, now reaching to him. Pride gasped and stared at the human who only grew closer. Impossible. He turned himself into a philosopher stone and now he's forcing his way inside of me. The golden-haired teen then grabbed the homunculus's face. His look became purely horrified as Ed glared at him and spoke. I caught you. You are mine. An image of the Führer and appeared which made Pride's eyes widen in shock and remembrance. Stop this. The image became larger in sight and power. Please SAO IP. Aaliyah's POV. Pride's face became gray with ashes as Ed closed his fist, which made his head and body break away into nothing. Along with this, The shadows disappeared as well, which made my hands and head droop. Aaliyah. A voice softly called out for me. I forced myself to look up, and when I saw Ed, that melting feeling inside returned and I felt happy again. I'm okay. We're both okay, he reassured softly. At this point, I couldn't help but let myself cry. I jumped into his arms and started to sob into his shoulder. Why, you idiot. I thought I was going to lose you. I whimpered sadly as I punched his other shoulder. I felt him shake his head in response and pull his head away from my shoulder. His flesh fingers wiped away my tears softly and his forehead rested against mine. You shouldn't have worried about me. But when I saw you, I was scared for you. I don't ever want to lose you, and if I did, I wouldn't be able to handle that. You should know that by now. He whispered to me as he cupped my cheek, his lips brushing mine as he spoke. Then his lips were against mine for a few minutes before parting softly and left me wanting more. I'm so proud of your bravery, and it makes me so honored to be spending this life with you. I smiled at him and poked his chest softly. I wouldn't have it any other way. Then he opened his automail hand to reveal a fetus, I believe, with a red circle on its forehead. A gasp escaped my lips for a second before a firm stare. This is who you really are then, I whispered, now grabbing Ed's jacket and folding it neatly. Ed then placed Pride into the center of it, stood up and helped me up. When this is over, you owe an apology, I muttered to the baby while walking off with Ed. Ed then stopped and turned to Pride with a calm stare. You can wait right there, you foolish boy, he ordered, now walking with me by his side. The sun was shining brightly on our skin as we looked upwards. Ready, Aaliyah? Always, I answered, turning to him with a smile. Chapter 53, A Fierce Counterattack. Father stood in front of a whole crowd of white-clothed Briggs men. No words had to be spoken. It was obvious that he was the treat there. The men gasped before pointing their guns at him. Let's get him, one of them ordered. The determination of this was short-lived because Father raised his hand, which made red sparks crackle around the men dressed in white. The men started to gasp and hack in hopes of getting air, only for nothing. Father walked forward and made the deadly transmutation even stronger. It was almost certain that they would perish. Until an arrow slammed into Father's back, which made the red spark cease. His golden eyes glared over at the attacker. There stood Hohenheim with his hand extended to the man. I won't let you sacrifice even more people, he yelled. A fierce counterattack. Shortly Al, May, and Izumi appeared at the scene. Dad! Al gasped, now running to him. He was planning on using them to make another Philosopher's Stone, Hohenheim stated. The group gasped and then got into a fighting stance. Father didn't even bother to move at this, but only stared them down. What else are these useless humans good for? Hohenheim looked down and shook his head softly. Then he looked up to start his lecture. You treat humans like a lower life form, but don't you see? Only they can be made to make a Philosopher's Stone, and only from a stone can a homunculus arise. But what does a homunculus produce? What do you create? He asked continuously, which made the man silent for a few seconds. Creation is everything, and all you do is destroy. You may think that you reached a perfect state of being, but you have hit nothing but a dead end. I can create, Father stated. Shall I create some humans for you? The warriors gasped at the mere thought of him creating humans. Not because he despises them with every fiber in his being, but because it can end badly for them. He then raised his arms and skinnish globs crawled out of his stomach all at once, making their stomach turn. May and Izumi held a look of horror at the sight of this. These people started to scream and shout at this and crawl out of Father's skin. The group of golden-haired men and women started to stand up and walk over to the group of living beings. These people were the people of Xerxes. One of these people looked like the king of the nation as he stood and let out an olden sound. Hohenheim gasped and his eyes grew wide. At least, I have found immortality, the king rasped, walking forward. Don't you see that I am still alive? King Xerxes? Is that you? Hohenheim questioned breathlessly. Izumi gasped and took a step back at them closing in. Suddenly a small hand touched Izumi's foot. Then she gasped and Izumi saw a baby crawling over to her while mumbling "Mama." She gasped and cupped her mouth with her hand. This isn't happening," she whimpered. A group of teenage boys walked over to Al and May, which made the two girls hide behind the armor. "A body. I have a body." The boys gasped, now touching at Al's chest piece. "No." Al breathlessly begged. "Please stop this. It isn't right." More men crowded around Hohenheim while speaking of things from the past, from the time when Xerxes wasn't in ruins. He just stared in shock and was numb from everything he was looking at. "This is wrong, damn you." At this time Ally and Ed finally showed up at the scene. Their eyes widened, a swift intake of air came out. Father then grinned and made a blast that slammed right into the people and the group of soon-to-be heroes. May's head was forced to be lifted as she looked around in the cloud of dust. "Al. Where is he? Where's Al?" she asked with tears making her voice shake even more. As the May looked around, the dust cleared, revealing Al. He had shielded her from the blast, but his arms, chest piece, and part of his legs were ashes. His blood seal was fine, but a crack was dangerously close by. "Alphonse." The red light in Al's eyes appeared and looked over at the girl weakly. "May. You're alive. Are you hurt?" May shook her head with her chin starting to wrinkle and tremble in any painful emotion that was humanly possible. "Never mind me, Alphonse. Your body," May said as tears rolled down. His armor creaked and then gave out on Al, which made the May gasp. "Alphonse, no!" May screamed. "You can't die. You shielded me." May spoke. "Alphonse. Alphonse." Ed started to regain consciousness as well, only to feel sore all over. He winced and looked over to his automail, which was almost destroyed. Still in working condition but completely stripped of the metal. Then looking over, he didn't see Aaliyah nearby. His eyes widened and then they whipped over to see if he could find it. "Aaliyah. Aaliyah, where are you?" he called out loudly. Then as the smoke cleared, he saw large rocks around with metal all over, which made his eyes widen with worry. When he looked up, he saw Aaliyah. She had cuts on her arm, and some on her face, and was standing on a weak knee. Ally let out a pained grunt as she tried to force herself back onto her feet. However, this didn't last long because she then fell back down. Ed gasped and ran over to her while catching her before she could hit the ground. "Ally. Ally, say something. Anything." Aaliyah's light blue eyes opened weakly and looked up at Ed with a pained expression with a hint of concern. "Are you okay, Ed?" she asked tiredly. The boy was silent, which made her slowly start to stand up. Pain welled up in her body, which made her fall back with a breathless yell. Ed caught her again and held her close to him. "Shoo. Just rest up, Ally. I'll keep you safe, I promise," he whispered, now stroking her red side bang in comfort. The girl winced and looked up at him. "What about you?" He just sighed and kissed her forehead softly. "I'll protect the both of us, but right now, you're the one who needs it the most." Without a word, he set her on his back carefully. Her breath hitched and she then buried her face into his shirt. He then looked over and saw Izumi lying on the floor unconscious. "Teacher." He gasped, now going over to her. "Teacher. Say something. I'm alive." She gasped, now sitting up and recovering. He got to me at the last second." The two looked over and saw Hohenheim in a position as if he was shielding them. Aaliyah gasped and squeezed her eyes shut. "Hohenheim." Ed yelled. "Snap out of it," he called out, now looking up and gasping in shock. Father was towering over the golden-haired man and then threw him aside with a single movement. Hohenheim was thrown off. Ed gasped and looked over to his father. "Hohenheim." Father lifted his hand with a dull expression on his face. "You're first," he stated before red sparks came from his fingertips. Then the air from Izumi's, Ed's, and allies' bodies was stripped away from them, which made them all gasp and let out strangled noises. The three gripped their necks desperately as Hohenheim begged for this stop. Dots appeared in their vision until a bullet was shot into the back of Father's head. He fell over and the transmutation ended. Ed, Ally, and Izumi gasped for air, now hunched over as they breathed in sweet and nice air. "Your target is the man with long blonde hair. Be sure not to shoot Fullmetal by mistake." All the Briggs men got into position and set up all of their explosives and firearms. Ed then looked over his shoulder to check on Ally, and she was doing just fine for the most part. But she did look pale from most likely blood loss. He adjusted her and ran carefully in the best way for him and her. Father then rose from the fall and glared at the men surrounding him. "Fire!" A wave of bombs and firearms flew into the sky and landed on the protective barrier that surrounded the man. Ally clenched the back of Ed's shirt when the wave of air slammed into them. They both looked over and saw a Briggs man carrying Hohenheim to safety. "Hey, Fullmetal. Blue Flame. You two okay?" "It's bad." He didn't even flinch. Ally yelled, lifting her head up. The man's eyes widened in shock and annoyance. "Seriously?" Then a wave of red sparks crackled behind the group, which made them yell and try to charge. Weapons from large to small fired at the god-like human, but with no success. Not even a flinch or an attack. "Take cover, men. Now!" a soldier called out. Fire mixed with electrical sparks fired right at Father, which made him look over to the sight before him. There stood Roy, Riza, and Armstrong. The black-haired held a similar expression, rough, hard, and determined. "So did I hit him?" Roy asked. "You were off just a little bit. Adjust it to 12 o'clock. Riza stated as she had her hand on his shoulder. Roy clapped his hands. "I can't tell how much to throttle the flames." "You don't have to throttle them. Range 50, no, 53. Roy clapped his hands and grunted slightly. "This clapping transmutation doesn't feel natural." He groaned before snapping. Flames mixed with sparks and crackled as he quickly zipped to Father. He grabbed the electrical flames and fired it right back at the alchemists. "Incoming attack, Colonel, dead ahead," Riza warned, which made Roy clap his hands and set them on the ground. A wall protected the group as Riza grinned at the move. "Nicely done." Roy smirked at this and made his eyes still remain closed. "I'll say, this can actually be pretty handy." More firearms, bombs, and such continued to strike at him, only for less than nothing. Armstrong ran over and prepared his alchemy. Don't give him an opportunity to fight back. Make him use his Philosopher stone. Then he turned boulders into iron spikes that didn't even hit him. Zampano and Lonfan jumped out of the smoke and fired quills and more bombs at the man and his force field. Greed watched from a distance and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Amazing. If I had power like that, then this world be mine in no time." "Hey, Greed," Ling called out. "You always talked about wanting the entire world, but is this really what you meant?" "Oh yes, once I have this supreme power, everything in the world will be mine." As he place a hand on his chest, and announce, "Who knows, maybe it will fill emptiness inside me, an achievement like that could finally quench the thirst that I've lived with since the day I was born." "How ignorant you are. What you're seeking is not what you truly want." Ling scoffed as his arms was crossed. "Keep quiet, you like pest. I am Greed the Avaricious. I want everything," he reminded loudly as he then jumped off the building he stood on and charged for Father. Izumi held her stomach as she transmuted a dome around Father that towered highly. Roy readied his fingers and closed his eyes. "Now he's toast," he yelled in unison as he snapped his fingers. Electricity flowed within the fire and struck the Father. When the smoke and electrical fire cleared, Father still remained. She gasped and backed up. Nothing. Bombs and firearms continued to strike but still did nothing. I gritted my teeth and snapped again, making Yellow Spark run over to him. We have to find a way against his defenses. Father held the usual expression as he watched them fight behind his force field. What a futile battle. You humans can't even lay a finger on me. Greed then ran forward with a smirk on his faces. Maybe humans are unable. But what about a homunculus? The Avarice asked, now slamming his hand into Father's forehead, and Malevolence followed with her hand in his chest. All three of them smirked, but all different reasons. Father's smirk was the largest of them all as he planned something into his head. Wonderful, you're just in time, Greed, what a dutiful son you are. As it happens, I could use another Philosopher's Stone. I'll be taking yours. Red veins appeared which made his eyes widen in shock. He yelled in pain at this before smirking and silencing himself. Good acting, right? Greed questioned with a grin. Father's eyes widened at this and the veins on his turned into a pale gray. You can't take away my stones from me without dropping your barrier. Stupid fool. I bet you never thought your godly powers could be taken away, did you? But you were wrong, they will be mine now. Then he noticed that his hands started to sink into the flesh like quicksand. He gasped and tried to pull away. Greed! Ed called out, now running forward. The two punched the shield only to be blown aside. All of the upcoming defenses were brushed away, but no one was giving up. Armstrong threw a punch at Father which threw him off guard and back up. A wall then appeared and Izumi started to slide down the wall. While doing so she transmuted two swords and attacked Father. Before they could get hit, Greed jumped off Father in the nick of time. Everyone seemed to be coming at him all at once as he tried to dodge every attack he could. Then he let out a yell which made a blast erupt which blew everyone away. As this happened, the remainder of Ed's automail was blown away. Ally and Ed saw this and the two gasped. Ed then ran forward to Father and threw a kick at his shield. Don't give up now, he ordered as everyone tried to get rid of the barrier. Suddenly his eyes widened, knowing that he doesn't have any more energy. Ally let out a battle cry and then threw a punch at the enemy which to her surprise didn't meet the force field. But his hand. He had grabbed her fist and the two had a small stare-off. His hand. Not alchemy. He gasped softly. Father then tossed Ally aside which made her roll on the floor as she was tossed. He started to shake and hold his head in pain. He losing control. He can't keep the powers of God he claims to have in check anymore. Hohenheim called out. An eye appeared in his screaming mouth and went onto his all fours, making a blast of red sparks explode over the battlefield. Everyone inside the field was blown away and the area turned into ruins. Aaliyah's POV. My eyelids squeezed and then fluttered open softly as I lifted my head. I held my head as I lifted myself upwards and looked around the dust-filled area. This place was a disaster. At the center of the ruins, Father remained on his all fours. I took in a deep breath and started to stand. The man then shot his head up while looking around the area. A stone. A stone. A Philosopher's Stone. He exclaimed. I felt as if I was drowning in my own fear at this moment. What was going to happen next? Who will do what? Then he stopped and looked over to another side of the ruins. I followed the gaze and saw Ed unable to stand because of a screw in his arm. Prayers filled my mind and I hoped that the creature disguised as the man wouldn't come close to him. But they were ignored, for Father already started to walk forward. My eyes started to walk forward, which made my heart and breathing stop. Ed. Ed, get out of here. I screamed as my leg was injured. As I saw Kanai at Ed's automail before and saw Al in a circle with his arm raised. May sat next to him in tears. She was sobbing and unable to even release a single word. My eyes went again, knowing what was going on. He was going to. Oh God. No. Ed's eyes went from confused to shocked. What are you? Al. No. Please don't. He begged softly, but the armor ignored his pleas. Keep going. Brother. He whispered before clapping his hands. Al. Nu. Both Ed and I screamed as the blue lights appeared and took Al away. Ed's right arm was flesh again. I gasped and covered my mouth with my hand. Tears started to go down my cheeks at the very sight of it all. His arm was back. Because Al had left. Al, you dumbass. Ed yelled at the top of his lungs, making everything go silent. He then transmuted a pillar that blasted Father away into the sky. Then he yanked the screw out of the wall and arm and stood up. Just as Father recovered from the fall, Ed clapped his hands and transmuted a great number of fists. He gasped as each and every one of them smacked him all over. My jaw dropped and I watched in shock and awe. Then he transmuted a spear and threw it straight at him, which took away half of Father's face. I was shaking in shock and weakly stood up. Fuck him up, Ed. I called out. Go kid. Elric. Everyone was cheering on Ed loudly and proudly. We were lucky to have him on our side. Ed then raised his fist while letting out a battle cry while Father yelled and also charged at him. Big mistake. His fist slammed into his face and Father fell down. Father was gonna be idiot. He was gonna stand up and fight again. Ed slammed his foot down onto the floor and the ground seemed to pound under his angry feet. Get up, you novice. Ed ordered, now gripping his returned fleshy hand. I'm about to show you how outclassed you really are. This fight you lose. Chapter 54, The Other Side of the Gateway. Ed ran forward to Father, now slamming his fist into his face. He was so stunned that he couldn't make a single move against Ed. I don't understand. How can this happen when I've absorbed God? How can a mere human beat me with his bare hands? He thought as Ed slammed his fist under Father's chin, sending him flying in the air and landing on his back. The boy breathed heavily as everyone's eyes lit up with joy. Everyone exclaimed and cheered at the newfound hero and his victory. Although some called him a runt, it was still unheard of by Ed. Suddenly the red-haired girl ran into Ed's chest, making him jump slightly and look down at her. She took deep and heavy breaths in relief and kept whispering he was okay. Ed smiled down at Ally and hugged her back. It's okay, Aaliyah. I'm okay. She looked up at him and nodded. I see that. You scared me to death. Damn you. She whispered, now burying her face back into his chest. The ground under Father shook, which made everyone go silent. Ed's eyes widened and pulled Ally behind him. She may be determined and arrogant enough to think she'd beat him, but her condition still wasn't the greatest. Red sparks appeared around him, his stomach bulged and a gray eye came out of his howling mouth. Harsh winds appeared which made the dust fly around everyone. A soldier was blown back, which made Greed grab him by his collar. Pull yourself together. Stay on your feet. A stone. A stone. Father groaned. He then stood up and charged for Greed. A philosopher stone. Then his hand was shoved into their stomachs. Greed screeched in pain and held Father's wrist. Give me your stone. Be good, son. Greed was being sucked out of Ling's body, which made him yell in slight pain. Damn it, no. He yelled. Ling then ran up and grabbed his soul. With all his strength he pulled on him in hopes to get him to stay. Fight it, Greed. How about we fight him together? One last run, what do you say? Ling smiled at Greed and closed his eyes happily. That's more like it. Suddenly Greed slammed his fist on Ling's face, causing the prince to release him. Greed started to drift away while laughing, while Ling stared in horrified shock. What are you? It's time to say goodbye, kid. There's no reason you should get sucked into my old man with me. Greed stated. Ling's eyes were heavy with confusion and desperation. How could you lie to me? You told me you don't believe in lies. Greed laughed at that and smirked at him. Past the cocky and chilled exterior, he was actually very sad to go like this. Can't believe you fell for that, you pissant. he yelled with his voice mixing with laughter. Ling gasped and stared at Greed sadly. That was the one and only lie of my life. Lanfan has a philosopher's stone, so you don't even need me anymore. But I do. Ling stammered sadly. Greed continued his howling laughter as Ling reached out for his friend. No, wait. Greed. Greed lifted his head and turned to Lanfan. Hey, Lanfan. Father's arms started to turn into weak carbon from Greed's body. The girl appeared and cut off Father's arms away from the separating the homunculi from Ling. Then Ling gasped for air as Father's hands shriveled up into nothing, which left no scar on his bodies. Greed, no. Ling gasped. Ed and Ally ran to this shocking scene while calling out for the homunculi who were fated to be dead in seconds. How could you? Father yelled at Greed. When the couple arrived to Ling, who witnessed his Ouroboros tattoo disappearing into dust. Greed laughed while taking their place back inside of Father. Finally got away from that annoying brat. Greed laughed while smirking at his achievement. Father's whole body started to turn into a weak carbon, which made him stare in horror. He looked up with the soul of hate and greed in his mouth. Why, Greed? Why would you betray your own father? His body then started crumble and crack as Greed smirked. Pops, you forget, I've always been rebellious. I reversed the ultimate shield that you gave him. Doing this, I transformed your body into the weakest carbon there is. He-Man growled and yanked Greed out of his gaping mouth. You little devil! He exclaimed. At the contact of the fresh air, Greed instantly started to moan weakly at the touch. Be gone! Return to nothing. With it all said and done, his teeth closed on Greed. Greed's eyes widened at the sudden pain and let out a yell in pain. Greed! Ling screamed. Greed floated into the air, now slowly starting to dissolve in the air. His eyes wandered to Ally, Ed, Ling, and Ling stared up at him sadly while Ed and Aaliyah stared up in saddened shock. Greed smirked at this and stared at them warmly. I could do this without that pitiful look, you pissant. You're wrong, Greed. Friends are always a part of you. They're part of your soul. Why not come with us? You got nothing, why not come with us? I can't believe I let Ling and the love birds talk to me that way. Looking at those three stare sadly with guilt written on their faces. I'm done. You've already given me what I want. Thank you. Goodbye. My friends. Greed finished before he too disappeared into nothing. Ed stormed out and ran towards Father. Father turned to him and started to back up. He only continued to storm to him with his only fist clenched. With a battle cry escaping his lips as he slammed his fist straight through his chest. Father remained still as he yanked his fist out of the gaping hole that he left behind. Souls of red and black burst out of his body, which made Ed shield himself from the harsh wind that was near him. Hohenheim's eyes soft. And that's it. Hohenheim sighed with relief. Black hands flowed out of the father's hole, which made Ally's eyes widen for a few seconds. Father gasped with his voice weak and mingling with another. And my stone. You destroyed my stone. The hands multiplied and started to extend. They started to crowd around Father, which made him freak out. What is this? Her eyes softened for a few seconds before turning into a dark stare. Go back to where you were born. Return to nothing, homunculus. She demanded loudly, with her volume increasing when she finished her final sentence to him. The hands pulled him down into a ball. From his head to his arms and legs. He screamed and struggled at his. Why? I just wanted to understand this world's knowledge. I wanted to experience it. Free. I just wanted to be free. He screamed. This made Hohenheim's eyes soften at his old friend. Then he said something that was unheard as the ball he was in was pulled him in tighter and tighter until he disappeared into a ball of light. Portal of Truth. Dwarf in a flask was floating in front of the portal of truth with his one eye filling up with mass confusion. He turned to doorway with a wide eye. Tell me. Why did you refuse to join me? Why God? What did I do to disappoint you? You were incapable in believing in yourself. Truth simply stated with his grin. The dwarf's eyes widened and turned into Truth. Truth's form looked identical to Dwarf's, but Truth remained eyeless and pure white. You took power away from others, you rejected your human origins, and you chose to obtain the powers you call God. You never grew from your days in the flask. Did you actually think that you'd become superior to humans by removing your 7 desires? Don't make me laugh. Dwarf twitched in anger and clenched his shadow-like fists. What's wrong with that? I just wanted to obtain perfection. I wanted this world's knowledge for my own. Why should I be punished for that? What's wrong with wanting knowledge? What's wrong with seeking perfection? He exclaimed and questioned in outrage. However, Truth remained silent with a grin still on his colorless face. That angered and frustrated the previous living creature. Well, speak. What are you anyway? Do you even have a name? Who the hell do you think you are? A somewhat innocent look came onto Truth's face. Who am I? Truth repeated, now starting his long introduction. One name you may have for me is the world, or perhaps the universe, perhaps God, or perhaps the truth. I am one, and I am all. Of course that also means I am you. He stated, now pointing at Dwarf. This made his only eye widen in shock and horror at the sudden reveal. I am the truth of your despair. The inescapable price of your boastfulness. Humans who play God must pay a steep price. That is truth. At the realization of his words to the sacrifices, Dwarf's eye widened in shock. While he was paralyzed with fear, the large door behind him opened. And now, I will bestow the despair you deserve. Truth stated as the large eye was revealed in the doorway. Dwarf turned around with fear dancing in his only purple eye. His jaw dropped and he started to slowly back up. No. You can't do this to me. I can't. I can't go back. I refuse to be bound down any longer. When seeing the hands climb out of the door, he started to turn back and run away from his fate. The hands only extended and grabbed him. Dwarf shrieked in fear as he was dragged into the door. No. No, no, no. This despair is reserved for the boastful. Just tell me what I was supposed to do. You brought this outcome on yourself. What was I supposed to do? What did I do wrong? Dwarf asked loudly. Then he was fully in the darkness and the door closed, silencing the creature for good. Truth just watched emotionlessly and sighed. You should have seen the answer with your own eyes. Central Command. Everyone was surrounding Aal's armor, watching to see what would happen and when he would return. However, he wasn't going to return. He had given himself up to the portal of truth already. What happened? Is it over? Did we win? Roy asked, making Riza turn to him. Why, yes, sir. But Alphonse hasn't returned from the gate. Riza finished. May was sobbing in her hands. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ed only turned to Allies softly before looking back to his fallen brother. It's not your fault. It was Aal's choice. Ling walked up with the Philosopher Stone Lawn fan hat in hand with a serious expression on his face. Ed. I get the toll for him. He stated. This made everyone turn to him. He extended his hand and showed off the Philosopher's Stone in his hands. Take it. It's a Philosopher's Stone. Use it to bring Al back. Ed's expression became frustrated as he rested his fist on the ground. I can't. As much as I want to, I can't. I promised Al and Ally we wouldn't use a stone. He reminded. As he glared at the ground. There has to be a way to get him back. There has to be. Damn it. Just think it through. Just keep thinking. Ed thought to himself while glaring at the ground. He was then snapped out of his thoughts when Hohenheim called out for him. Ed removed his fist from the ground and looked at his father. Use my life as the toll. Use me to save Alphonse. I have enough life in me. Ed glared at Hohenheim and started to scold him. No way. I couldn't do that, you dumbass. This has nothing to do with you. I won't use anyone else's life to get Al back, and I don't care whose it is. Why should you sacrifice your life for our mistake? Because I'm his father. Hohenheim stated simply yet with care in his voice. The comment made Ed's eyes widen and showed a look that he was clearly taken aback. That's all that matters. You have no idea how much you boys mean to me. I just want you boys to be happy, and I do carry some responsibility in this. This probably wouldn't have happened if I was just there for you. I'm sorry, Ed. I've lived long enough, just let me have this chance to be a father for once. Silence filled the air at the sudden apology that Hohenheim has told his son. It was almost too much for Ed to even bear. Aaliyah's eyes watered softly, finally releasing the tears that she had been holding back. Ed squeezed his eyes shut, lowered his head. Shut up, you rotten father. You say something like that dumb again and I'll knock you out. Ed exclaimed loudly, with tears now going down his cheeks. Hohenheim's eyes widened at this and closed his eyes to stop the tears that were wanting to come from his eyes. With those words that he had received from his son, he didn't want to argue anymore. I am sorry. He whispered softly. Ed wiped his tears away quickly along with some blood that was under his eyes and looked at his brother. Think. Come on. You're one of the youngest state alchemists in history, damn it. There has to be some way. There has to be. He thought to himself, holding back any more tears that was wanting to come out of his golden eyes. Then he looked over and saw Roy and Riza. You better get to it, you have plenty of people waiting for you to get your bodies back. Riza's words echoed in his head. If you believe the possibility exists, then do whatever it takes. Roy's voice reminded. You didn't even have to ask. I will stay with you through the apocalypse if that's your desire. Ally promised softly in his head. He clenched his fists tightly and looked up to the sky in thought. That's right. I can't give up. There has to be some way. I know there is. He continued to think to himself. He stared at his hands with soft eyes. A smile graced his lips as he finally came up with his next plan of action. The cries of May brought him back to reality. He looked up to the little girl first, who was crying still. Oh, Alphonse. Oh, my poor Alphonse. May. I had no idea they cared for Al that much. Zampano. Mr. Gorilla. The Briggs soldiers, the Major, Lanfan, Ling, teacher, our father. Aaliyah. Ed listed off to himself while looking to everyone around him. He closed his hands into fists and stood up. Ed looked over to May and her panda softly and smiled. May, stand back a little. That being said made the girl stop her blubbering and look up to Ed tearfully. There was a light-hearted smile on his face as we walked over to the closest pipe and started to scrap it on the ground. Everyone watched him curiously while he craved in the ground with a smile still on his face. When finishing his carving, everyone knew what this was. Everyone knew what was going to happen. That's a human transmutation circle. Ling gasped. Ed tossed the pipe aside and opened up his arms to ready himself. Ally stared in shock. I'll be back in a few minutes. This is my last transmutation, so sit back and enjoy the show. He replied with a smile on his face. With it all said and done, he clapped his hands and set hands on the circle's surface. Portal of Truth. Ed walked forward to face Truth with a serious look on his face. I take it you're here for your brother. Truth greeted in a simple tone. It seemed he didn't hesitate to cut to the chase. How do you expect to take a whole body out of here? What's your payment? The question made Ed smirk and point at his portal. Yeah, I got your payment right here. So go ahead and take it. He ordered. Truth's jaw dropped in shock at the sudden demand. The faceless being didn't see this coming. Ed was gonna give up his portal along with his ability for alchemy. This is my portal of truth, so that means I get to decide on how it's used, am I right? he questioned, smirking even more. Truth chuckled and set his hand on his forehead. The sudden laughter made Ed give him a small glare. It's come to that? And you're sure about this? You realize that you'll never be able to use alchemy again. Ed turned to his gate and stared at it softly. I'm aware of that, this portal, I know it contains every secret alchemy has to offer. However, it's also lead me astray. I saw the truth that lies within it. I thought I could solve every problem with alchemy, but I couldn't have been more wrong. That was just arrogance. You're willing to cast it aside and lower yourself to a simple human? Truth questioned at the boy who had still kept his gaze upwards. You're willing to cast it aside and lower yourself to a simple human? Truth questioned at the boy who had still kept his gaze upwards. He didn't bother to look at Truth but still continued to defend his choice. What do you mean lower myself? That's all I've ever been. Just a simple human being that couldn't even save a little girl, not even with alchemy. He restarted from the past. Truth gained a quizzical look and pointed at Ed carefully. Are you sure you're gonna be okay without it? Think carefully now. He warned while pointing at Ed. He stared at the same spot as many voices that he knew called for him. Ed. Izumi's voice called. Fullmetal. Roy's voice called. Edward. Hawkeye's voice called. Ed. Hohenheim's voice called. Edward Elric. Armstrong's voice called. Ed. Ling's voice called. Edward. May's voice called. Ed. Lonfan's voice called. Ed. Winry's voice called. Last voice was called, Ed. Aaliyah's voice. Then he turned back only to hear the last of the voices. He smiled at Truth and answered. Who needs alchemy, when I have them? The creature laughed in joy and smiled. You've done it. That's the right answer. He cheered slightly. Ed smirked and clapped his hands together. Good job, you beaten me. As he continued his farewell, Ed turned back to the gate and slammed his hands on the doors. Go ahead. Take him home. The gate started to break away along with his ability to use alchemy itself. The back door is right over there. Goodbye, Edward Elric. He finished as he too started to break apart into nothing. When both the gate and Truth were gone, Al was revealed, still looking as bony as ever. The smile on Ed's face didn't fade away or leave, he just kept on as he walked over to his brother. Ed helped his brother up and stared at him softly. That was crazy, Al. He said. Al beamed and closed his eyes with glee. Speak for yourself. He countered with a gate that Al leaned against finally opened with a bright light of yellow coming out of the crack. Ed and Al stared at this light before turning back to each other. Now let's go home. Together. Ed suggested with a smile still on his face. His brother nodded and the two walked into the light, now leaving the world behind for good. Later. Central Command. Aaliyah's POV. Al was wrapped up in a black jacket and was slowly coming to as Ed stood next to me with his arm wrapped around my shoulders. With a smile on my face. Al then woke up, opening his eyes. Hey. He's waking up. Zampano pointed out with a smile. How are you feeling? Darius asked with another thin boy's eyes looked over to the two with a soft gaze and smiled softly. Zampano. And Darius, they're all here. He stated with a happy tone his voice. Then he looked over and saw Izumi along with Hohenheim. His eyes glowed with joy and made his smile bigger. Dad. He gasped happily. Ed helped him sit up, which made my smile only grow brighter. Al's hand met with Hohenheim's, now finally able to feel. Home at last. He whispered, humming softly as well. Suddenly a voice appeared which finally quenched the want I've been craving. It was May, Alphonse. Alphonse. May said as she hugged him. May. I was so scared. May stated as she cried on him. As Al's eyes softened and said, I bet, sorry, it was wrong of me to put you through that. It's okay now, thank you. Then he wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me closer, which made me laugh softly and look up to him gently. So, what did you give up to get Al back? He looked down softly and scratched the back of his head. I gave up my alchemy. My eyes widened and I let some air in softly. Then my blue orbs softened for a few seconds before turning into serious and determined eyes. All right. If you're giving up alchemy, then I am too. His eyes widened and his head whipped over to me. Aaliyah. You don't have to dash, Ed. I don't think that would be fair. You can't use alchemy while I can. I'm sorry, Ed, but I'm not going with that. I stated, now stubborn on my choice. He sighed and gave me a playful look. But Aaliyah, the alchemy made you 10 times more sexy. He joked around. A blush was then found on my face at the comment. I know it was supposed to be a joke, but in his case, I don't think it is. But then again, I have to say bye to his alchemy and his automail arm, so I guess that's even on his part. As I laughed at his silliness. Later. No POV. You are the one that gave me blood, right? Don't you even want freedom? Okay, what makes you happy? Well, I'd hate to be guilty of asking too much, but I think I'd be happy if I could just leave this flask. You were born from my blood. Hohenheim said to himself, now standing in the circle where that father left behind when he perished. Everyone had left and the sun was setting, which gave the sky and area a cool and relaxing orange color. Dwarf in a flask. Homunculus. In the end, you and I are still as one. And now. While Hohenheim spoke to himself and looked down to his feet, Major Armstrong stepped over to him with a calm expression on their face. Mr. Hohenheim. We personally saw that your sons and their partner were taken to the hospital. Hohenheim turned to the two and nodded. Thank you. I'm grateful for your help. Nonsense. I'm the one who's truly grateful. We're all in debt to the effort of Edward, Aaliyah, and Alphonse. Without those kids' relentless courage, this nation would no more. Thank you very much. Armstrong stated as he bowed in respect, which made Hohenheim's eyes water. He looked down and thanked him before walking past him. Resemble. Hohenheim was dressed properly yet again and he took the first train back home. There he would go to Trisha's grave and his final resting place. Soon enough he arrived to the tombstone and sat down in front of her grave with a warm smile on his face. Hello, Trisha. I'm home. So get this, Ed actually called me his father. Although he did preface it with rotten. Living in these endless years. I always felt like I'd been stuck with a curse. But then I found you, we had our sons, and I suddenly felt blessed. Grateful for the life I had. I've had a fulfilling life, thanks to you. It's been enough. Thank you, Trisha. But now, believe it or not, I actually want to keep on living. I guess I'm pretty hopeless, aren't I, Trisha? He asked softly and sadly, while also happily, before lowering his head and closing his eyes softly. Next morning, Pinocchio walked over to the graveyard, and the first thing she saw Hohenheim in front of Trisha's grave, not even moving. She gasped and called out for him, now running over to the man. I didn't know you were back. She called out, looking at Hohenheim to only gasp. Her eyes were wide only to soften on her friend. Hohenheim was now dead, with silver hair and cracked gray skin. She smiled tearfully and stared at him sadly. Silly old fool, well, at least you died with a smile on your face, my friend. Chapter 55, Journey's End. It's been 2 months since the big battle that we have. Ed and I stood in front of Al. Al was sitting down on a stone block. The two of us looked over to the younger Elric. Are you okay? Ed asked. Al raised his head with a sweet smile. I can't believe how much his muscles have atrophied so much on the other side. The man at my side blinked slightly at the two. Do you want us to carry you? Al smiled again. No, it's fine. He answered. I can walk around on my own. I shook my head and smiled softly. Nope, we all left home together and that's how we're gonna come back. My statement came out as cheery and light-hearted. As Al started to stand. Then we better get moving. Al sighed with a smile. I nodded and closed my eyes. The three of us walked silently as Ed laced his fingers with mine. I turned over to him and held his hand along as well. Al turned to the two of us and grinned. So, brother. How's that leg of yours doing? Al asked. Ed turned to him and gained an embarrassed look. Well, I haven't maintained it for a while. It's stiff. He answered. Silence filled the air as I smiled softly and stared into the distance. Then Al spoke, making me lift my head. Thank you. Brother. The sudden whisper made the two of us turn to him. What for? Ed asked softly. His brother only chuckled slightly and shook his head with a smile. Oh, never mind. Whatever. Stop acting so weird. Ed teased slightly, which made me giggle slightly. I wonder how Ling and the others are doing. I set my finger on my chin and hummed in thought. Well, I would think they would have arrived by now. It has been 2 months since they left after all. I wonder if May's okay. Ed chuckled slightly. You have nothing to worry about. She's in safe hands. Flashback. May sat on a stone with her eyes still watering up in both reliefs. She was relieved because Al finally had his body back. As for us, Ed and I walked Al. I was helping him walk as we walked toward her. May? Al greeted, which made her lift her head. She looked over and gasped his name. Are you okay? May wiped away her tears and smiled while tearing her gaze away. Yes. I'm fine. She reassured with a smile. Before I could ask another question, I heard another voice call out for the princess. I lifted my head and saw Ling and Lanfan walking toward us. May stood up now, glaring at Ling with her eyes still watering up. Hey, don't look at me like you want to kill me. He groaned slightly. The prince kneeled down to her level and revealed the philosopher's stone he had obtained. You're as stupid as I am. Getting mixed up in this country's problems and you didn't even get a philosopher's stone. You know what this means, my clan won. As angry tears fell down her cheeks, Ling lowered the stone and closed his eyes. As far as your clan goes, the Yao family will protect yours. This sudden promise left everyone in shock. Even the 4 of us blinked in shock. Hell, even our blinks were in sync. Talk about weird. I accepted a homunculus as a friend. After all, if I can accept him, then I can accept the Changs, and all the other clans. May and her panda started to let their tears fall like crazy, making water streams on their cheeks. Ling chuckled slightly and patted her head with a smile on his face. Whoa, be careful with the tears, you'll drown yourself. I didn't think I'd have to start protecting you this early. The girl wiped away her tears while letting out a tiny squeak. Trying to accept and protect everyone. That's just too greedy. She whined. This sudden statement made Ling's eyes widen in shock. His hand was removed from her head, which was now placed on the back of his head in slight embarrassment. I guess he did rub off on me. He sighed softly to himself. Ed, Al, and I looked at each other with astonishment before grinning like idiots. The prince stood up with a calm look and turned to us. Well, it's time to get home. My eyes widened slightly now, turning to him. Wait. You're leaving? Yeah, we need to get back and bury Fu. Ling stated with a small smile on his face. Ed grinned and raised his fist for a fist bump. I'll catch you later. Ling grinned and his fist met with Ed's. Well, I'm gonna miss these shenanigans of ours. All of us just wandering around doing something stupid is always fun. Count on it. Reality. I sighed and threw my head back softly. Before I could be blinded by the sun, I closed my eyes, so I was now walking blindly. Okay, maybe not blindly. As long as I don't let go of Ed's hand, I shouldn't wander off cluelessly. A flashing image of the people we met greeted my mind, making me feel warm on the inside. We did meet a lot of people. Didn't we? I said softly. Ed's eyes shot open with a blush as I stopped in my tracks and stared at the house in front of me. The Rock Bell home. Good things and bad things happened here. My leg was given back to me, everyone then stopped and stared at the house. Now this was the moment I'd been waiting for. Maybe I didn't know it before, but it was deep in there. From the moment I was carried in there to the last step out of it. Then I finally brought myself to walk closer to the home. The brothers followed me to the door where we saw Den lifting his head. Al smiled and closed his eyes. "We're home, boy," he called out, making the dog bark. Den ran over and jumped onto Al and started to endlessly lick and kiss his face. Ed and I just looked at the two and the dog and smiled with his arm wrapped around my shoulders. He smiled and kissed my temple. "Welcome home," he whispered. I chuckled softly and leaned my head into his shoulder. "I should say that to you too." The three of us then looked up and we saw an almost crying Winry who already had tears running down her cheeks. As she jumped towards us and hugged us towards the grounds. "Welcome back, dummies. Good to back," Al said as he smiled. "Thanks. Pleasure to be back." 2 years later. I walked up to the balcony and saw Ed working on the roof. I let out a tiny sigh knowing Winry had done this. My assumption was true as soon as Ed brought the hammer he was holding down and on his thumb. He let out a yell and started to blow and suck on his finger. "This should not be this hard," he groaned while holding his thumb. Then he looked over to the hammer before setting it aside. He then clapped his hands and set on the roof only for nothing. However, if I did that there would be something. But I don't use alchemy, so no. Ed has also been trying to get me to use alchemy again ever since the promise day, but I've resisted pretty well. Well, it was worth a try. Ed sighed before standing up on top of the roof to look at the view. But it was worth it. "Hey there, tough guy," I called out, now climbing onto the roof with him. Ed grinned and pulled me close to him by my waist. I let out a chuckle and stared up at him. "Hey there, babe," he greeted. I blushed slightly and smiled at the name. This made me smile and rest my head on his shoulder. "Well, that's good," I answered before leaning close to his ear. "Because I won't get tired of that either." This made him blush softly, which made a smirk cross my cheeks. When I turned to the view he was looking at before, I gasped in awe and wonder. "Wow. You can see the whole countryside from here, huh?" He nodded, rested his head on top of mine and smiled. "Yeah." I smiled and my eyes crossed the land softly. His fingers laced with mine, which only made my smiles unconsciously get bigger. "It's so vast," I whispered. He nodded again and kissed the top of my head softly. "So, Al and I were thinking about something." Ed nodded with a smirk growing on his face as he looked at me and then at the view. "Me too. And I bet the three of us are thinking the same thing." No POV. The Hughes house. Al was visiting the Hughes family. Gracia and Alicia sat down on a 3-cushion couch as Al was on a tiny chair. "So is Ed bummed out he's stuck with his metal leg?" Gracia asked with a smile on his face. Al removed his teacup from his mouth and raised a smile on his face. "He's okay with it," he answered with a light-hearted tone. He said it was a nice reminder to keep for the future. He also thinks that Winry would be bummed out if she didn't have anything to fix, and that Aaliyah would be depressed if he got rid of all of his automail. "That's just silly," Gracia said in between laughs. Then she looked down after her laughs and smiled. "It was nice to see you. I'm happy you're normal again. And I know he is too." A scene shows the picture of the family. Hughes, Gracia, and Alicia. We've met so many people. Those people cared for the 4 of us so much. Now for this compassion, with people like you and Hughes. It makes us feel like we need to return that happiness. Al stated with a smile on my lips. Isn't that like what the alchemists believe? Equivalent exchange? Gracia recalled. Al shook his head. No, it's only equivalent if you get 10 and you return 10. But if you take 10 and return a part of yourself, you return 11. It's not much, but it's a new principle we're trying to establish. Now we have to prove it works. He chuckled lightly. We're still haunted by the memory of a little girl we once knew. We weren't able to save her, and we could never forget that. Later. When stepping into the restaurant, the first thing I saw was Gerso and Zampano having a buffet and eating like they were animals. Hee, they kinda are actually. Oh God, that's a terrible joke. I sighed and laughed slightly. Hey, guys. Al greeted with a grin. They lifted their heads and smiled with their cheeks puffed up with crazy amounts of food. Hey, Al. Zampano greeted. Gerso lifted his head, now pulling off a big chunk of meat from the bone, making me gawk at him in shock. This made him laugh and kick a chair open. What are you two waiting for? Dig in. Next to me, Al pulled up a chair and thanked the two chimeras for the kind gesture. He then raised one of his hands and called for one of the waitresses. Hey. Can I get a glass of milk? He called out. So have you two paid your regards? Zampano asked. Al and I nodded firmly as I grinned like a madman. Oh hell yeah. I answered in a determined tone. So the time is nigh. Zampano replied. Gerso leaned forward with a smirk. You ready? Al nodded. I'm off to Xing. He stated in the same determined voice. May is gonna teach us everything she knows about alchemy, but we're not stopping there. We're going to go all over the East and learn about the different cultures. I wanna see all I can, and learn all I can. He stated. So. Do you two want to come along? Hell yes, we're coming. Things are bound to happen when we stick with you two. You two can't argue with us because it's out of animal instincts. They both answered while throwing their fists in the air. Al laughed at the two men, then Gerso spoke up. But the truth is, we're gonna find a way to get our original bodies back. Zampano stated. This made my eyes light up brightly. Gerso looked over to Al again and grinned. So your brother and ally aren't coming with us? Nope. Those two are taking the west and I'm taking the east. We combine the knowledge we learn from both regions, then we'll be able to stop that tragedy with Nina from happening again. And besides, those two, they don't need anyone to bother them. Al stated with a smile still on his face. Aaliyah's POV. Make sure he oils it every day. Winry stated, which made me nod and continue to write down the notes. She insisted on me taking down these notes just in case I forget. I'm not very forgetful, but I didn't question it at all. Try to keep the screws tight. Dry it right after he gets out of the tub. She stated before grinning at me. Unless he tires you out that quickly. My eyes went wide at the comment. Winry. I gasped, making her laugh loudly. Past my red face, I couldn't help but laugh as well. The two of us were just sitting there laughing and almost crying. Then a train was heard and I stood up. Well, there's our train. Knowing you, you're probably gonna break it within a month and have to come home for maintenance. Winry said to Ed, and I smiled. Yeah, I called when that happened. Okay. Alright, just call me to make an appointment. As Ed continued walking toward the train and I followed behind, and then Ed stopped. Ed turned around to face me. I asked, what's wrong? Listen, Aaliyah. Well, what? Just come out and say it. I asked him. Ed's face turned red and pointed while shouting at me, equivalent exchange. Huh? I'll half my life to you if you give half of yours to me. As I gasped at this interaction and groaned at his way of asking me to marry him, do you have to treat everything like alchemy? The whole equivalent exchange business is nonsense. What did you say? It's nonsense. How about I just give you my whole life? I said to him. Then Ed stared at me and I realized what I just said and blushed. Maybe not all of it. 90, maybe 80%? 70. That's not enough, but 85. Yeah. 85 is a good number. Then Ed started chucking at me. What? I'm sorry, really. Ed continues chucking. Edward. You are so incredible, you knocked the equivalent exchange flat on its butt in just a few words. Asterisk pout asterisk, are you making fun of me? Not of all. As he pulled me into a hug, and said, thanks for cheering me up. I need it. I hugged him back. What I just witnessed, what was that? Winry said from the weird interaction that she just witnessed. He just asked me to marry him. I replied to her. Winry turned into a shocked expression, and said, Edward, you could have just said, will you marry me, not this equivalent exchange nonsense? As she sighed at this and said, I hope you two have a wonderful trip, okay? I nodded and said, yeah, I'll make sure to call you, okay? As Ed and I aboard the train we sat down by a window, I waved Winry goodbye and she waved back. There is no such thing as a painless lesson. They just don't exist. Sacrifices are necessary. You cannot gain anything without first losing something. However, if you endure that pain and walk away from it, you will find that you have a heart strong enough to overcome any obstacle. Yeah, a heart made full metal. The end. That's the end of this tale. Thank you for being part of the journey and I'll see you in the next series. Peace.